전문가 두 분을 모셨습니다.
제가 이런 거 좀 안 믿거든요.
전체적으로 음기가 가득하고요.
연기가 방송적인 측면에서는 원탑. 엘브메이지 선수가 유독 더 잘한다라는 느낌이 진짜 짧게라도 봐주실 수 있으면 하는.
한 팀만 뽑아봐라 한다면
팀이 조금 더 가능성이 있어 보여요.
윈페스트 상대는 누가 될 것인지. 네, 계승자 여러분 안녕하십니까. 에픽세븐 컨텐츠 크리에이터 배틀 전문가 토론으로 여러분께 인사드립니다. 캐스터 이동진입니다. 자, 에픽세븐에는 정말 전 세계 다양한 계승자 여러분들이 계시죠. 그리고 그분들과 함께하는 다양한 크리에이터들이 있습니다. 오는 2024년 1월 컨텐츠 크리에이터 대전 그 대회에 참가하는 그분들을 우리가 오늘 자세히 좀 살펴보고 분석하는 시간을 준비해 보았습니다. 자, 오늘 저와 함께할 전문가 두 분을 모셨습니다. 대한민국 최고의 게임 전문가 광준현 선수 모셨습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
자, 그리고 한 분 더 계시죠. 다양한 공중파 프로그램에서 대활약을 보여주셨던 최고의 관상 전문가 박선중님 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
외국인들도 관상
약간 다른 조건을 넣어야 하지만 타고난 기질과 성향을 관상과 사주로 좀 알려드리려고 합니다.
게임 토론이라고 했는데 왜 이분을 모셨느냐. 저희 게임에 별명이 하나 있죠. 운빨 게임. 운이라는 게 그렇게 중요하다는 거예요. 새해를 맞이해서 어떤 크리에이터가 운이 좋을까. 말 나온 김에 저희 이제 중계진 3명의
일단 이동진님 같은 경우에는
잠깐만 너무 떨리는데요.
일단 굉장히 좀 분주하다. 달리 얘기하면 좀 산만하거나 어수선함이 있다. 욕망이 굉장히 큰 사람이기도 하고 차분해 보이지만 성격이 굉장히 급하기 때문에 가만히 못 있는 사주예요. 역동적이고 활동성이 강하다고 볼 수 있는데 공부와 연이 별로는 없어요. 다만 돈 되는 공부에는 관심이 많아요.
종합해서 들어보면 굉장히 가만히 있지 못하고 열심히 활동적으로 길길이 날뛰는 돈도 고른 놈.
제가 이런 거 좀 안 믿거든요. 근데 오늘 좀 기대가 됩니다.
일단 전체적으로 음기가 가득하고요.
음기가 가득하다.
네, 음적인 기운이 가득한 가운데 얼굴이 좀 눌려 있어요.
눌려있다.
분노를 느끼기 쉽고요. 욱하기 쉬운 성향도 가지고 있고 차분한 가운데 속을 잘 알 수 없는 눈이거든요.
이거 좋은 용기가 없는 것 같아요. 그러면 혹시 24년도에는 그 욕망을 좀 이룰 수 있을지.
어느 정도는 성과를 가져갈 수 있습니다. 하지만 내 인생이 적극적으로 풀리는 건 42부터 풀려요.
42이요?
이제까지 인생이 괜찮으셨을까요?
아니요, 안 괜찮았다고 생각합니다.
운이 X였어요. X. 38이 일단 지나가야 되고
36.
본인에게 추천드릴 수 있는 거는 요가나 필라테스, 명상.
요가 필라테스 명상이.
너 한 번도 안 해봤을 것 같은 거다 진짜로.
사람은 좋게 얘기하면 착해요. 착한데 약간 돌변하는 성향이
착한데 돌변을. 나쁘게.
42살 때부터 좋아지니까 기다려라. 박진영이가 두드러 맞는 게 너무 궁금하네요.
이분은 뭐 하시는 분이죠?
무지개를 다름없다고 봐야겠지.
굉장히 머리는 좋은 분이에요. 분석적이고 잔소리, 통제, 억압, 눌리는 것을 싫어하기 때문에 윗사람을 쳐내려고 하는 성향이 좀 있다.
나를 그래서
조심하셔야겠는데요?
네.
에픽세븐 컨텐츠 제작 지원 프로그램으로 새로운 크리에이터들을 2024년도에 모집을 하고 있습니다. 누구나 여러분들이 함께 할 수 있으니까요. 여러분도 도전해 보시기 바랍니다. 자, 컨텐츠 크리에이터 배틀 2024 월드 아레나를 위주로 컨텐츠를 제작하는 크리에이터 32인을 사전에 섭외했습니다. 총 8개 팀으로 팀당 4명씩 구성이 되는데요. 사전에 비공개로 스네이크 드래프트 방식으로 팀원 선정을 모두 마쳤고요. 뽑힌 순서에 따라 멤버들의 티어가 지정되어서 같은 티어의 크리에이터들끼리 라운드 모드 혹은 드래프트 모드로 대결을 합니다.
콘텐츠 크리에이터 배틀로 바뀌면서 선수들 간이 이제 동일 스펙으로 진짜 순수하게 실력으로 맞불 수 있는 구도도 생겼거든요. 드래프트 모드가 이 점을 완벽하게 해소할 수 있는 부분이기 때문에 이번 연도 기대하지 않을 수 없겠습니다.
1월 20일, 21일, 27일, 28일 이렇게 4일간 거쳐서 2주간 낮 12시에 여러분과 함께할 예정이니까요. 많은 관심과 시청을 부탁드리겠습니다. 방송 시청 선물, 승부 예측 등 많은 이벤트도 함께하는데요. 유저 여러분을 위한 이벤트. 영상을 보시는 이 순간 자막의 내용대로 해주시면 선물을 드릴 수가 있겠습니다. 자, 우승을 차지하는 팀에게는 이제 팀당 하늘석 8만 개, 개인당 2만 개씩이 주어지기 때문에 컨텐츠를 제작하는데도 굉장히 큰 도움이 되지 않을까라는 생각을 좀 해보게 되네요.
게다가 시청자들이 사용할 수 있는 하늘석 쿠폰을 또 따로 지급을 하기 때문에 크리에이터들한테는 아주 엄청난 메리트가 될 수 있거든요.
8팀의 팀장들을 좀 만나봐야 될 텐데 첫 번째 윈페스트인데요.
윈페스트는 팀장 엘브메이즈의 영웅 스펙과 실력에 대한 자부심을 그대로 드러낸 팀명입니다. E7WC 2023 예선 진출 성적 성적과 더불어 월드 아레나 마감 랭킹 최상위에 보이는 그는 글로벌에서 가장 많은 시청자를 보유한 제네자드와 작년 브라질 팀을 이끌었던 사무 게이머를 선택했습니다. 드래프트 모드를 해야 하는 마지막 멤버인 캐나다 버튜버 키수미를 잘 케어한다면 우승을 향해 빠른 질주가 가능해 보입니다.
관상이 좀 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단 굉장히 수완이 좋은 사람이고 눈썹이 굉장히 농밀하고 짙기 때문에 내가 내 스타일대로 하려고 하는 성향이 굉장히 강하고요. 눈과 눈썹 사이인 부위가 좀 좁은데요. 주도 면밀하면서 운도 좋습니다.
엘프메이지가 이제 무관의 제왕에서 첫 타이틀을 거머쥘 수도 있는 좀 기회가 될 것도 같은데
엘브메이지 선수가 실제로 매 시즌 잘하지만 이번 시즌 약간 좀 유독 더 잘한다라는 느낌이 있습니다. 제나자드 선수 같은 경우에는 잘하고 있어요. 방송적인 측면에서는 진짜 완전 원탑. 이 사무게이머 선수는 게임을 하는 건지 안 하는 건지 모르겠지만 항상 만나보면 제가 이길 수가 없어요.
실력자죠.
이번에 팀장이 아닌 게 좀 많이 아쉬운 선수입니다.
종찰스의 잃어버린 기억팀은 코리안 지저스로 알려진 최상위 랭커 고명미가 팀장입니다. 고명미는 엘브메이지처럼 방송 경기에서의 운은 잘 따라주지 않아 매년 올해의 유망주로 불렸는데요. 이번엔 잃어버린 운을 다시 찾을 수 있을까요? 바니카일론 코스프레와 공식 방송에도 자주 출연했던 파트 팬케이크, 에픽세븐 크리에이터 중에서는 이제 고인물이나 다름없는 데이티. 최근 월드 아레나 활동이 다소 뜸한 것 같지만 원체 상위권에 있었다 보니 가장 막강한 팀이라 볼 수 있겠네요. CCB에서는 뉴페이스로 등장한 츠즈미야가 팀원입니다.
앞서 오메가 선수가 무관의 제왕이라고 했으면 이 선수는 이제 한국 무대의 무관의 황제죠.
이분은 근본적으로 좀 차분한 에너지를 좀 가지고 있으면서 느낌이나 영감, 직감이 발달돼 있고 근성과 고집스러움도 좀 있는 성향이다 이렇게 볼 수가 있고요. 2024년의 운도 대체적으로 괜찮을 가능성이 높다 이렇게 볼 수 있습니다.
큰 대회만 나왔다 하면 다 떨어지는 거예요. 그래서
워낙에 명예욕이나 승부욕이 강하기 때문에 그런 면에서 약간 스트레스나 부담을 좀 가질 수 있는 부분도 있지 않았나 이런 생각이 좀 듭니다.
사전에 정보를 안 들으신 게 맞죠? 고명미 선수랑 정확히 일치하네요. 박성준 전문가님이 말씀해 주신 것처럼 본인이 하고 싶은 거를 좀 밀어붙이는 성향이 있습니다. 대회에서만큼은 꼭 그렇게 했다가 사고가 좀 발생을 해서
차분하게 가만히 있는 것보다는 조금 움직이셔야 돼요. 나서고 좀 적극적으로 본인을 드러내라. 이게 본인에게 좀 도움이 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
두 번째 선수는 이제 미국 콜로라도주에 거주를 하고 있는 이제 파트 팬케이크 선수인데
보안 전문가다. 뭐 이런 걸로 알려지면서 또 많은 관심을 받긴 했죠.
성적이 굉장히 좋습니다. 굉장히 기대가 되는 선수입니다. AT 선수인데 저번에도 약간 조커픽이라고 하죠. 흔히 말하는 변수를 줘서 승리를 가져가는 모습도 보여줬고 그리고 이 선수 리액션이 맛집입니다. 스즈미야 선수 같은 경우에는 실내나 점수도 굉장히 높은 편이고
사실 가장 베일에 쌓여있는 선수이기 때문에 이 선수가 어떤 활약을 보여주느냐가 가장 큰 또 관계가 있지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 듭니다. 이제 세 번째 팀 만나보도록 하죠. 더 주.
항상 우승 후보로 거론되는 라이트가 팀장인 더 주 팀입니다. E7WC 2023 서버벌 예선에 진출하며 본인을 공개하기도 했는데요. 작년 팀장을 맡아 준우승을 달성한 카나와 한국 치킨집 사장님 카오스가 팀에 합류했습니다. 가장 인상적인 건 네 번째 멤버인 트리스탄 울프. 글로벌 산업장비 CEO이자 락을 사랑하는 그는 매우 강렬한 인상이지만 늑대를 사랑해서 지은 닉네임의 철자를 틀려 울프가 됐다는 사연을 들어보면 허당 같은 모습도 엿보입니다.
이분 같은 경우는 리더십이 굉장히 많은 편이고 리더로서 뭔가 끌고 가려고 하는 힘은 좀 있다. 완벽주의적인 면이 있기 때문에 스트레스가 많고
팀장으로 섭외를 안 하면은 섭외가 안 될 것
그럴
같아요.
가능성도 좀 있어 보이죠.
근데 이 팀은 조금 반칙팀 아닌가라는 생각이 들 정도로 칸나가 여기 있어요?
박성준 전문가님이 진짜 짧게라도 봐주실 수 있으면 하는
볼 수 있는 부분은 입이 굉장히 크죠. 검은 눈동자에서 선을 양쪽으로 내렸을 때 그 선의 바깥쪽에 입이 있는 모습이잖아요. 꿈과 야망이 크고 자기가 성취하려고 하는 목표가 굉장히 강하다는 거예요.
실제로 크리에이터 컨텐츠라고 하면 전부 다 참가를 하고 실제로 열심히 활동을 하거든요. 이번 시즌 카오스 대주교 선수가 본인이 직접 언급하기를 나는 이제 폼이 좀 괜찮다. 그래서 CCB 기대하지 않으면 좋겠습니다.
나는 포켓몬과 전략을 사랑한다. 팀장 에이스 트레이너는 캐나다 토론토에서 청소년 상담사로 일하는 크리에이터입니다. 니값 제대로인 그 역시 E7WC 2023 서버별 예선에 진출한 최상위 랭커입니다. 용기는 한국어, 영어, 스페인어를 모두 구사하는 능력자지만 오히려 다양한 언어 때문에 알고리즘의 선택을 받지 못해 고민이라 CCB에서 본인을 알리기 위해 만반의 준비를 하고 있습니다. 엔지니어로 일하는 와이즈가이는 작년 우승팀 멤버이기도 하고 엄청난 포스를 풍기는 디바이는 아마존 오리비스 캐스터 클래셔도 참가해 캐스팅을 받을 만큼 퍼포먼스가 매우 뛰어난 멤버입니다. 과연 팀장 에이스 트레이너가 그들을 승리의 방향으로 이끌 수 있을까요?
자, 팀장이 이제 에이스 트레이너인데요.
원숭이 이마죠. 이제 3자 이마인데 재주가 많고 여러 가지의 다방면에 관심이 많고 눈이 약간 비대칭의 모습인데 명예적인 욕망이 크게 태어났다 이렇게 볼 수 있는 상이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 대체적으로 운이 좀 들어오는 편으로 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
인게임적으로는 좀 어떻게 보고 계시는지 궁금합니다.
9시즌 전부터는 이 선수랑 상대해서 정말 이길 수 있는 선수들이 몇 없을 정도로 실력이 진짜 갑자기 확 치고 올라왔거든요.
지금 굉장히 좋은 상승세를 보여주고 있는데 어떻게 이번 대회에서 발휘가 될지 상당히 궁금하고요.
YG가이 선수 같은 경우에는 엔지니어입니다. 크리에이터 컨텐츠들을 영웅 분석이나 이쪽으로 좀 많이 올려요. 디바인 선수 같은 경우에는 게임 디자이너예요. 실력도 약간 웃음을 추구하는, 남들이 생각하지 못하는 그런 거 많이 보여주고 있습니다.
카리브해의 과돌루프에 거주하는 팀장 쿠쿠르벳은 학생이자 요리사입니다. 그 역시 E7WC 2023 서버별 예선에 진출하며 본인을 알렸고 2명의 아이가 있음에도 최선을 다해 경기를 준비하고 있습니다. 두 번째 멤버인 검은빛 폭풍은 팀에서 가장 강력한 카드, 일명 폭메탈을 만들어내 글로벌에서도 미스터 퐁이라 불렸습니다. 평소 리세마라를 많이 하는 프랑스 크리에이터 리로라이와 커뮤니티에서 일명 교수라 불리는 프로페서 보이, 프로보이가 드래프트 모드 대결에서 어떤 성적을 내주느냐에 따라 팀의 운명이 깔릴 것으로 보입니다.
팀장은 이제 쿠쿠밭.
실제로 얼굴을 봤을 때도 코코 중대에 살집이 잘 잡혀있기 때문에 이제 돈을 벌 수 있는 힘이 있는 현상이다 이렇게 볼 수가 있고 머리도 굉장히 좀 좋은 편인 것 같고 하지만 운으로 봤을 때는 지금 아직은 본격적인 운이 들어오지는 않은 것 같아요.
결혼을 하고 애가 둘인데 이게 운이 없는 거라고요?
분노를
애가
느끼기
둘인데
쉽고요.
자, 그럼 이제 미스터 퐁 선수를 설명해 주시죠.
완전 인기 선수죠. 흔히 말하는 호감도를 쌓는 발언들을 많이 해요. 내가 제일 잘한다. 뭐 나라는 프리미엄.
눈빛을 봤을 때는 뭔가 욕구 불만이나 불만이 좀 많은 것 같아요. 게임을 하기에는 좀 괜찮은 그런
게임을 하기 좋은 성격이다.
눌려있다는 면에서는 본인하고 좀 비슷한 상이라.
아, 저랑 좀 비슷하다. 괜히 물어봤네요. 네 번째 선수 프로보이 선수인데 이 선수는 21살입니다.
오.
포토샵 에디터 이런 거로 완전 전문적으로 하고 있습니다. 그 PBE나 PBP 그 중심을 잘 잡고 컨텐츠를 진행을 하고 있기 때문에 혹시 외국어가 좀 되신다면 한번 시청해 보시는 것도 나쁘지 않다고 생각합니다.
CCB 뉴페이스지만 괴물 같은 실력과 화끈한 스타일을 자랑하는 모찌조가 진격의 거인 팀의 키를 잡았습니다. 과거 일본의 타토라마 켄과 한일 기사단 교류전도 개최할 정도로 열정이 넘치는 크리에이터입니다. 멤버로는 작년 CCB 준우승과 오르비스 캐스터 클래시에서 캐스팅되어 화제가 된 발키, 무려 E7WC 2022 8강에 진출해 빛나는 테두리를 가진 유일당주, 귀여운 캐릭터로 방송하는 풀타임 직장인 아저씨 피자 추추로 과연 비즈니스맨의 진격을 보여줄 수 있을까요?
모찌조 선수가 팀장이죠.
섬세하고 세심한 에너지를 가지고 있는 것 같고 또는 자기 표현력이 강한 사람이다 이렇게 볼 수 있을 것 같아요. 아직 운이 본격적으로는 들어오지 않았지만 앞으로 운은 들어올 운이 좀 남아있다 이렇게 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 지고는 못 산다 약간 이런
지고는
성향을
못
가지고
산다.
있거든요.
실력적인 측면으로 봤을 때는 잘하고 실제로 레전드 티어도 계속해서 마감을 해주고 있거든요. 팀장으로서 굉장히 적합한 인재가 아닌가. 발키 선수 같은 경우에는 약간 에픽세븐의 등대 같은 포지션이거든요.
발키 선수가 작년에 좀 준우승 차지하면서 올해 좀 더 많은 욕심이 든다라는 얘기를 했었는데
컨텐츠 크리에이터 배틀에서 자기가 18개월 동안이나 만든 그 버추얼 캐릭터를 공개하겠다고 해서 지금 글로벌 쪽에서 많은 기대를 끌고 있습니다. 피자 추추 선수 같은 경우에는 신상 내용만 보면은 46세.
저보다도 한참 형이에요.
실제로 엠페러 티어에서 계속해서 자리를 지키고 있고요. 유일당주 선수가 실력적인 측면에서 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 게다가 이번 시즌 진짜로 약간 기세를 탔거든요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 이 선수가 이제 사진이 없는 게 좀 아쉽네요.
이제 어머님 때문에 좀 이게 굉장히 힘들어졌어요. 사진 쓰고 하기가. 저는 이제 WCG 직관을 왔다가 이제 방송에 나온 모습을 보고 이제 어머니가 너 얼굴 짱 크다. 에이, 나 이런 거 이제 얼굴 안 나가요. 이제 약간 좀.
복숭아를 먹다가 에픽세븐을 시작한 일본의 모모세븐이 이끄는 모모타로 팀입니다. 최근에는 E7WC 해설을 맡기도 했었는데요. E7WC 2022 8강에 폭탄머리로 진출해 강렬한 인상을 남긴 한국 크리에이터 휘뜨, 원피스를 좋아해 닉네임 앞에 D를 붙인 스페인 크리에이터 젠더르, 일본 요코하마에서 자영업을 하며 술과 월드 아레나를 사랑하는 타토라마 켄을 팀원으로 선택했습니다. 팀원 전원이 3,500점이 넘을 정도로 매우 강력하지만 언어가 전부 다르기 때문에 소통이 중요해 보이는 팀입니다.
실제 사진이 없기 때문에 관상을 보기는 어렵지만 만약에 캐릭터를 가지고 관상을 본다면
캐릭터 관상 재밌어요. 캐릭터 관상.
일단 눈과 눈 사이가 멀죠.
멀죠.
남에게 속기 쉽다는 거예요. 눈썹이 없죠. 대인 관계에서 좋은 게 있을 확률이 적다. 그러니까 머리도 안 되는 얼굴이니까 뭔가 총을 들고 있는 모습인 것 같은 안타까움이 좀 묻어 있는 것 같습니다.
아니 사실 이 캐릭터를 만들어 놓고 총을 안 쥐어줬어도 되잖아요. 사회 반영적인 어떤 그 모습들이 반영된 게 아닌가.
불만이 좀 있다.
음기가 가득한 사람.
일본의 광준이다.
흔하지 않은 사주라고 하셨는데 에픽세븐 유저 평균인가요 이게?
극하기 쉬운 성향도 가지고 있고
평행 이론으로 광준이랑 더 떨어지는 게 에픽세븐 월드 챔피언십에서 일본 해설을
맞습니다.
지금의 운보다는 조금 나이가 들어서 더 나아질 것 같습니다.
두 번째 부대장이 너무 센데요.
그렇죠. 이제 저번에
네.
팀장을 맡았었는데
네.
에픽세븐 월드 챔피언십에도 가서 입상을 해가지고 테두리가 있는 선수입니다.
이제 레전드 마감을 위해서 이제 풀기가 게스티나를 루엘에 넣었다는 이게
실제로 이 선수가 이 행동을 하고 나서
네.
그 다음에 엄청 후회를 했어요. 뭐 성공했으면 또 된 거 아니겠습니까? 결과만 좋았으면 된다. 실시간 아레나를 하면서 PB 컨텐츠까지 연구를 하는 스트리머들은 거의 없거든요. 근데 이 젠더 선수는 둘 다 합니다. 타토라마 켄 선수 같은 경우에는 본인만의 독특한 덱을 사용을 해서 점수를 계속해서 올립니다. 일본에서 자영업을 하고 있는데 또 술도 좋아해요. 약간
어쩐지 나랑 결이 맞더라고. 결이 맞아. 참 그렇게 많은 분들이 또 사랑받을 수 있는 크리에이터로 성장할 수 있기를 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
작년 CCB에서 카르투아와 암살자 카르투아를 모두 꺼내 경기를 승리한 러블리 랭가르. 우승마저 달성한 그는 이번에도 터틀 플레이어의 팀장을 맡았습니다. 느리지만 강력한 힘을 보여주겠다는 멤버들의 투지가 엿보이는데요. 코스어 덴카를 좋아한다는 큐트 데스카는 월드 아레나만 1만 경기 이상 플레이했고 작년 준우승 팀이자 한국 크리에이터인 이하약과 얼마 전 에픽세븐에 복귀한 배신킹 배민기는 CCB와 같은 이벤트 모델을 간절히 기다렸던 만큼 경기력을 기대할 수 있는 팀입니다.
명예욕도 강하고 어떤 직관력도 굉장히 발달한 사람이라고 볼 수 있고 어느 정도는 성과를 낼 가능성이 높다 이렇게 볼 수 있습니다.
큐트 데스카 선수 같은 경우에는 효과 저항을 엄청나게 챙긴 캐릭터들만 사용을 하면서 성적이 좋아요. 이제 배민기 선수 같은 경우에는 한국에 거주하는 크리에이터고 복귀 유저입니다.
선발전 마감 당일에 자느라 못 나왔다라는 얘기가 있는데 이거 좀 근거 있는 얘기인데.
근데 선발전 마지막 날에 많은 선수들이 좀 스포트를 내고 달리지 않습니까?
네.
그때 이 선수는 잤어요. 아쉽게 참가를 하지 못했습니다.
한을 이번 대회를 통해서 꼭 풀 수 있기를 바라겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 8팀의 선수들을 한 번씩 살펴봤는데 운이 많이 좋을 것 같다라고 좀 함축할 수 있는 팀이 있을까요?
팀장을 기준으로 한 거기 때문에 전 한계는 가지고 있지만 1, 2, 4, 8팀이 운이 좀 괜찮아 보입니다.
1, 2, 4, 8팀.
팀장의 기운이 어느 정도 괜찮은 팀을 뽑았습니다.
한 팀만 뽑아봐라 한다면.
네, 네 번째 팀이 조금 더 가능성이 있어 보입니다.
게임 실력으로만 보면은 저는 이제 윈페스트 1팀, 허슬린 바게트의 5팀, 어태곤 타이탄의 6팀, 그리고 모모타로 7팀.
유일하게 겹치는 건 오메가 알브메이지?
운도 운이지만 팀원을 이번에 드래프트를 굉장히 잘했다라고 좀 표현을 할 수 있겠네요.
오메가 선수가 이번 대회를 통해서 처음으로 이제 우승을 차지할 수 있을지 지켜볼 것 같습니다. 재미로 즐기고자 말씀을 드리는 거니까요. 흥미 위주로 가벼운 마음으로 여러분 함께 즐겨주시길 바라겠습니다.
박성준 전문가님, 그 혹시 결혼 이런 것도 알 수 있나요?
미혼입니다.
2년 후부터 들어옵니다.
2년 후요?
일단 42이 좀 지나야 돼요.
42이요?
대진을 뽑아볼 순서입니다. 자, 오늘 이 자리에서 직접 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 8강 1경기에 나서는 두 팀을 먼저 뽑아보겠습니다. 포지티브 차지. 에이스 트레이너의 상대를 뽑아보겠습니다. 더주.
에이스 트레이너 선수와 라이트 선수의 매치업이 또 성사가 됐네요.
그렇네요. 두 번째 매치업. 우리 박수홍 전문가님이 8강의 2경기의 대진입니다. 윈패스! 유일하게 동시 선택을 받은 팀이 바로 이 팀이죠. 윈패스의 상대는 누가 될 것인지. 모모타로! 자, 모모타로가 오메가를 상대하게 됐습니다. 자, 이제 8강 세 번째 매치업. 우리 황준 해설이.
자, 일단 8강 세 번째 경기.
터틀 플레이어!
터틀 플레이어 팀. 그 다음 터틀 플레이어 팀을 상대할 팀은
자, 이게 중요하죠.
그렇죠. 이게 굉장히 중요합니다 지금.
자, 과연?
자, 어태곤 타이탄 팀입니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 8강 3경기까지가 완성이 됐고 나머지 공들을 오픈하도록 하겠습니다. 허슬리 바게트. 자, 예측을 하고 계시죠? 로스트 메모리 오브 클로저 찰스.
잘 나갈 것 같다라고 생각한 1팀하고 7팀이 서로 맞붙었기 때문에
네.
진짜 재밌는 매치업들밖에 없지 않나. 잘 뽑은 것 같습니다.
오. 근데 이런 식이 되면 박순희 전문가님도 뭔가 하실 말씀이 좀 있으실 것 같은데요. 이렇게 되면.
제가 말씀드린 1, 2, 4, 8이 7, 5, 3, 6팀과 붙게 되어 있거든요.
오, 그러네요. 운이 좋을 것 같은 팀장의 팀들이 다 각자 흩어졌기 때문에 이번 대회는 8강부터 꿀잼 경기가 이어질 것이다 라는 예측을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 1월 20일 낮에 첫 방송이 시작이 됩니다. 많은 기대와 관심을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
게다가 이제 여기 참가하는 크리에이터들의 이제 플랫폼 링크도 이 영상 설명란에서 확인할 수 있으니까요.
네.
꼭 한번 방문해 주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
오늘 또 그래도 함께 하신 소감 어떠신지. 네.
너무 재밌었고요. 그리고 개진 결과가 너무 궁금한데
저희 유튜브 채널에 또 구독을 해주셔도 또 확인하실 수가 있겠습니다. 많은 선수들을 함께 이 자리에서 만나볼 수 있어서 더 유익한 시간이었던 것 같아요. 더 신선하고 더 즐거운 컨텐츠로 찾아뵐 것을 약속드리면서 이만 물러가겠습니다. 함께 해주신 여러분 대단히 고맙습니다.
speak here on Kenny. I said it. What the? It is over.
Show me one more. The 1-2.
조비상 그때 할 때 마무리가 안 되고 나니까 이게 어떻게 만들지만 있고.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to day number 2 of EpicSeven Content Creator Battle 2024. It's me, G Clef. I'm on my right today. We have Jenna Zad and Divine. How are you guys doing? Let's go, starting with Jenna Zad. Welcome back, and great match yesterday.
Hey, what's up? Thanks everyone for being here, and I would say I let my team down a little bit yesterday, but I'm glad the rest of my team was so good they just hard carried me.
Still, your team moved on, so that's all that matters at the end. And Divine, welcome. Finally, you can join. Glad to have you on the side. How are you feeling today?
Feeling absolutely electric. I know the exact energy that was in me yesterday is in all our competitors today, and I know they're going to carry forward and show us some amazing matches.
All right, yes, we're going to continue with 4 more teams that did not participate yesterday. We'll be seeing the other half of the quarterfinals, the 4 other teams. That is exactly the teams on the screen. The Zoo went fast yesterday, moving up to semifinals already, and we are at the bottom of the screen. Turtle Player versus Attack on Titan, and the second match should be Hurstling Baguette versus Lost Memory of Closer Charles. Let's just call them Closer Charles or Lost Memory.
Yeah, for short.
Yeah, for short. Let's see who moves on to the semifinals by the end of today. The format, it's going to be very same. Draft, round, and then back into the draft. And then while we have the result of yesterday, and we have Valky also playing today, who was a commentator from yesterday. What do you think is going to happen, or do you think it's going to be about the similar story from yesterday? Because you also had, I guess, plus 24 hours on top of the really recent balance patch. Did you have any change in your mind about the new heroes? Like, I see a lot more players actually using Specimen Says right now.
Yeah, I think that it actually changed some stuff. I think we're going to see some Hua Young. I think we're going to see some Specimen Says. We might see some ML Sharoon because she helps against characters like Death Dealer Ray that are picked constantly. So I think that the new characters that are introduced kind of into RTA does shake stuff up a little bit. And people are still kind of trying to find out where they really place in the meta.
And Divine, any thoughts?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people, trying to craft some specialty tech already in this tournament. I've seen Discords alight with people, making some moves, and that additional time with the new patch is going to be very helpful for people showing everything 110% in today's matches.
That's right, because yesterday it was only about slightly less than 2 days, or about 2 days. Now we're heading into about day number 3 after that huge patch, with a lot of new characters recently joining EpicSeven. So exciting times right now, and let's see who's going to be using what kind of stuff. And before we go in, we already have the password.
E7 subscribe.
E7 subscribe, which means that you know exactly what to do. We do have, if you have never checked out, we do have YouTube. And we have all the new content, new heroes introductions, some cool content like Orbis Overdrive, of course, also Content Creator Battle, which you're seeing right now on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that subscribe, and you can check out all the cool stuff that's coming out at almost every week.
Yeah, check it out for me, guys.
Are we going to get 1 gold today as well? I'm pretty hyped.
I think we might upgrade to 2 gold. We might actually upgrade the 2.
Maybe.
The economy's up. The economy's looking up.
I know the economy.
Good.
Economy's well, we can't really do too much with 1 gold, but it's gonna be better. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot better compared to yesterday. Should be all good. But if there are any problems, we're also reading chat, so make sure to send your feedback, because production and everyone, we're actually reading chat all the time at the same time. So making sure that's also going on at the same time. So we do have the overview ready. If you don't know what the tournament is all about, here's what the Content Creator Battle is all about.
大家好，我是可爱雷格尔。
大家好，我是亚弗罗玩家 QS 卡。
안녕하세요. 유튜브와 트위치에서 방송하는 이하ಯಕ್입니다.
안녕하세요. 트위치에서 방송하고 있는 배민기입니다. 在这次选择组员时，第一轮我提名了同样来自 Twitch 中文的 QDesca， 而在第2轮的末尾呢，我同时要选择2名玩家，所以选择了相同伺服器的 Ayak 和北敏，他们是剩余待选组员中分数最高的玩家。
通常第一轮选择都会先选传说玩家，而我没有任何一季是传说的，所以选择了我，让我感觉压力很大。
팀장 러블리 랭가는 믿음이 가고 큐트데스카 선수도 상당한 능력자라고 알고 있습니다.
亚克选手他在上一季有拿到王者的段位，选角也相当特别，我很想知道他的选角的思维是怎么想。
我对于同队的队员还挺满意的，而 Ayak 和北敏都主要进行禁用暗飞剑的阵地思路，这个思路呢也是我目前比较喜欢使用的思路。我觉得这一点上来说，我们非常的有缘分。
카오스 대주교 그리고 유일당주님과 함께 싸울 수 있게 되어 만족스럽습니다. 제가 사실 아쉽게도 제 팀의 다른 분들은 진짜 한 명도 모르기 때문에 아 몰라 강하고 잘하겠지.
如果在回合模式里面，我会让大家看到
이번에 드래프트 모드로 플레이하게 되었는데 지켜봐주세요. 연습 준내 했으니까 다 죽여버리겠습니다.
물론 제가 있는 팀이 제일 강력해 보이기는 합니다.
我觉得最难对付的队伍是 Evermage，
是 Omega 的队伍啊，因为他本人的 RTA 真的超级强大，感觉应该是最难应对的队伍哎。
모든 팀들이 만만하다.
Azizo 的队伍，因为相比于其他的队伍，这几个队伍的玩家我都有打过，而且我的胜率也都还不错。
커코업의 팀장 쪽이 제일 약해 보이기는 합니다. 무관의 악마가 있기 때문에 아마 그러지 않을까요?
KG 的队伍吧，强大的那种，可是我总觉得他是一个运气特别不好的玩家哎。从这一点上来说，
시청자 여러분, 클래스 차이를 확실하게 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 라고 하는 것보다는 열심히 하겠습니다.
我会让大家看到第七史诗的可能性在哪里，而且我们会赢。
然后最后我要说的是，不管是保底抵抗还是夹攻，请一定要帮帮我。
한국의 매운맛 은고추 배민개 간다.
안녕하세요. 실내나 위주 방송을 하고 있는 보티저입니다.
My name is Valky and I am an RTA streamer and YouTuber.
안녕하세요. 유일당주입니다. 하지만 곧 한국 트위치가 폐쇄돼서 슬프고 고민이 많습니다.
Hello, my name is Pizza Chew or Chew for short.
발키 선수와는 저번에 실내나 길드 교류전도 같이 해서 올라운더 플레이어로서 손색이 없어서 고르게 되었습니다. 울먹당주 선수는 실내나를 잘 아는 선수가 드래프트 모드에 나오는 것이 유리하기 때문에 최선 선택이었습니다. 피자 추추 선수 또한 실내나를 잘 알고 열심히 하려고 노력하는 선수입니다. 굉장히 하이텐션으로 팀원들의 사기를 정지시키는데 큰 역할을 하지 않을까 해서 선택하게 되었습니다.
You know, I thought Mosi was starting a VTuber company because he picked all 3 VTubers.
I'm actually really excited. It's a really good team and everyone's really strong. So hopefully I won't be too much of a hindrance and I can support.
같은 팀원 중에 피자 추추가 있어서 정말 좋습니다. 최근엔 한국 시간으로 오전 10시 정도에 방송을 지속적으로 시청하고 있습니다.
팀원은 정말 100% 만족합니다. 거의 제가 예상한 100%의 멤버라고 할 수 있습니다.
I'm decently confident and I'm just hoping to pull out some real fun drafts.
드래프트 모드로 플레이하게 되었는데 연습하다가 전략보다는 운의 요소가 더 큰 것 같아서 감이 떨어질 것 같아서 잠시 연습을 멈춘 상태입니다. 팀원들이 나중에 도와준다고 했으니까 다시 시간 내서 연습을 해보려고 합니다.
I think Team 7 is easily the strongest.
모모7 팀이 가장 강력하지 않을까 생각합니다. 젠더 선수가 있거든요. 이 선수는 너무 과소평가됐다고 생각합니다. 발키 선수와 이 선수 사이에 굉장히 고민을 많이 했는데 모모7 팀에 합류함으로써 이 팀이 굉장히 세지지 않았나 생각합니다.
제가 저번 시즌에 순진하게 그냥 얘기를 했는데 아무도 만만한 팀은 얘기를 하지 않더라고요. 픽권을 행사하도록 하겠습니다.
러블리 랭가 팀 고르겠습니다. 출나게 톡톡 튀는 괴성이 없어서
이번에는 한석 최대한 많이 따도록 하겠습니다.
최선을 다해서 우승하도록 하겠습니다. The die is cast.
Go Team VTubers! I mean, Attack on Titan, that's what we are, yup.
Please.
And we are back, and the team going first will be Turtle Player. And this is going to be exciting. Lovely Rengar, Kyuteska, Ayak, and B-Min. These 4 players, T1, 2, 3, 4, going up against Attack on Titan will be the first match. Any information or any specific players that you want to point out?
Well, I do want to talk about Lovely Rengar for a second. I seem to remember during the last content creator tournament, he did some pretty wild stuff. I think he picks like all of the furry characters, like Cartusia and like Assassin Cartusia and stuff like that, and he tries to mix that into his matches, and he does it at a high level, which is pretty crazy.
He played Lied Away last year through a fever as well, so strong-willed on that front, from what I can hear. You know, takes a lot to get through something like that.
Yeah, there were lots of interesting moments from Lovely Rengar. What about Kuteska, Ayak, B, Min? Anything others? Oh, we're moving into the next team. Attack on Titan.
Okay.
Their leader. What's his Valky CL and Pizza Choo Choo? Anything about this team?
Well, you know, I could go on and on about Valky. You know, he's my partner. I've casted with him. I played with him a lot.
He looks a little different compared to yesterday, but yeah, that's a real Valky, guys.
Yeah. I'd like to actually call attention to Pizza Choo Choo there. I have a lot of respect for them. You know, 40-year-old salaryman, from my notes here, say actually responsible for 30% of Australia's exports, owns a very large mining operation over there. Really happy to see somebody that kind of profitability, that kind of execution and detail probably leads to a well-funded account and a well-funded playstyle mentality as well. I got to say, 100%. On top of all that, excited to see what comes out of them.
They're probably the oldest player in the entire tournament too. At,
far and above.
46
years old. You know, age doesn't slow you down. Nothing should at that point. You're really just getting started on like the second go at your life, right? And that's that kind of energy that makes a winner.
How far are we going here?
As far as we need to.
As far as we need to. All right. That's a pretty good team. Of course, T3, T4. Again, just like yesterday, we'll be playing draft mode, starting with draft, going back to round mode with T2, T1 players, and then back to the draft. Even if it's 3-0, we still do go into set number 4, regardless of the score. So that's going to be the drill. As we have seen, I guess, somewhat of an upset in the draft in the yesterday's matches. So that might just happen again.
Well, I think yesterday actually had some really close matches overall. It was really good. The games were a lot closer than I think some people may have expected, and yeah, it actually went way further. There were no sweeps or anything like that,
no
so
3-0.
You couldn't really predict who was actually going to win.
Yeah, I was absolutely enthralled when my captain, you know, brought it all the way back, and I tried to follow up on his energy as much as I could. And that's a big part of these team events, right? You're not just fighting on your own. Even if you're down and out, if you can pass the torch to an ally and they can keep that flame going, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, so
give them your energy.
Yeah, so as we prepare for our first draft, I do want to ask you guys, because yesterday, like, we have a lot more chances, like we have a lot more evasion, like Specimen. I keep on saying Specimen says, but there are lots of evasion characters, as we all know. But would you rather play some safer draft, relying on your skills and draft? Oh, by the way, team prediction here, off by 60%, 58%, 58 here, 42 attack.
Fairly close overall.
Whoa,
I would say.
Kind of surprised, actually. I thought it would be very even, half and half.
Well, you know, some people have, like, I guess, like a big fan base really rooting for them, always trying to push forward. This happens like every single time there's any sort of voting thing, right? But the vote doesn't really matter. We've seen lots of upsets in the past, like World Cup, etc. These votes never really seem to influence anything.
Yeah, I was actually even going to say I was favoring Attack on Titan for this fight, but we'll see if everyone in chat.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be the same case or not. It was for 58 for a second. But going back to my question, would you rather take more risk or have like a safer draft in your drafting picks or round picks?
Well, I think that a lot of players are going to be taking characters like Emo Lilius and Emo Landy a lot. I think that with this small meta shift that's been happening, I think there's going to be less Euthenes, especially because of Elvira. So people are going to be taking these characters that are just really strong and secure, and probably some evasion weaved in.
Oh, yes. Before... Yes?
I was going to say, in terms of my mentality, I think it matters when it happens in the set. I think you always anchor yourself with more standard, more bruiser, more safer options at the beginning. But when you either on a desperate play, you want to throw a wrench into your opponent's plans, or, you know, when there are more bans on the board and something like a Specimen says, or a more dangerous unit becomes more viable, that's definitely the opportune time to pull out something like that.
And we do have the two players getting ready for the draft mode. Set 1 is Ayak here from Turtle Player and Dangju CL will Attack on Titan on the right. Anything noticeable from most pick bans tier 1 rate matches?
Well, Right side looks like they're going pretty aggressive. A lot of Lua, Emo, Lilia's, Death Dealer Ray. Just insanely strong units picked all the time. Well, left side is, I guess, a much more standard player, and I guess with Lionheart, they're fighting a lot of Emo, Lilias and a lot of Yuffie's.
Yeah, we're neck and neck on the win rate as well. Although the amount of matches played are cast a wide net, but as we've seen previously, especially in something like this mode that we're going to be going into with draft mode, that may not make up the difference at all.
Yeah, it may not matter as we do go into our first draft mode game between Ayak from Turtle Player versus CL Attack on Titan.
I gotta say, oh, sorry, you go?
I was gonna say, you see something interesting, Jenna? Let me know.
Oh yeah, Ajax got an insane starting draft. Savior, Aiden, Abyssal, Euphane. We've seen them picked every single time in draft mode. They're so strong every single time too. Definitely two of the most sought after picks.
Yeah, she made a very clean-cut cleave through the Abyssal Euphane, who is going to be picked up with Angel of Light Angelica, a constant annoyance, somebody who's going to take at least advantage out of those constant AoEs coming out from Abyssal Euphane.
On top, we have Veronica Flan, Sage Bao. On the other side for Ayak. Ayak is in blue. So on the bottom, CL on top. Those are going to be the choices for the players.
Oh, man.
Well, it looks good
Divine,
to you,
what
Jenna.
What do you think about this? Oh, I was just going to say that, like, Divine probably knows exactly what this guy wants to go for, right?
Yeah, we're definitely going into... Yep. All right,
Yep.
so push the small child all the way back. We're not dealing with any of this today.
Oh, what do you think about this one, though?
I think this is interesting. Well, I was going to say, I was excited to see some Assassin Cartusia later, obviously, as we mentioned up with Rengar being a big fan, but might not be the worst pick here. I know some people have been favoring evasion in draft mode a little bit, and we actually do get it just through the Kayron, and my personal favorite, the Troublemaker Crozet picked up on left, giving some solid foundation to whatever, other big DPS we could get on left side.
I definitely have to say, Crying Leader's picks look a little more unlucky than left sides here, than Ajax, because just some of these characters, it just seems so much harder to use them, especially into something like Zio, who just instantly disables one person, is a huge problem, and you also have to be able to fight this Euphane. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, finding answers to Euphane in draft mode is not the easiest solution you're ever going to be placed in your hands, and it kind of leaves you in a scenario where you have to think, do I ban it? And if so, what pieces am I going to put on the board to stop that? And I think a Dark Crozet here also makes that a little bit more difficult.
Ooh, Corvus.
One of the hardest things in this game mode is you always have to balance getting DPS and tanks and supports, right? But sometimes you just don't have any good picks and you're like, okay, I need a good DPS in this pick, and then they're all bad. And you just have to pick something that's so unoptimal and weak.
Oh, first time Green Lilius in draft at least. And Alencia picked up from Crying Leader.
Double green on the bottom. You can see the left side's already quickly made their ban. And as I think you were hinting at earlier, Genizad, right, struggling a little bit, thinking a lot harder about which one of these factors has to go for there to be any road towards victory.
Yeah, we're going to see the Zio taken out. That character is just too dangerous in draft mode, instantly disabling one of your teammates. Just so hard to deal with when you can't actually draft exactly what you want.
And no Angel of Angelica. Here we go. Our first game, starting with Laspis Karin.
I will take you to new heights.
So she actually is the fastest, even faster than Flan, which is probably kind of bad because you probably wanted Flan to try and defense break somebody first.
Defense break, push people back, push somebody up. I mean, maybe she gets an attack here and gets pushed back up into an opportunity to finish the fight, but that only pushed Troublemaker Crozet up to the front.
Yeah, there just wasn't a good target for him to hit, really, and with Crozet there, it's even harder to kill Lilius. It's going to be really difficult.
Yeah,
specifically mitigating... No, go ahead.
Yeah, Lilius does have the damage limit built onto her.
Yeah, and then with the Crozet in front, just so much mitigation. I think it takes 4 hits to kill when Crozet's in front, protecting her.
And she's going to be healing up pretty hard with her S1, and might not even need it here. Ooh, that's going on to the Alencia. Interesting to see if it makes the kill.
I think she's gone, right?
She's absolutely gone! For a second there, I thought she survived. No, Granny. Yeah, Granny's story is over.
Yeah, she is gone. What artifact is this Green Lilius on? Is she on her own artifact?
I
possibly, because Wind Rider is generally considered the most popular, I would say.
We've got defense breaks across the board, except obviously for the
Here I come. I can do
It's
it.
looking a little rough for Crying Leader over here, and the attack down does land on that last piece Karin, which is a little rough, and she's just gone anyway.
Oh, yeah, she's just gone instantly.
Now you're really looking for...
No, go ahead.
Now, Crying Leader really looking for Kayron to basically 1v4 here.
He's gonna need a miracle at this point. I mean, Kayron can really pop off, but
the damage?
Oh, so much damage, actually.
Oh, still not enough, but 32k Dark Corvus.
He kind of needs his Flan to die as fast as possible so that they're forced to attack Kayron over and over and over and over.
Bite.
You asked for it, and indeed, he's the only one left standing. He's gonna have to make the comeback for the team.
Here's
One
a counter
counterattack already.
Okay, here's a start.
Dark Corvus down.
Yeah, he's gone already.
That's a good sign for now.
The duel's so bad
Oh,
for us.
double.
Wait a second. He's actually coming back in a big way.
Crying Leader.
Full bar on the Euphine. Another
counter.
follow-up. That's bad. Exactly what we don't want. Pushing ourselves
Slash
up as
through,
well.
Holy Sacrifice out already.
activating.
Crying Leader actually
on.
completely coming back in this
Hold
game.
on.
So
Oh boy.
Hate the darkness.
There is no worst way for that to go. Troublemaker Crozet with an amazing stun.
Oh boy, that
my
stun
God.
to
That was
finish.
First, it looked like Ayak was just completely obliterating Crying Leader. And then the Kayron almost just instantly soloed his whole team, but then lost in the end. Oh.
It was the comeback of the century in the making, and then one bonk, and that was it. Oh,
Yeah, I thought he was safe. I thought he had it. I was like, oh my God, there's no way for his opponent to come back. And then, well.
Oh, sometimes that's EpicSeven. Yes, Divine?
I was gonna say that was the one thing I was worried about. It's just like if the stun comes out, that's all she wrote. And indeed, that's how it went.
Yeah, that was close. With lots of void slashes from Kayron, but still was not enough after losing. Yeah, I think you pointed out a really good part that Flan was actually going after Karin. If it had been the other way, I think there could have been some differences made from Crying Leader.
Yeah, possibly just gotten a lot more damage earlier on, maybe. The Karin really just didn't do anything. Honestly, nobody did anything except for Kayron. He was the MVP.
Well, that's how it goes in draft mode a lot of times, right? You're trying to find a win condition as you move through your picks, and if you're not flexible, if you're not willing to change, it's going to be hard for you to make them, right? Sometimes you have one path to victory, sometimes you have two, and sometimes all you have is hope and Kayron pulling it back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Crying Leader's draft was really rough, too. I think a lot of the picks that they had available just were not very good into their opponent whatsoever, so... I mean, they almost actually brought it all back with just one character, but not quite enough. They needed like one more character to help them out.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you need to find damage. Sometimes you need to find the knights or the warrior at the end. But if they don't come out, you just can't really complete what you want. So maybe like in the future we'll get like some type of a reroll system. I think that'll be like a really good system to be added in draft.
Yeah, like a mulligan. Yeah, like a mulligan in your hand, especially at opportune moments where you just need to reassess your strategy. That would definitely be beneficial.
Yep. And also because of the set setting, maybe there might be a few different settings on each hero that you can have sometimes more crit or more effectiveness, more defense, more health, more attack, depending on the hero. If you can choose the set, and also maybe the artifact, maybe you can have like 2-3 choices of artifact. Then I think the draft mode might be just like a lot more interesting if that happens later on.
Yeah,
like a DDR that focuses more on effect resistance over speed or speed over effectiveness, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think having variations would be really good, and it makes it so that it's way more different. Like when someone picks a character, you don't know which version of it is, which I think just makes the mode way better for everybody. I hope they add something like that in the future.
Yeah. Then the drafting, of course, might just take a little longer, but you have a lot more options. Right now, for the drafting players who plays a lot, they already like know all the specs of all the heroes, like who goes first, who goes next, who goes next. So maybe some more detailed more variations of those systems could be beneficial going into the future, but it seems like we are indeed ready for the second game, and maybe Captain Landy, certainly a good pick to start up.
I've heard they're pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard it's a decent unit as well. I've actually been following. I haven't actually seen her in any of my games. Somehow she just ends up getting pre-banned in all of them. But I've heard she does some stuff.
That's weird.
Yeah, weird coincidence there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, same for all of us.
Yeah. Now, I've actually got to say something here. I was never a big fan of Bihu before I started playing a lot of draft mode for this tournament.
Oh, yes,
I like him
fine.
now. And
Like
no, I was saying I like Bihu a lot more after playing him in draft mode a lot. And now we see the specimen says another rising star. You want to say something about that, G-Clef?
Oh, yes. And with the rework, he's already in there in the draft mode. And also Champion Zerato, who's never been picked up. Oh, instead we go into Dien, of course, going into more of a safer pick on top of that Landy.
No spaz. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad. Feels bad, but still, Crying Leader, he needs a win. So maybe looking for that safer option.
So the big thing here, though, is Bihu kind of completely wrecks this Lilius and actually the Fall of Cecilia.
Oh,
Honestly,
that's
the
right.
Bihu pick is really strong.
The burn damage.
Yeah, also just being able to put unbuffable on you and strip your buffs, like, kind of wrecks the entire left side team, and they really have to be worried about that. And none of the picks available here seem to really help against Bihu at all.
Yeah, I believe he'll also be taking the turn before Angelica.
Yeah, probably. I don't think it's a super fast Angelica. And
Yeah,
Bihu probably has some speed on him. But what do you pick here? This is a bit of an awkward draft for both, honestly.
I could see why they take at least one of them's take all the way to the 5-second count clock. This is one of those moments, right, where you
Abigail.
The best ML Ken comes out with Abigail.
Oh. Yep, there we are. Okay. And this next one, though, ooh. So the thing is, left side really needs another DPS. Are they actually gonna go someone like Twisted Idol on Kayron? Is that the only way?
I was saying it before, but he is a win condition, and he's the win condition that's picked up alongside Lilius.
Twisted Kayron picked for the
They
anchor.
needed another DPS. They had no choice, and I think they have to ban the Bihu. But what do you think Crying Leader's gonna ban? Oh, gonna ban the Lilius. He's saying, I could take on Kayron, no big deal. Is Kayron going to switch sides and help out Ayak this time?
Who knows? And how good of a Kayron is this? I know the stats are on all these heroes are really good.
Well, you see, here's the problem, G-Clef, is even the best MO Kayron in the world is pretty bad.
Dropping the fact. Jenna, yes. We'll see how it goes. Though he did go through a big change a while ago.
We'll have to see in a couple minutes if that changes enough. We're starting off with DN giving a lot of buffs to our team. If the crit hit of resistance wasn't enough from the Landy, you're going to deal with a lot more coming from her. And maybe those get stripped in quick fashion now that Angel of Light Angelica is up to base.
Yeah, they're probably gonna strip them, but they're thinking about it. Or maybe they're thinking about their next turn. Sometimes you take a lot of time on one turn that seems obvious because you're thinking about the next turn, like, what am I gonna do after? And they do get rid of all those.
Might also be possibly thinking about that interaction coming out of the Red Lilius. Attempting to provoke, not landing it.
Also, Abigail now has defense break on her EE, assuming that's the one she has in draft mode.
Although in draft mode, Abigail does not have EE yet. It's not updated.
She doesn't have it yet?
No, she does not.
But that we're still dropping it into the ML Ken. He's going to come back with a quick counterattack.
Trying to put that injury down so that he dies in like one hit, essentially, I think is the play.
Because the whole thing is that you don't have to wait to cash out with Kayron anymore. So we might want to get to a period where we're close enough where we could say, screw it, kill them all.
Yeah, with the salvo, skill nulls, all gone. But a secondary set of skill nulls.
About to say, yeah, that's the thing, right? Skill nulls for days on left side.
Hey, Kayron's stacking a little bit, one by one. Just letting you know, Jenna. Just letting you know.
Every turn, he gets a little bit. Hey, I'm not saying he's not going to do well here. I'm just saying, in general, he's a bit of a letdown.
I'm just gonna sit back and watch a little more as we go into a longer game.
Hey, I think he might pop off. We saw the regular K-Rod almost pop up in the last match, and this one, I mean, it's kind of a slow match. Seems like he has some potential.
All right, we'll
Slow
see.
match.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
it's going to feel like a slow match until that boat comes through. A little bit more fighting spirit so we can see it sooner.
Oh, no extra
Yeah, she
solver.
does.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes, Jenna?
unbuffable about to go away, so this Angel of Light, she's not going to have her S3 in time to stop this Navy Captain Landy. They have to just go in for the silences, I think, with S1.
Getting a cleanse with the barrier here. Looks like right side is indomitably stable in my eyes. Another attack pushing us up.
Yeah, the best possible duel right there. This Landy is dangerously close to her skill 3. Look at that turn bar. She's just poking a little bit above that Fallen Cecilia. Full stack.
So does that
We
mean
get the wrong person, she gets triggered.
Oh,
Nope, we get a
counterattack?
counterattack from Ken instead.
Well, so here's what the really interesting thing is, though. Even though the entire team is probably about to be blown up by a giant boat, well, possibly not. Even if they do, this K-Ron, he's at the top of the turn bar, and Abigail's gonna proc, giving it like immortality, so he's unkillable actually. He's gonna be leeching so much life. Oh, and here's the first one.
Okay, some more damage going through. There's Abigail.
Another counterattack. Where does this leave us? At about half, but we do resist the provoke.
So the problem right here seems to be Abigail's probably going to be dying before this K-Ron. So it's kind of just up to K-Ron, but look at his bar. He also is a fighting spirit user, and he is just about fully stacked.
Fully stacked with a hand that is going, that might be taking us this game all the way back. So we get more of those crit hit resistant buffs,
But before that,
doesn't mean much in the face of true damage.
Yep, here is Navy Captain Landy. I see full red bar. Oh.
She is silenced though, not able to do it. K-Ron pushes up huge right there because he finally got his bar filled, but is his skill 3 really going to be able to take out this whole team?
It's fixed damage, but is it enough? That's the real
We
question.
just jumped ahead. Get one more turn with the DN here first.
Okay, here's the counter attack to begin.
This is actually really good for him to get some free damage, but it only lands 1 crit.
Some extra damage, and let's see what the best Twisted K-Ron in the world can do.
It is an insane health bar.
Oh!
He actually opts to save it.
He's saving it. He thinks that he can.
Oh, he's gone though. Look how much damage he's taking.
Oh!
Oh no. I think their thought process is they were thinking, okay, I don't want to skill 3 and get countered by everybody and instantly die. Because they knew that the skill 3 wasn't going to kill their opponent's entire team. It was kind of impossible. So they wanted to wrap around, but now they just die to this.
I like the idea, but yeah, we just get hit by a whole boat. And like, you can have a lot of plans, but when you get hit by a boat, I think that tends to dramatically stall out those ideas you had.
He takes turns so slowly, they were trying to just make it so that so many attacks had to go into him, he would constantly counterattack, soften up the team into the skill 3, but it just was not in the cards.
But what about the tornado, though? I think it was a misclick, but it was, if it was not going to use it, he was going to die regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much damage Navy Captain Landy did right there, right? It was 10,000 damage approximately. So he has 17,000 health. He almost could have survived if he was just, you know, topped off. Then he would have been able to counterattack and heal some back too. Almost had a chance, I think.
Yeah. Let's play the animation. If you don't play the animation, maybe you don't have that much chance of a winning here. As it is 1-1 tight now between Ayak and Crying Leader going into our third and final of set number 1.
A lot of staple picks here, right? We already saw the Angel of Light picked up before, but Conqueror Lilius is always an appealing option, at least in my book.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a really fast opener, so that definitely has a lot of value here, and I think we might see either Knockwall Angel of Light coming out by Crying Leader here, because just insane to get deep. Oh, goes to the Angel of Light.
For the Payra.
Yeah.
She puts down a lot of debuffs, and I know someone on red side who's very interested to see debuffs land on their team.
Yeah, I think we might see an Ambitious Tywin getting taken. Ambitious Tywin plus Angel of Light. That's 2 debuffs that get taken out, which means Payra's S2 does literally nothing.
Now, on the flip side, Jenna, let me ask you this. What do you think is the best out of blue side's options right there?
Oh man, Ravi, I think. like if right side was going for cleavy kind of stuff, maybe you would go Armin, but I think Ravi might actually be the best pick here.
I was forced into we talked about it already, but I was forced into a very similar spot where I'm like, I need a DPS, and I guess it's never Ravi, but I guess right now it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it did seem like Ayak needed more damage. Oh, yes, Jenna?
Oh, I was just gonna say, you could actually maybe Assassin Sid. I'm pretty sure he's faster than Payra, but I might be wrong.
No, I think Sid is 302 and Payra's like 305.
Oh,
really fast.
Although, you know, yeah, she's really fast. But once again, speed RNG could lead to a lot of wacky things happening, especially with that much speed.
And we're going to
fourth look at this
selections.
It's such a perfect cleave combo to either get Astromance or Elna or Ida with Payra, but that means your last pick also has to be an opener. And can you really count on that at this stage in the game? This is looking a little risky.
And looking for the final pick. Oh, does have a faster opener on for CL.
Oh,
I believe Ron is one of the fastest.
I'm gonna be honest, both of these drafts kind of look like trash, but like they have not gotten very lucky with their
but
picks.
recyclable.
They're
okay?
beautiful trash. Okay, they made the best of what they got.
No, they have made the best of what they got. It's just really unfortunate. They both seem to be just like, I think both of them, every pick is like, God, what do I take right here? Like what if my opponent gets something good and then they see the opponent also got something bad and they breathe a sigh of relief.
Mm-hmm.
They breathe a sigh of relief, or maybe they just feel a little bit of camaraderie in that moment, right? Like, oh, you too, huh? Screwed over?
Yeah, but still have to look at the postman and see what you can get out of this draft.
Look at Crying Leader's draft, though. All debuffs. So many debuffs with zero cleanse coming out of Ayak.
It's a control player's dream, or a nightmare for most others.
Oh, Paragon and the Golden Boy taken out.
Oh, takes out the Payra. So I will say, though, it is hard to throw tons of debuffs at a character like Emma Yafine. She does self-cleanse.
Show me what you can do.
No, that's right, with her passive. And
But defense break means a lot of things to her. It also means her damage is going to be going down, in addition to her being much more susceptible. We see the burn here, guaranteeing all that and more, possibly.
This is about to be a real mess.
Oh, one already gone.
Ida. Gone already.
Ida disappeared.
That's a good amount of damage with some counters.
How should we do this?
RNL!
And RNL!
Oh no, shenanigans!
Oh my.
Crying
I think
leader.
you just go for the Yafine, right?
Oh,
God. What is this damage? This rain's insane.
With that much
Ran
speed.
packs ahead.
No way.
Oh my.
Holy Sacrifice is already used.
Imagine dying to come back with a barrier to get it stripped by AOL like 2 seconds later.
Get debuffed again.
Debuff some more.
Okay, at least the counter.
Oh, Ken is out of commission.
Oh man, and then the burns coming out to finish off the Yafine. This is actually insane.
And here's the flame.
She does counter. I don't know how much it means. Most of them have skill
maybe she gets
nullifiers.
another burn. She's got another burn on her.
Oh, the burns are good.
You're right. I forgot about that.
And I think Robbie's gone as soon as... Yep.
Yes. And Ken stunned.
Wow, this was...
Did Ayak get a
too
turn?
clean, actually. I thought that the Yafine would probably be able to survive
Ayak
for
does
a
not
while.
get a
another
turn,
RNL there?
and he is gone.
Just to say, I've still got more. I have another turn.
And Crying Leader will be the winner of the first set here. Wow, what a styling draft with that much debuff. As Jenna, you were saying, this is a lot of debuff with no cleanse on the other side.
Yeah, I was definitely mistaken. I thought that that Yafine might give him trouble, and it's like, oh, he's got to focus so much on it. I don't know if they'll be able to take it out in time. It just completely got obliterated, like in 2 seconds by RNL.
Absolutely. I just so many RNL procs, even when it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it was so extra. It's just like, oh, okay, I'll take another turn, and another turn, and another.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Just one more. I'm going home. It's late at night. Just want to wrap this up quickly. I got kids.
Yeah, that was really fast. Of course, Win Fast was yesterday, but it does seem like Turtle player is not able to sustain against all that speed and cleaving. Well, that was...
They're running a lot faster than WinFast.
These days, Turtles are having a tough time everywhere. In draft, in RTA. Well, That's why we always grind for speed gears. And that's one. Set one going to Attack on Titans as more predictions. We saw a lot more percentage for the Turtle team, but it seems like it's not going all that way until now. But we're going into our second set, Cute Deska versus Valky. We have the players up.
Yeah. As we talked about before, Valky a little bit more on the cleave, a little bit more on the aggro side, a player who takes advantage of weaknesses in people's draft, sees through them, and then crafts a perfect pivot to punish. And Cute Deska, well known for that ER style, actually got some secret tech with the ER Bryceria, known to control, slow games down, and really punish the opponent's aggression. So that's what I think this match really turns into here, right? Does Valky get enough going to overcome Cute Deska, or does Cute Deska finally slow things down to a pace he's comfortable with and beat the opponent on his terms?
Yeah, so a big thing is you can catch people off guard when you do these kinds of things, going like Efra's Bryceria, but when you know who you're fighting, which Valky does, it kind of gives you an edge where you can't really rely on those same tricks that you could in a normal match, because not only are you doing a best of 3, so they can actually like ban out possible picks you'd use. Like look at the most picked right there, Bryceria. Their most used unit, Valky already knows that he has it and he's prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. As this was released somewhat time ago, you can specifically prepare against the same tier opponents, and you had about weeks of time to actually before the match to actually prepare for the match. So let's see. And also Valky did mention that he has prepared something special for today's match. So let's see what he's actually going to do against Cute Deska. Win rate, not too much of a difference.
Match rate, however.
Yeah, a whole lot more for Cute Deska, over 2,000 matches. That's a lot of games.
Well, we've seen some players have crazy amounts of matches compared to others, right?
I know. How many did Light have? 3,300?
I thought it was 3,500.
Like
3,500?
Well,
that's even
I know
more.
of people this last season that have played over 5,000 matches, so some people went a little hard.
I'm
Have you
pretty
checked
sure
in on them
they
for a
were
while?
cleaving. Quick games, quick outs. Okay, here we go. Round number 1 of our set number 2 between Cute Deska from Team Turtle player and Valky. Attack on Titan, starting with the pre-bans. Of course, for which Valiant ban, and there's actually 8 Tywin plus Destina bans, specific bans.
With the Belian ban, are they going for Spectre Tenebria posse? Well, there you go.
Immediate first
Answered your
pick.
question real quick.
Yeah.
I think we saw a bit of Spectre Tenebria getting picked out in yesterday's battles as well. And I think, you know, some of that comes through some of the new answers to units like Abyssal Euphine, and people becoming a lot more comfortable with Navy Captain Landy. I think that's led to her having a bit of a resurgence, but she'll always be the queen that sits in the nightmares, right?
I think that Navy Captain Landy's pick rate has only really gone up more recently. I think we might be seeing more of her. I would assume she's going to be picked in this game as well, most likely, but maybe later in the draft because she has some more counters like Emo Ken and Emo Bologna and those kinds of things, so you don't want to instantly pick her.
Yeah, but with those specific pre-bans, there's a lot more heroes open now, like Lua.
Yeah, Lua,
Lilius,
those things.
Everything else is
I
open
guess-
now.
Yeah, we'll see if they get picked though. Moon Bunny is a really nice character to have against them.
There she
and
is.
Just pre-picking Moon Bunny before anything else is even taken just says, I'm going to take this character just so you don't want to draft these units and I have a first turn advantage.
Well, it does shut down the advantage of bringing the book, right? That extra turn accessible to Spectre Tenebria. And we already see Valky stacking up the souls. We've seen a lot of drafts where if Stenny gets to burn and go a couple times, you just lose a unit straight out of the gate.
Yeah, it essentially makes it so that Spectre Tenebria can't just go like all gas, no breaks from turn 1 where she can just start soul burning and going crazy, because if this Moon Bunny's on board, you just are like, well, I guess I can only take 1 turn. I don't want to risk it. But having the Lua here means they could theoretically use her skill 2, skill 3, and then burn with Spectre Tenebria, but we'll see how it pans out.
We'll definitely see how it pans out. I do like the already, putting into establishment the 2 sources of book there, so we can guarantee the Lua Soul Burn. Seems like it's going to be a core part of Valky's strategy, and it seems like right now is for left side's time to respond, and they do so with the Abyssal Euphine.
Abyssal Euphine.
Really nice. I wonder, are we possibly going to see something crazy like an Elvira come out of Valkyrie's side to possibly deal with it +1? I'm not sure.
That could be a nice count. Oh, Rimuru picked up quite early.
So I'm going to guess Cute Deska has an effect resist. Rimuru possibly, because they do have that effect resist Bryceria, and I think they like to run it on a lot of their units, so there is a possibility that maybe it just doesn't get debuffed by Lua at all, and maybe not even Angel of Light for that matter.
Might put a stopgap in the strategy that Valk's been developing so far. The response here is going to have to be clear. It's going to have to shut down and put to rest all of Q-Deska's plans, and the Amelia comes out.
And the
Specimen says, "This is
okay.
This is the tech."
So I think I know what's going to happen here.
Okay.
There's been, I believe, AB on the ladder has been doing this. You go a full damage, insanely huge damage, Specimen says, with Amelia, and you do so much damage on your skill 3 that you can just instantly one-tap characters. Because he does have a bunch of defense pen built in, and with the evasion, now you can go less defenses and you can still survive a hit.
Plus, you have the extinction for something like Abyssal Euphine if they are packing, of course, Holy Sack as well, right?
And the Senya to tank up even more for Cute Deska. 3 knights.
Yeah, and the melee is also a good support for this Spectre Tenebria. That attack buff is great, and you know, a little bit of heal or debuff removal could possibly go a long way.
Just a tiny bit scared, in my opinion, for the Spectre Tenebria. Obviously, not a knight there to protect her, and in addition, a lot of AOE on left side.
Oh,
Spectre Tenebria off.
Not respecting the Specimen says at all.
Well, Specimen says can certainly pop off if you can get that S3 kill.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe he is built full damage. Maybe he's built a little bit more bulky. There is going to be immunity coming out of Cute Deska out of the ML crowd, but probably he's going to get reset and debuffed so hard that it won't matter.
Let's see how this goes.
Maybe Spez. Yeah.
Round 1.
Let's see if Spez actually lands a stun at all this match.
Yeah, that 50%, 60% stuns are going to be crucial for Valky.
I don't know if any of you saw that, but it did say Wind Rider on this Specimen says. He's not using an evasion artifact.
So he's here to blow something up. He's here to do damage.
He is full damage right here.
Oh, immunities.
Yeah, the barrier set plus immunity actually does make it so that Lua's really not able to do all that much. Does this even strip anything? Oh man, the Rimuru, he's still sitting pretty, doesn't care.
Just like you predicted, that's a full ER Rimuru. He is sitting with his barrier comfy, I'd even point out.
He's probably really tanky too. I'm not really sure if this Specimen says can actually do it, but
here's
I
the
mean,
pull.
Hey, let's find out.
We got a couple seconds to figure it out.
He's going for it.
Immediately.
It does do 22,000 kills, one hit.
Now, this is the important thing, right? The kill guarantees the reset, so we've only got a couple more seconds till we see him pull off the same shenanigans, right?
Well, the thing is, he is going to be knocked out of stealth right here. The last Crow did not get debuffed by this Angel of Light, which is a pretty big deal.
But still having now the skill nil as a plus would be stripped by the Euphine.
He did get hit there, but he resisted, and I mean, as long as I think he's totally safe, honestly, because this Senya's not going to be able to deal with him at all. Like, even if her S1 hits, he's going to survive.
Yeah, if we do get hit with some unfortunate debuffs, we've got the Amelia to clean and cleanse us through them. Might be able to stabilize our draft just long enough to get the rest of these shenanigans underway.
Let me also say this, before anyone at home starts looking at their Specimen says saying, I want to do the exact same thing, it requires insanely good damage gear to be able to build this Specimen says. Don't try this at home.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is I should get on it right away.
What you're saying is that I should put my best gear on this guy.
Yeah.
I'm already re-gearing on the side actually right now.
Oh, okay.
Just slide the attack slider up, right? That's all I need. Does he
Yeah,
need crit shed? No, I'm joking.
I think Euphine's dead.
I don't think I'm about to say I know
else on?
she's dead.
26,000. As you can see here, though, one thing to keep in mind, this crowd is not seen to be on Aureus. I believe he was on, like, Bastion or something, or Felucia or something like that. So it is making it a lot easier for him to one-shot everyone on the left side too. As well.
Still, I feel like I'm watching a horror movie. Like random people are just being grabbed out of the shadows one at a time from
Yeah,
this
whenever
specimen
they
says.
are isolated, they oftentimes disappear in the
Yeah,
scary
right.
movie.
It's just like that, yeah, one by one, like, hey, where'd you go?
Crowd's sitting there. They can't get us if we split up. Everybody to the winds.
Everyone split up gang and hey, you see Ringo?
Here we go
Where'd
once
he
again.
go?
Specimen says
Oh,
the light
and
storm.
The tank's gone.
Wow, even
Crowd's
through the
gone.
night.
One by one.
Did we really need a buff on this guy? It didn't matter. The buff didn't really matter then, right?
Listen, it allowed people to feel confident to build this way, right? The increase in evasion is still an increase in defense, just in a more gambly type of way, right? You could even think of him as a tank. Because he's going to take as much damage, he just, has to dodge. He's a tank with extra steps.
Oh, on top of that, decreased defense.
Yeah, essentially the changes they made have not done anything in this match. Like,
Yeah, because it
literally did not
was
matter
only the
whatsoever that he
evasion buff. So here's Senya alone, feeling lonely, trying to put on some barrier and plus speed.
Looking around, where'd everybody go?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's my turn soon enough. Here we go. 4 turns and 4 kills. Looking
Defense
like
broken, and keep in mind, you get the Wind Rider damage boost. It's an insane amount of free damage.
64K! My
Where did they
goodness.
go? I
That's
wonder who
one
the
high
MVP of that
output.
match was.
Let's see how much damage Spez did in this
So-
match. 75,000.
It should replace the numbers with the word team.
I should
Just
have
a whole
told him long time ago. I still don't have him, by the way. So my mistake.
I'll trade you one.
Oh, thanks. I need one. I need 4 actually. So Valky, what a win! What a style point win! And in fact, Specimen says if he's chosen next time, he might have to be post-banned.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing, right? Cute Deska now has 2 options before him, right? He either has an answer to the plan, so he's going to go in with that answer to deal with it, or he says, oh, I'm never dealing with that again, and bans it out, right? That's the choice he has right now.
One way to fight something like that is if Cute Deska just goes more aggressive, you can't really pick a Specimen Says that's slow and not super tanky into an aggressive team that requires support from someone like Amelia. So if he does offer something, that'll help him a lot. But it seems like Cute Deska actually gave away first turn.
Yeah, that's right.
to Valky here. Because whoever loses the previous match gets the first choice. So
Exactly.
That's kind of interesting. Maybe trying to fish for seeing what Valky wants to go for and then picking multiple counters to it. Or maybe has 2 characters they want to pick together that specifically so that Val can't take either one of them.
Or maybe Cute Deska was flown away a little too far from Specimen Says, and he needs extra time to come back in the game.
He's like, I'm next. Spez is gonna get me next.
We gotta regroup. We gotta get the gang back together, figure what just happened to us. No, I think, beyond the extra bit of time you might need to figure something out, the Spez fits nicely, snugly, I'd say, into some of the last positions in the draft. And so it really is something where I'm interested to see if indeed Cute Deska does ramp up the speed and the aggression, what the response Valky might have to that. Because you'd assume he thought about it. This is his core strategy for the match.
Yeah, Cute Deska, I don't think he ever plays super aggressively. I mean, he is in the group called Turtle Player after all, right? It's only natural.
Turtle Player
Sometimes
and
the turtle's
Lua
gotta
picked up.
come out shell.
You do have to respond. Okay. Let's see what the other part of the equation is from Cute Deska and Valky. I think he has to show some signs if he's going to pick Specimen Says later on or not. Oh yes, we did have Navy Captain Landy available last game too.
Navy Captain Landy, always such a nice bruiser to put out.
Yeah, Cute Deska actually taking those same characters that Valky had last match, saying, I'm not going to give you the same draft. Not going to let you do this to me again. And
They're
we do
mine
see
now.
Landy. So one big thing about Landy as well is she's kind of fine into a lot of the evasion characters. Like, she doesn't really kill Aiden, but Aiden doesn't kill her. And same with Specimen Says. So she's another character that's just really, really safe and people like to really pick. And now that there's going to be a little bit less Euphine, and now that the meta's changed a little bit, like, I think that we're going to see a lot of this character. More than
especially
normal.
especially with the Briar Witch on the ban list as well.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it a lot easier for her to come out. Doesn't have to worry about those team buffs being stripped. Doesn't have to worry about that defense break that makes her job a lot harder.
Yeah, we saw yesterday as well, Light really prioritizing it, and one of the matches, the Emma Landy was against 3 of what's considered her counters, and she still almost soloed them, which was kind of insane.
Now Lionheart Stormy on top.
This'll be
And
Lionheart-
Elvira picked up for the first
Oh, wow.
time.
Okay, so I have a little bit of experience doing this, and while she is great for being able to defense break someone like Navy Captain Landy, the problem is I find a lot of the time, even if you remove their fighting spirit, you just die to Landy's constant attacks and salvos. That's the one issue, is often she doesn't even have to skill 3 you for you to actually just lose your entire team. But being able to defense break and having someone like Lionheart Surmia to back you up right after could mean you just get the 1-2 punch and take somebody out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You might have to rely on those salvos, but how many can you rely when the response is Lionheart Surmia cleaving your whole team in one sweep?
Ooh, we do see Death Dealer Ray. He is a really, really good character here overall, but is he going to be able to take a turn when we have characters like Lua on board and Angel of Light?
And it'll be still Yuffie.
Oh, man. Oh, Valky just saying, I don't care if you have Elvira, I'm just going to pick them anyways. I have enough fighting spirit to go around. I don't care. I'm going to take you out with just skill 1.
It's daring, I'll say that much. Picking right into the counters.
No specimen says this time. I'm pretty sure that was in Cuteska's head when we started this draft, and finishing off with Edward.
Edward Elric.
Oh my.
What do you think about this last pick, Edward? Yeah, tell me, Jenna.
Well, normally it would suck, but if you have Elvira here, there's actually potential, because normally he's just going to be constantly feeding the Euphine or the Landy, right? Just stacks and not really doing much. But if you have Elvira on board, it actually has a lot more viability. So I think Elvira has to be banned. I will say also, Edward, his whole shtick is dealing with debuffs, right? But Death Dealer Ray can overwhelm him.
Oh, Elvira not banned. Angelica will be gone along with Landy on the other side.
So does Elvira have enough effect resist to survive this Death Dealer Ray? I would assume Valky has a lot of effectiveness, but the thing is, Cuteska is like an effect resist player. So if anyone's going to have enough F-res, it's going to be him, right?
This is the test of the century, right? You could almost say it's putting all your chips on the table, betting that you aren't as good at what you say you are as you are.
obey.
That's the
if you
question
wish
here.
To live.
You're basically calling out the man on his name.
Wow, it even has immunity on Elvira. Oh god, she probably has so much F-res too.
I mean, we're going to get our first test here. Conqueror Lilius is known to have packing some effectiveness. Does it land? Only on the Edward. That's a sign and a half already.
I'm not surprised. Wait, actually, I am surprised. What about Lua? Wait a second.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Hold on.
Didn't even strip the stealth. Didn't even put down an attack break.
I mean, it isn't a very fast Lua. Is it actually effect resist Lua?
You said it. He is
Or
the
the
ER
Lua?
man.
I wonder.
I didn't think he had that much ER though on everybody.
Probably grinding earlier today. Hunt buff, hunt check, by the way.
Yeah, there's buff event going on right now, of course. Oh, some good strips.
Plants on everybody actually.
And back to Death Dealer Ray.
Putting her to sleep, so that does say something about
Yeah.
on this account.
Do you use this on Death Dealer Ray because he's kind of the threat? You have to go for him first.
Don't worry.
No, they
Both
do
fun-
go for
fun
him.
and-
I'll put you to sleep.
All right.
I protect.
It does defense break unhealable. She's not able to heal off her S1 anymore. She's gonna go down pretty quickly. Surmia does lose the team, but that speed buff is gonna make it so she gets a little faster next time. And Edward here, he is provoked, which is really crappy for him. But he is gonna get a nice counterattack.
See the first.
And lots of resist, and the damage, not too bad.
You really want your blood spilled?
That provoke though was actually a really big deal because if he did have an opportunity to use skill 3 or something, he could just instantly taken out one life of that Yuffie. She's probably on horse set.
You have no value
We
to me.
needed that resist because he
Yeah,
to get quick.
That resist is really big.
And on top, do you go for the extra defense break or some more damage?
Does get it, actually.
Oh, onto DDR. Valky.
This is the turn for. We've got a sleeping giant. This attack is going to on.
Ooh.
But it's also going to get us another equivalent exchange.
Ooh, this is a really big
Activate
turn.
the
for
Lionheart
Kutdeska.
Sermia.
Yeah, she does have speed buff. Does she take the turn in time? Oh, it's so close.
There's a provoke. And the Blood Mana passive.
I think he maybe should have S1'd the air wall to not push her forward, because what if she can strip the buffs off of this Lionheart?
Once again, he's ER, man. You've got to believe. The test comes right here, right now.
I don't know if I do believe. Let's see.
Hold on. You've already got the ER buff.
Oh, at least no
but resist
stun.
the stun. Oh, but now Death Dealer Ray gets the turn anyway. She was not fast enough to take the turn either way. It just wasn't going to happen. And he's
the
praying.
prayer.
Oh, Kutdeska
prayer.
Rage.
ER is not a real stat. It's not a real stat.
How many is going to land? There's 8 debuffs that could land here.
Complete resistance on the Alvira.
Oh my god. How much effect resist does she have? 300? 330? What are we looking at here?
I don't know. It must be real high. She got nothing.
Also, did not land anything other than the sleep on Edward. So he's not going to take any of that free injury damage either.
I'll be the one deciding how this story
At least Valky's keeping that Sermia down. Yes, Divine.
I was going to say, now that the Sermia has been activated, can't get that CR push again.
This right here is an Elvira showcase in some ways, though, because as you can see, Euphine, she's not getting a fighting spirit. That means she can't cleanse herself, she can't skill 3. This is a pretty big deal. So before you recall her, you know, maybe think about, oh, this character has a lot of potential, right?
Yeah, she certainly does. Pretty fast in speed too, 118, I believe.
A lot of Valky's control options, which she's been using throughout this match, kind of also disappeared. Burns there just to make sure that we get some kind of damage on.
Yeah. The problem with Edward is he only cleanses 1 at a time, so if you overwhelm him with way too many debuffs, especially non-contact debuffs,
Another provoke?
then sometimes he just falls flat.
It looks like somebody forgot their
So
place.
we also see that Kutdeska has at least 10 souls here, and when they get 20, they'll be able to wrap around and use another Elvira S1 into S3, which will be really big.
It will be, but I don't know if we get that far because Lionheart Sermia's got the S3 up.
Yeah, I think you're right. It might just be kind of over right here.
Here's the first run. Yuffie not going down at
goodbye
least.
to Death Dealer Ray.
And now
Goodbye to
goodbye to
Yuffie. Yeah, and that's it.
And-
She's not coming back.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to see it anyways. Actually, a pretty clean win by Kutdeska here, honestly. It wasn't as fast or flashy as Valky's, but it was pretty secure. It seems safe.
Yes, and that's a GG. Now we are all tied up 1-1. And Kutdeska feeling pretty good about that one. A little slower, but in control, and had some work with Elvira too.
Kutdeska showing, like, I'm not just a Bryceria F-Res one trick. I can do more with F-Res. I can build a bunch of different teams that actually utilize this, and it works really well here.
As we both said it. You got to believe in the F-Res. All my units have F-Res. Come at me with whatever you want.
Even Lua, as we saw, right? Apparently.
The Lua blew my mind for like 2 seconds there. I was like, why? Sure, my guy. If you can get it, sure.
Yeah, that was a little wild.
Yeah, whoever said F-Res was the least effective stat out of all stats?
Well, you see, the thing with F-Res is it's a good stat until you get debuffed, then it's the worst stat in history.
If you
If you
can
don't
get
have
to
a
that number, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lua's still alive, by the way, of course, because of the initial
Lua
pre-ban.
is always alive. And what's funny is, Lua is like an insanely good character, but I would say against someone like Kutdeska, Lua's not honestly that good. But I think Valky picked it because they don't want to play against it. Lua's such a difficult character to actually fight that half the time people are picking it is because they say, well, if I fight it, I'm kind of screwed, so I'd rather do that to the opponent. I want them to have to think about it.
An immediate Leica pick from Kutdeska. Still thinking about Specimen Says. He is available.
Command model Leica is actually pretty good because she's faster than Lua and she can just sleep Lua turn 1. She's also flexible where you could potentially use the skill 2 to just like assassinate a squishy character. But I think it's mainly just to be able to contest this Lua right here. It also gives immunity, so even if you don't sleep them, getting immunity if you have like barriers or something like that, you'll be protected against the Lua.
It's definitely one of the new rising stars from the buff patch.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a Euphine really early. We saw what happened with Elvira, so it's kind of interesting to me you would just so boldly pick this character so early after you just did that to somebody else.
Yeah, well, the second match was a lot of Deska kind of returning the favor, taking Valky's options away from him. Be interested to see if Valky returns that same favor here. He hovers the Amelia, who I think, you know, we gave a lot of credit to Specimen Says that first match, but she did her fair share as well. But no, we turn into the Crow and the Savior Auden as a follow-up.
Starting to really bulk down, go a little bit slower right here. Makes sense. You know that there's a high likelihood you'll get outsped right there, so maybe it's a lost cause to try and go too speedy, and you see that Euphine picking 2 characters that are pretty solid against her, very safe.
Auden gamer. And Valky looking for that evasion.
We still have characters like Death Dealer Ray open, who, oh, and there he is.
You spoke a curse, didn't you?
Well, I was saying that because really good against Aiden, really good against Last Rider Crow, just really good in general, but we might even see something like an ML Sharoon come out because they have a sleep and they have 2 sleeps actually on their team. ML Sharoon could actually have a field day here possibly.
Makes perfect sense for Valky to counter later on.
I swear we're not just trying to sell the new units.
Well, listen, hey, man.
Sharoon's cute. That's enough reason to pull her. And Oshiburi's Luluka for cute Deska still having 1 more open. Now Valky to finish up the last 2 slots.
Yeah, Cute Deska's team, you might see it and say, okay, well, the Euphane gets a little bit countered, so they're going to be in trouble.
Oh, there she is!
Death Dealer Ray, he's a DPS on his own, pretty much. And there she is. There's ML Sharoon. It's too perfect of an opportunity to give up, I think. I think it's just a really solid pick right here.
It might have to be the ban, actually, unless we find something even more dangerous in the pocket for this 5th pick.
Something a lot of people also underestimate is, yeah, she's good versus Sleep and Stun, but her skill 3 is insanely powerful. If you build her really high effectiveness, she can even be pushing back and defense breaking Soul Weavers and tanks constantly. Really
How much
and switching back to Specimen
Says against the ER King?
Yes, I love this because this is such a good combo, honestly. I think we're gonna see a Death Dealer Ray ban, honestly, because if you, well, actually, they might ban the Leica because that way they could either reset the Death Dealer Ray or they could remove the sleep/stun.
Yeah, depending on the last pick. Depending on the last pick of Cute Deska or whatever.
I think Sharoon and Spez are best friends. They're such a strong combo together because they complement each other perfectly. Bihu. Wow. I don't think anyone saw this coming.
I think this is the first Bihu out of the draft mode that we had in the tournament.
Yeah. This is maybe one of the first Bihus ever drafted.
Yeah, in a while. In a while. I think we had Bihu in the qualifiers of E7WC about 4 or 5 months ago, but that's about it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to go for the Bihu as a tech pick, and he's definitely got a place here. You know, taking away a lot of those buffs. Might actually do him some good. He's enough of a threat. He gets banned out. Actually.
Oh wow! But are you sure you're fine versus this Sharoon? There's double evasion units right here, which normally would be really bad versus something like a sleep, but both of them are really good against Euphane in this situation. And you have a character that just automatically cleanses the sleep? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, those questions, we'll get the answer in this final match. Round 3, Cute Deska on the left, Valky on the right, of course, starting with Lua. Oh, starting with Lua, not Leica.
Yeah, once again, Cute Deska known for ER, but not the speed. A little bit more Valky's domain, but we're going to have to rely with no book on our pure effectiveness if we want to get something done.
How do they have barrier and immunity on that Euphane? Like, immunity, they're probably an immunity set, but where's the barrier from? Are they on
Protection?
the guild artifact? That gives
or the artifact?
barrier at the start of battle?
It must be. The entire team's not on the barrier, so no protection set.
Yeah.
Accept your fate.
So does that mean she's not on Holy Stack or Eldritch?
Oh, resist.
She's on Bastion instead.
Be interesting. We already saw that earlier, right? With the LRK.
Here's the ice cream truck.
Or a Guide to a Decision, it's called. That's what
Guide to a Decision.
It doesn't hit either of the evasion units, not too surprising, but Specimen Says actually only has a 50% chance to evade because he's on Wind Rider. Ooh!
Oh, there's a sleep!
That's actually really bad!
Activates Dragon King Sharu's passive.
It does just instantly proc her, so she's going to start wrapping around, and does give the nice little cascade buff, adding a little bit of extra damage. I think this extra damage is going to make it really easy for Specimen Says to instantly kill somebody, too.
I was about to say, that was not very much helping there, Ray. I'm glad for the effort, but we did not need that right now.
And here's the salvation
Hammer
from
Dog
Madden.
comes through, massive damage, especially on dark targets. The defense buff is there, and it keeps us alive.
Oh, barely alive.
Goodbye, Ray.
Yeah, I was about to say, it keeps us alive for approximately 0.2 seconds.
And that's
See ya,
another.
buddy.
That's the first reset.
13,000 damage as well. I think that the Aiden honestly didn't even have to skill 3 in that situation. Could have just used skill 1. We do see the Aiden get hit right there. Attack down. Specimen Says still evading, even though he has less evasion, but...
Roll the dice. Jenna, could you tell me real quick about Wind Rider and this amplifying damage we're going to be seeing on Specimen Says?
Yeah, so after you kill someone, you get a 40% attack boost, I believe, for your next attack.
40%?
Which means after you kill one weaker target, you can start going for tanks. Oh, does this... Double!
Oh!
Really unlucky.
You can see from the camera, Cuteska not really happy about.
Wait.
Oh, and that hits, but that
Oh,
hits,
Yeah,
right?
but the useless ability.
Yeah.
So there's a mischance here. So it's a little risky to actually go for the skill 3 because if you get countered and your Aiden and Spez get hit, they might just be gone.
Yes,
Yeah,
Spaz
does
actually
not
half
wanna
health.
risk it.
And here's added with attack down and attack buff, so it kind of evens out.
Well, the cut here will give us a little bit of health back, which we need, does the damage, and paves the way perfectly for
I think it's
Specimen
over.
Says.
Yeah,
Oh,
get out
He
of
runs
here.
for it.
oh, let's
There's
see the
a
number.
touch.
Oh,
Exchange.
18K.
18,000. I mean, they had defense buff and defense break, which kind of
Oh, and
offset each other, but with that Wind
GG
Rider,
is called. Valky
gone.
will be the winner, and that is 2 for 2 for attack on Titan.
Couldn't beat the full damage Specimen Says. Cuteska's drafts were just a little bit too slow, a little bit too vulnerable to them. But in the previous match, Cuteska had a great match, but that's because they were more, they were more in the lead. They had like way more advantages against Valky in the last match and had a way stronger draft. But when he fights the last
Man.
pick Specimen Says and doesn't respect it, both times picked at the end, both times not banned.
Man,
and it
now
just gets flat.
after these games, I do have to ask you guys: was that buff really necessary, or was
I
that
mean-
just to give him in the meta and have
I mean,
everyone actually test him on some good gears?
The buff didn't really matter for him in these matches that we saw. I'm not saying in general, just in these matches we just saw, like, old Specimen Says could have done that.
Well, as I said, it leads towards a confidence of people to build him with that gear in the first place. Maybe that's all they really needed, right? You know, sometimes you do change things in a way
That's right.
that might not have the biggest impact, but give people, you know, make people feel like they have the opportunity to use the unit in a way they might not have before.
Oh man, we're living in a world with Spez in the meta. That's the reality, boys. And moving to our leader match, though, set 3, T1, we have Lovely Rengar on the left from Turtle Player and Mozio on the right for attack on Titan.
Well, they played a similar amount of matches overall. It looks like Mozio does not like Emma Landy, but Lovely Rengar definitely likes that character. Neither of them like Angel of Light either. And it seems like Mozio is mainly a cleaver.
About to say most people don't like Angel of Light Angelica. That seems to be a wide swath you can cut the community with. But yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a difference here, specifically when I look at the win rate as well. Similar matches, as we said. And missing the assassin cartouche on Lovely Rengar. Maybe it comes out anyway. It is his icon.
Look, poor Mozio. If you look at the points between the two players, it's 40-point difference. But Lovely Rengar ended Emperor and Mozio didn't.
Oh,
that's how competitive it is.
It must have been a cut right in the middle.
Crunch time, it gets a little crazy, right? But so close. I would say both these players are probably similar skill levels, though. They're both really strong players, honestly. I think last season they just played a lot less than normal.
Yes, as you can see, the match is about the same, about 500 up and down. So we'll see who comes out on top as the leader match. Well, even if Mozio does win, leading us to a 3-0, might lead us to a 3-0 set score. Even if that happens, we will still go into set 4, the draft mode, to see the 4th creator of the team. But enough of that. Let's get into the draft. Let's get serious. It is the round mode, not just draft. And seeing the ban. Oh, Angelica, who was hated the most from both players, open.
So this is pretty classic double bans by someone who cleaves as well. The MLU Fiend, ML Landy combo. Very, very popular from cleavers. And I would say Lua is a really good first pick from Lovely Rengar. Very flexible unit. Also, since your opponent most likely wants to pick a character like Zio, it makes it so that you could go into a Zio trap type team where you can force the Zio to have to attack something that's not very good. Sorry I'm talking so much, but Mosey is also going to pick probably the very popular Flitica Cleave team that a lot of players were using to get to Legend last season. Yes, very, very popularized. Veronica usually picks Sid, DDR, and I think Fumir.
And SC Christie picked up. Interesting from Lovely Rengar.
Especially to change Christie, providing a lot of utility to her teammates, of course, actually getting a lot from the provoke, from the push-up when she does get hit, protecting her allies, and giving a little bit of ER spirit to the back line. We see it followed up by more aggressive options, as you were talking about before. The Requiem Rowana quickly following up on whoever's in front. Oh, okay, yeah, well, one of them.
So Lovely Rengar is essentially picking a Zio trap kind of team where the Zio is forced to attack stuff, but into a completely different type of team. And Mosey had to change their draft in response to that, and they're like, okay, well, I need to pick the Emil Pavel to just get that instant damage. I need to pick the Emil Rowana to make sure I get the second turn and reset you because you're going to be pushing up so much. This is a very interesting draft out of left side, though.
And turning over to ML Silk to finish up, looking like very like Kana's draft from yesterday. And Lovely Rengar, bit of a twist at the end with Pavel.
Well, the 2-speed imprints on right side does give us a little bit more security that we win out no matter what, especially against left side's units. Interested to see how this one plays out. Made a very quick ban on right, just made ours on left. Requiem Rowana and G-Perg are going to be missing from the battlefield as we get ready to see how the first fight between these two go down. Last legs for left side's team. I'm excited to see what they put forth.
Oh man, no General Pergus, Lovely Rengar's favorite character taken out.
No G-Perg.
This is hard.
That one felt a bit personal. You think that was a personal ban? A little bit of an attack there on his character?
Actually, yeah, they have to use skill 3 on a target where they don't actually get any sort of reset just for the CR push. But attacking them pushes up the other team either way. Veronica has no good target either.
So Mozio
Once again, it's just going to be more CR pushes.
She only does it once per one of her turns, but
instantly gone.
Instantly taken out Spectre. She's gone.
It's you see the wide berth between both the protection afforded through the SC Christie and the protection afforded through stealth, right? Because that Spectre Tenebra was blown away almost instantly, and now we're gonna have the same thing happening to Lua right before our eyes.
Yes, this Commander Pavel.
And
Die
that skill
fly.
null is huge here, so normal Pavel is not going to be able to take anything out because that skill null is right there, and he's the last one alive.
Yeah, that's
only able to take out one character.
Yeah, see Pavel.
Need to burn for the extra turn.
And only Pavel left for Rengar, but he taps out and says GG. First game, quick one for Mozio.
And you see, the issue here is they really needed more CR push. Essentially, like, it was a really good idea in theory, but they just didn't push as much as the Faithless Lidica pushed their team into the next turn. And they were able to just get that Emil Pavel to instantly kill.
And sometimes you do need some good answer. I believe all the RTA players, they do have at least 1 or 2 good amount of answers against these cleave, but that draft was not enough from Rengar. Is there any other solution against what Mozio is going to be doing again, I believe, in the second game?
Well, Mozio, what they are doing is one of the strongest cleaves in the entire game. I think, like, everyone in Legend who was cleaving was kind of spamming this one team, essentially, where you start with the Faithless Lidica into Veronica, and then you flex the team depending on what your opponent's going for. So it worked for a lot of people to get really high ranked, so is Lovely Rengar going to actually come up with an answer to this team that a lot of people might not have normally?
I don't mean to spotlight it too much, but I think the answer's right here in front of us right now. A little furry friend that we seem to be repping right there. I mean, if you just dodge, right? If you just dodge, you can't get cleaved. Maid Chloe could also help out a little bit.
Oh yes. Or if you have some immortality, or bring back your own friends, there are some other options. But okay, it does seem like most.
Hey, I said it. I called it. Called it. Just believe, ladies and gentlemen. We just gotta believe. It's as simple as that.
Pick and believe.
Here it is. If
and
you
have
pick
some
more
secondary
evasion
actions
as well, if you pick characters like Aiden and Specimen Says and stuff like that, they have 90% evasion when Assassin Cartouche is out, which is pretty fun.
I was about to say, we're just gonna have a Specimen Says day, huh? All day, Specimen Says.
Yeah, Specimen Says, Riot, bring all the evasion characters.
We do see Blind with no skin, by the way.
I mean, I think she looks great either way.
Yeah,
but
she
the
looks
response is
great, both.
actually the evasion unit's on right.
Worry not.
Yes, and so he wants to make his team a little bit slower, a little bit more flexible right here, essentially, because he sees that left side and it's like, wow, I do not want to deal with this. And wait, we are seeing the evasion coming out, double evasion.
Specimen Says.
You called the Assassin Cartouche. I mean, I called the Assassin Cartouche. You call the Spez. Looks like things are proceeding.
I mean, I was
very
half
well.
joking, but I mean, it's always a possibility.
And what else?
No
from
jokes
Lily
around
Rengar?
here. We're serious.
Fiery Lilius. Switching over to
Problem
Breeze
is-
Ludica.
Death Dealer Race still can sleep the Specimen Says, and it doesn't matter how much evasion you have when you're asleep. It goes to 0 automatically.
Yeah, which makes sense. When you're sleeping, you shouldn't be able to dodge anything. So, there's Luluka for extra security for Rengar. And the final pick. Ooh!
Pavel is the final pick, so goes back into the cleave a little bit.
Well, I think bans are a little bit. Oh yeah, we already got the immediate ban on left side. That's what I saw. But I'm really interested. What do you think is the ban on right side, in your opinion, fellas?
Oh,
there's C. Pavel.
We see it. Yeah, Emil Pavel is such a strong pick with this draft because both Faithless Lidica and Veronica are able to proc it.
Yeah, also
Able
saw
to use his
the
passive.
amount of damage he was able to do in the first game. So here is the second game, round 2. Can Lovely Rengar come back with a different type of draft?
Ooh, did hit the Specimen Says, but did miss on Assassin Cartouche.
We get the reset here on Belian.
I wonder if she gets a counter or something, though. Those can be pretty big. No counter.
No,
and
but she gets resist.
Resistant.
Hold on.
Interesting.
No resist here, surely, right?
That's what you say all the time, Jenna. Oh, yes.
No, I didn't roll it into resistance or anything.
And
How about,
the
did
bomb
he
destiny.
borrow his partner's ER?
All runs its course.
And here's the DR. How many sleeps can you get?
Oh, you'll make him an excellent specimen. Trust me.
On the expected characters, I would say, right?
Yeah, I would say it makes sense. Although that made Chloe barely scraped by not getting slept.
And it's out in Salvation.
Oh, with the miss!
How did it miss? And Delia's still alive.
Wait, does the 15% get added in after the sleep?
Yeah,
Is
wait,
it set to 0 and then?
Hold on.
What? I'm scratching my head, but his
No.
furry
Wait.
protectors come to his aid. The belief is real.
It's because of the skin.
You're right. The skin diff, the real skin diff. Boys, you got to change the skin back. I'm telling you right now.
Assassin Cartouche is OP.
Assassin Cartouche.
So Assassin Cartouche's evasion doesn't get removed by sleep?
Or I think it's
No,
what
I think she was
saying
I think
earlier.
she
I
was
think it get added in afterwards.
But she
There was another
asleep,
miss
right?
there.
Or was she only stunned?
I think she was
believe that
stunned, not.
Well, stun you can still
okay,
evade.
yes.
Never mind.
Stunned is different. Yeah.
She was asleep, then got hit and got stunned, I think.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And then here's Cartuza. Still skill no, so
Stunning
No
defense.
direct damage.
Specimen Says is still full health and he's got attack buff. He's sitting pretty. And another miss, but she does get taken out by that Venom right after.
How many times have we seen this already today, boys? Is this 6 or 7?
Here is the Light Storm. And DDR gone.
8,000 damage. Now you're forced to attack Aiden, which is not very good. Does get the double miss though.
There's no way around it. We're fighting.
There's that nuke.
It really just comes down to who's gonna get
Counterattack.
hit first. Is it gonna be Aiden or is it gonna be Specimen Says? But he's got an extra life. So I think he definitely has a bit advantage because he's also a much tankier character all in all.
Yeah, stacks the odds in your favor. Ooh, another counterattack coming out. Assassin Cartusia going wild for his master. Ooh, hit right there.
I'm here.
Some damage into Aden, but will be healed back
Another
up. And
counterattack.
the counterattack continues.
Oh my god.
Can't forget that these misses are also pushing him up.
Are they gonna miss? Nope, they do land it. It would actually be really big if they missed, because then you would get no skill nullifier. But another counterattack coming out.
And
With a stun on top.
Lovely Rengar.
Oh, if only she wasn't in stealth.
And even the soul burn for extra stuns? Nope.
Yeah, it is a lifesteal Specimen Says as well. Another miss. There's a lot of misses coming out from both sides.
The tension is real. Miss again.
Okay.
I mean, stunning again. Oh well, that's an easy target if I ever saw one. I wonder if he goes for it.
Okay, on who? Do you clean up the one in the first? And an extra stun just for the style?
Goes for the skill 1 because you actually get a CR push if you attack someone who's stunned, which is really good.
I believe it was 25% CR push.
I'll do whatever I have to.
Oh, going for another skill 3 on Assassin Cartusia. Does it land?
That's the question. It does, but it also gets the counterattack, which does lead into the S1 actually naturally. But that one misses, and the stun still comes out. Sure.
Yep, it detonates either way.
I will never lose.
Still
Slowly
continues
picking up
on
the
it.
Assassin
Another
Cartusia.
miss.
I don't think I've ever seen Assassin Cartusia dodge more.
Missing gaming. Oh, and the plus
Oh,
one.
he came
Little
in.
Extra
Comes
damage.
in for the duel, almost taking out the Veronica.
Okay.
Oh,
Counterattack.
that's it. She's done.
Wow, she's gone.
Okay.
He's getting constant counters. He's constantly dodging. We're
Okay,
seeing
there's
another
the counter-
counterattack from that miss.
Double miss as well right
This
there.
is certainly interesting. If I ever saw one
This
game.
feels a little bit like a clown show.
Oh,
He's
that's a
hitting
hit.
here.
Right?
He's actually hitting
my
here.
And she's stunned.
It finally
Oh,
happened.
boy.
She's stunned and defense broken
Defense
for another
broken.
turn.
And here comes Specimen
she
Says.
Survive.
Just do it. It's going to be beautiful. Oh my god, the day
There-
is going to be run by Specimen Says.
It's a miss, but
I
it doesn't
mean,
matter.
The odds of hitting Specimen Says is 10% with Assassin Cartusia down, so...
I mean, you could see it on Rengar's face. His belief in Assassin Cartusia paying off in spades. If those were stocks or dividends, he'd be a millionaire right now.
Oh,
He's
man.
feeling pretty good right now about that one.
Is it going to be content creator battle with Specimen Says featuring?
Assassin Cartusia is the new meta Assassin Cartusia.
Oh,
Or
man.
just whoever you can partner with Spez.
I think it's time for all of us to put him out from the waiting room to have him built into 6 stars.
I actually, I've been using a little bit of Assassin Cartusia from
Oh,
time
really?
to time.
Oh,
He's such
yeah.
a frustrating unit. Yeah.
About to say that sounds like a confession. Sounds like
It's
you
not
got
a
some.
confession, but the thing is, Cleave teams, they rely on a lot of things going right, and very small things going wrong, like 15% or missing, can instantly make your whole team fall apart, and he's that perfect wrench to throw into people's plans.
When you do get a wrench like that thrown into your plans, it's important how you respond, and Mozizo actually has the option here with first pick to do so, and he lays down the path clearly with the Savior Auden. That last match hasn't diminished his belief in her usability, but he gets responded to by the Lua and the Death Dealer Ray. Frightening options, I'd say, to most evasion characters.
Just immediately taking them.
Yeah, quick picks from Rengar. 1-1 tie. The winner takes the match, and actually a match point for Attack on Titan if Mozizo wins this one.
Yeah, he could close it out.
Angel of Light and followed up by the ambitious Tywin. Oh, okay.
A very light element team on right side.
I'm about to say, yeah, it's like I turn on the Twitch category at 6 p.m. All I see is light. Shadow Knight Pillis following up.
Yeah, so this probably is a rocket punch Hylas, most likely, to be able to deal with this Aiden very easily. So they have 2 counters, actually maybe 3 counters for Aiden on the left side here.
And there will be a Spectre Tenebris on top of that draft. Looking to close with one more. So what's Mosizo going to choose for the final 2?
Yeah, Mosizo now playing very differently than before.
Bet you were missing.
Full light element team?
The audacity
Oh,
of this
not
mind.
quite. The Ammo Bologna coming out. Interesting pick here. I mean, I guess it's pretty good against Pilus overall. It's relatively safe, and it does do a decent amount of damage with S2 to the Spectre Tenebria. Now we see Belian coming out as well.
Yeah, with the skin
This time with the skin. Yeah. We both noticed that.
I like it.
Well, Pilus is relatively safe against like an okay amount of the team, but someone like the
Elvira,
Ambitious Taiwan, he still can defense break, especially when he gets his buff up. It doesn't matter how much F-res you have.
And the Elvira coming out to shut down the combat readiness on the ML Bologna. Interesting.
Yeah, to protect that Spectre Tenebria from damage, if you ban the Spectre Tenebria, is Pilus able to take out the whole team by herself with Death Dealer Ray though?
So looking for that no fighting spirit. And
We do
Pilus
see
will
the
be
Pilus
banned. Oh man.
Yeah, really wants to protect that Aiden, but this means Emil Bologna's skill 2 is completely useless, which really protects the Spectre Tenebria. It's actually a really good tool to make it so that she's not getting hit by any stray attacks.
That's smart.
It was certainly a creative solution to the problem, but will this foundation be enough? As you said before, this is match point for Attack on Titan. Let's see if they're going forward or they're going home.
I'll be the one deciding how this story ends.
And we do see Lua first turn, unsurprisingly. Probably gonna land. Oh, no, go for the skill 2. Just says I'm gonna land everything, including stripping that immunity.
Ooh, resistance on the Auden, though.
If
I caught that
The Emma
correctly.
Bologna, I believe, resisted as well, so both
Yeah, she did.
DPS.
Yeah, both DPS are going to have those options available.
But I'm not sure if it's gonna matter, because she's defense broken. Now Death Dealer Ray's gonna put them all to sleep, push the team forward, and Spectre Tenebria has Soulburn, she's gonna go to town. I think it might be over.
S3.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
8 out of 8. That's a lot of debuffs.
And now I think you just Soulburn the S1 on Aiden, or I guess the S1 on Bologna, S3 on Aiden, and it's over.
Play with me.
Louis Rangar keeping his team alive. It does seem like he's about to grab this game now.
It does seem like he's trying to bring it back.
Auden hit Dawn.
Poison there, taking its ticks with the Beguile as well.
Now that's
plenty of damage for
and
debuffs.
GG called
The team was
immediately.
just too strong right there. Just completely crushed his opponent. The defense break showing that it just instantly lets you take somebody out, and Death Dealer Ray giving that advantage, pushing up the team, disabling the whole opponents, and it was just over instantly.
Yeah, that's right. Turtle player and the leader, Lovely Rangar, keeping the team alive. So indeed, we are going to be going into our 4th set, going back into draft, and we have Beeman, Pizza Choo Choo ready to go as T4. Going to be another very interesting, and this sleep mechanic changing and against all these evasion units, and has been one of the biggest change I think in game personally, and it's been working pretty well if you have, especially with DDR already being very powerful in the meta.
Yeah, evasion was kind of a problem for a long time. I think characters like Aiden are just so frustrating for people, so they wanted more answers to be able to deal with that kind of stuff. But then it turned out Death Dealer Ray became the problem, and evasion wasn't as big of an issue as he was. So
Yeah, that's the thing with dodge chance, right? It's either that you increase your chance to hit or you decrease their chance to dodge. And unfortunately, with those 2 levers in play, with only those 2 levers, it can be frustrating. It'd be even more frustrating when you get 8 out of 8 with all those debuffs, as we said before.
Oh yes, and now moving into our final team members. Maybe not final if we get into set number 5. So somewhat more pressure for Beeman here on the left for Turtle player. Piece of Choo Choo For Attack on Titan, anything interesting coming from these two players?
I would say it does make sense for a 46-year-old salaryman to be called in at the last minute in overtime, having to fix everything.
Well, also, they cleave because they just only have so much time during their lunch breaks. They're very busy at work all day at their office. Beeman is actually a player I don't know a lot about. It looks like they played a good amount of matches, and it looks like they play more of a tank down, bulky kind of strategy with Emil Yufine, Emil Landy. But something like Elvira kind of throws a wrench in their plans. And both of those characters usually get banned when you are cleaving, so Pizza Chuchu is probably going to pre-ban his most picked characters.
Oh, this is going to be draft, so you can't pre-ban here. So you can only post-ban. So we'll see how this goes.
Well, I will say, that wide variety of matches there, almost hitting 2,400. That's a lot of the experience that, of course, pays off in draft mode in spades. Looks like he's been through the ringer a couple of times. Win rate just dipping below 50%, but that's the mark of what I like to call someone who likes to experiment, Find the solutions that fit them more than anyone else.
And I was told from the production that we do have the new drops. Sorry, apologize if the old drops didn't work, guys. There was a slight error. So we do have the new drops. Day Dash 2. The new drops should be there. And you guys should be getting the new drops open on Twitch. I apologize for the inconvenience, but it should be open and you should already be getting it if you have been watching. So make sure to check out the new drop. And make sure to go to your inventory and get one, okay? You do need to go to the extra step and actually type in your account. I know I've been asking, and we can ask all the time. Maybe there will be a slightly easier system in the future, I hope. But thank you, everybody, for the patience. And exactly on time, we're in draft for set 4.
Okay, what are they going to choose? Ooh.
I think it's pretty clear for right side what gets chosen.
The
I'm
right
interested
side
to see
is
left
top on red.
choice.
Well, I feel like Angel Light is probably the most picked, but I could see them wanting to cleave with someone like Ahmed potentially. And as for left side, it's probably between Aiden or Knockball, but I think Aiden is probably the most popular choice. Oh, wow. Wait a second.
Skipping through.
Blind versus Arrowwell.
Both Light Knights picked up tonight. Interesting.
Hold
okay.
on.
Now I'm really in it. I got to start thinking. We're going for out-of-box options. I don't think you double... No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you go Remnant. Yep, Remnant Violet Design a little bit. Yep, exactly. Just because you want to prepare for debuffs to your left side, and Remnant Violet just a good DPS.
And it feels good to pick up one of those solid DPS options earlier on. As we said before, you don't want to be worrying about them in 4th and 5th pick, so
that's right.
Getting them out of the way sooner can pay off a lot. And we see another great DPS option in Lone Crescent Bologna going into a lot of these factors, so she's picked up naturally.
Yeah,
and
really good against that.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's funny that we see normal Christie and not specially changed Christie right here.
It should be updated soon enough.
Okay, yeah.
It's Yulha, Ida. Other choices
What do you
available.
wanna pick here? Do you just go for someone like Architect Leica because you see that the right side doesn't actually have any fast units? It might kind of be your only chance. You might be worried.
Or you can super
No, I was
tank
about
down.
to say, we've seen somebody believe in the power of Kairon today. I think we're going to get another Kairon believer underway.
Wow, Emil Yufine on board. Meanwhile, I am not liking these left side picks. Ruel, Vildred, and Inos.
Oh man.
Inos, Inos can help a bit.
Yufine, Inos 2.0.
As I said, solid option. Doesn't trigger too much. Gets her attacks out, does her job. Good healing, good support, especially with dark units, which we have one of, but it's what it is.
Yeah, it's just such a low damage team by left side. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see how left side can really break through this right side team. Right side's team, so tanky, so good against AoE or small attacks like the Designer Lilibet and the Belian, and even the Kairon. It just feels like, how do you break through this?
Genizad, I can't stomach what you're telling me right now. You mean after all the matches we've seen today, after all we've been through, you still don't believe in the power of Kairon? After he's almost won everything.
I'm just not a believer. I don't know what to
Not
say.
He came real close. He tried his best, and he might succeed this
tried.
time.
Just have
You
to
know,
press.
I've seen him try a lot, man, and he just I can't be disappointed again.
We can't stomach the disappointment. Well, there's nothing disappointing about this. The Inos S3 coming out here with the speed, with the increased attack. It even hit the Remnant. It didn't hit the Remnant Violet, but it gave plenty of stacks to the Bellona.
It even almost hit the Remnant Violet.
Just believe in MLK Ron. That's all you need to do for V-Man.
Yeah, everyone here is just buying turns for MLK Ron. That's what we're doing. That's our job.
Believing in MLK Ron worked for people, though.
I mean,
how has that gone so far?
Golden hands, boys. Those stocks will rise. Those stocks will rise.
Not gonna say
Can't wait
specific
for his
numbers,
next
but we'll see what happens there. As Pizza
His next
Choo-Choo.
buff after Emo Haste's buff will surely go well.
Here's a counter from Bellion.
Counter from Bellion, the counter response from Bellona, and the multiple stacks already on Rylet. Yeah, I'm not liking the look of this.
Yeah, this looks a little risky. Pizza Choo-Choo's team looking really strong and set up right here.
Ino's doing, Christie kind of saying I can put up attack buffs too, and that coming in handy for the Remnant Violet. Doesn't even opt to S3, he just cleans it up with an S1.
So MLK Ron takes the turn here, but if he S3s, he does nothing. If he doesn't S3, he probably dies before he S3s.
Yeah, there's not
This
much
is
of a
the
stack.
dilemma. Yeah, this is kind of why MLK Ron doesn't really work as a character, is even when he gets his S3, sometimes people can just survive. Like a character like Remnant Violet, he can just dodge, or if you're tanky enough, you just take the hit and you survive anyway.
Okay, Soul Burn.
Yeah, we soul burn the S1 and we keep the S3 because we know that we need that increased resistance to critical hits when that is available.
Yeah, and this is looking like it might be a relatively clean sweep, because I'm not sure if this K-Ron has any chance here.
Yeah, it also seems like... Oh, yes.
Oh, he survives
Oh,
1
one more.
HP because he's a hero. And he's dead. He's dead.
And it's gone.
I'm about to say, that was... I can already hear the theme music playing.
MLK
And then-
Ron
That's
almost
game.
looked like a character that, yeah, like the song You Say Run starts playing, and he starts getting really hype, and then, oh.
That's one for
Then he's a
Pizza
corpse.
Choo-Choo. What else does he need? Does he need, like, immortality like the Red K-Ron? What else does he need as a plus on top?
Yeah, I would say MLK Ron, he's like he's the Yamcha of EpicSeven, you know? He's that guy that's in the crater, passed out all the time. Anything happens, a new character comes out, Elvira gets buffed, he's there again. He's always just getting beat up by every new character that comes out, every buffed character, just everything in the whole game. He just gets punished. They
The
always
dwarf
try and-
effect,
wait,
he's
what's
always
that?
getting shown up by new people. Every
Yeah,
time a new person or new character or new unit shows up, it's just like, well, MLK Ron looks a little bit worse. Even Spez
Yeah.
came back.
Give him more
Yeah,
evasion.
Oh, rework or something like that.
Okay, we're moving straight into our second game. If Pizza Choo-Choo takes this, Attack on Titan will be winners. On to semifinals. There's B-Min.
The first choices out of Beeman seem really strong. If I was Pizza, I'd probably take Knockwall, most likely, or maybe the Last Rider Crow. But if you're Beeman, what do you think you would choose?
Spexer Tene.
It's
Going
Specs,
for
it's Nebra,
damage.
and LRK up on the board. Usually two units you'd like to see together, but they're separated like long-lost lovers on the draft board.
Yeah, is that what it is? I think we might see a command model Leica maybe being picked, because just really secure fast unit. Yeah, and Bihu. Bihu does actually have immunity apparently in draft mode, which is pretty good versus this Leica as well.
Is it? Doesn't she turn down? Doesn't she reduce?
Well, she does with
loss
her
by one
skill
turn-up?
2, but a lot of the time you want to lead with skill 3 to sleep the opponent's team, so not able to stop Bihu at all.
And on top, we're looking
Also,
for the
she probably
third.
doesn't have the EE yet.
And Holiday Euphine.
Wow, Holiday Euphine. I mean, she does give aggression and has AoE to deal with the Spectre Tenebria, so that can actually help a lot. Wow, Fumir seems really hard to use in draft mode, but at the same time, you have to pick so many awkward characters. Maybe you can actually make her work sometimes, but not really in this draft.
Yeah, maybe
in this draft.
Maybe better for Pizza Choo-Choo if Fumir was available on the right, but it's available for B-Men in blue.
That's very true, actually. We might see Researcher Carrot being picked because they do have the synergy with Bihu, the double burn.
The burn
Bihu
damage
does increase the damage of all burns.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was about to say the Moon Bunny on right side, giving a little bit of healing and sustain to the rest of this team.
K-Ron, K-Ron, K-Ron,
think
do
we
it
might
again,
see a
do it
Well,
again.
actually, wait, I think you can Vildred, potentially.
For the speed up?
Because there is the Moon Bunny and there's also the Leica. I think they just need AoE to be able to deal with the Spectre Tenebra potentially, so maybe they would go for that, but I don't know. Otherwise, it's K-Ron 100%.
And what is Champion Zerato doing?
Oh,
Champion Zerato!
Wait, no, I'm insane.
For the
I forgot
D-break?
Zerato is good against debuffs. Completely slipped my mind because he normally just fails so. Wait, he fails so often. I forgot he was a character.
This is his one chance to shine through it all. Champion
Is this
Zerato
it?
makes it to the
Champion
field.
Zerato
Is this his
in
comeback?
2024?
Yeah,
I was about to say, is this his,
What
is this his
artifact
first
does
time
he
being
have?
picked here, right?
Probably of the whole year.
This is the only chance you'll see him all year.
This is his game. This is his one opportunity.
No, it
and he
isn't.
gets
Go
banned.
home.
Oh,
Get out of here.
no.
No one likes you anyway.
Yeah, that was
Man,
actually a
purely
really
out of
good pick.
disrespect.
The one shining
Yeah.
bright moment opportunity has been
That was
wiped.
his one moment, and we're never gonna see it.
Go
Close
back
your
to the
eyes.
waiting
It was
room.
all a dream.
Old timers of this game will remember back when he was a god, but now he's a nobody.
He's just busy
Oh.
taking up my new Spez gear. That's all he's doing. Get out of here.
And also, no Tien on the other side, starting with Leica. Pizza Choo Choo can close this match out.
So skill 3 is kind of weak here. There's Ambitious Tywin, there's 2 immunities. Kind of safe.
Even if you try to land a debuff on Carrot, she'll quickly cleanse herself of
I think
it.
you just skill 2 on the, Bihu.
And target.
She doesn't do the AoE, which kind of sucks on dual attacks. But I think that there's so much damage
And
potentially
sleep.
going their way
The
that
sleep.
the skill 3 into the last shot crowd skill 3, I'm pretty sure the Spectre Tenebria is gone. It's a lot of damage actually coming B-Min's way.
Oh, noticeable amount of damage.
A ton of damage actually. I'm pretty sure Pizza Choo Choo's team here is actually gonna just roll over.
Oh, the bite.
The Spectre Tenebra is gone already.
Is gone.
Spectre's gone, and then do you have enough damage with these burns to take out the right side's team?
I was just about to say 40 souls, but we decide to save them anyway. We do have a very angry, ambitious Tywin coming up.
They actually had to save them because of the Moon Bunny in this situation, where if they took the extra
You're
turn,
right.
would have gone punished.
By the way, that Bihu surviving with 19 HP. He
19?
is doing
a
the best he
hero.
can.
Yeah, he's trying his best to bring it back. Oh, that ambitious Tywin S3 actually really big, but
2 stuns.
Bihu's gonna go down, I'm pretty sure here.
It's a matter of
That's
time.
one like swatting a gnat.
Does go for the skill 3. Opts for this one. To try and land a debuff on ambitious Tywin. Does get the sleep on him, which is really
Aha.
nice for them. But you're gonna AoE either way, so it doesn't really matter.
So here's more fire from the Fiend.
Firepower. I mean, the choice has to be made here clear. Lots of burns on Crowd. Defense break on the HU Holiday U-Fiend.
Yeah, the thing is, I just don't know if Carrot has enough damage. Even though she's kind of hard to kill, she doesn't really benefit as much from these defense breaks as other people might. Oh, that dual attack's actually... actually, it's almost bad for Holiday Fiend in a way. She took so much damage, but...
There's a burn through the barrier.
I believe Moon Bunny can skill 3 right here and cleanse though, so able to make it so this Eufiend's a little bit safer.
And Doctor's Bag providing some needed relief for our team.
Yeah, and Carrot slowly dwindling away in her health bar, right?
By the way, it's not 8 minutes, guys. It's B-min. Just making sure.
Calling him 8 min?
it's not 8 minutes B-min, guys.
I was about to say, that's a very different draft playstyle. Like, you're going to be here for a while, buddy.
Calling him 8
Oh,
min
then.
because every match takes 8
Oh,
minutes.
and the Carrot's gone. Pizza Choo Choo wins 2-0. A straight
Yeah.
win for the set and a win for the team.
Get out,
Attack on
win.
Titan. Winner, no skills.
Bringing
Congratulations.
it home right there. Winning that final match.
The real Champion Zerato win. I would call that a Champion Zerato win.
at least he was on the board, right? But it was such an awkward position. We had all those souls, we couldn't use them. Our Spectre Tenebria never got to survive more than a couple seconds, and it was just a slow death after that, unfortunately.
Yeah, the VTuber team taking the win.
Oh yeah,
Afraid
that's
of
right.
those VTubers, man. They got the perfect poker face and everything.
Yeah, got
They scared the hell out of me.
Big skills. The leader, Lovely Vanguard, did achieve a win in the leaders match, but just was not enough in this best of 5 format. So this is going to be the result. And back to us. So far, a lot more Specimen Says and few other different interesting texts coming up from a lot of our content creators. So far, I'm liking it a lot. Well, that's going to be it for Turtle Player. But make sure to check them out, though. They're beautiful content creators. Aya, Cuteska, Lovely Rangar, B-Min from Turtle Players will be eliminated from the tournament. But Attack on Titan, they will be moving up to the next week of semifinals.
Yeah, pretty good matches there overall. Lovely Rangar was saving the team there in that third round, but wasn't quite enough.
I mean, that Lovely Rengar match had to be one of my favorites I've seen in a long time. He gave his heart and
So many
soul
misses.
over to the Assassin Cartusia, and he received everything in response.
Yeah, that's
beautiful.
Yeah, that was the result for our first match. And after that, did not get to see the ace match because we did not go into our fifth. That's the updated. So Attack on Titan will be going up against the winner of our next matchup, which is Hustling Baguette versus Lost Memory of Closer Charles. Do you want to go with Lost Memory or Closer Charles? Let's decide it right now.
Say Closer Charles.
Closer Charles?
I'll say Closer Charles.
Okay,
as well.
Closer
What does
Charles.
that name mean? Does
I
anyone
don't know. I
Are they
actually
saying
don't
it because
know.
Closer Charles isn't very good anymore and they feel sad, or?
From what I heard, it was something like it's like a way of saying that, like, in memory, there's like some dream they have where Closer Charles is dead, and it's in respect to what he did in the lore. I think it's
What
a
are you
lot of that
talking
going
about?
on.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know quite either.
Yeah, maybe if they win the entire thing, I think there was an interview with the winning team only. So maybe if they win the entire thing, maybe we can ask them what the name is all about.
Well, now they have to win. I need my answers.
Yeah,
Before
it's the only way.
I want the answers, but who knows? A different team can certainly win. Well, first of all, they have to win this match coming up right next. But before that, we will take a short break going into our second match of the day. Guys, you can also take a short break. We will be back in about 20-minute break. So it's going to be a rather longer one. So make sure you go to the restroom. If it's before your sleep time, brush your teeth, because I got a warning from my dentist too just recently. So grab some snacks, grab some soda. Oh, and make sure you brush your teeth after that too. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes and continuing more from Content Creator Battle.
speak here on Kenny. I said it. What the? It is over.
Show me one more. The 1-2. 초비상 끝내야 할 때 마무리가 안 되고 나니까 이거 넘어가는 일만 있고.
And welcome back, everyone, to Content Creator Battle 2024. We're heading into our second match of the night. The final two teams that you have been waiting for. They're going to be Hustling Baguette and we're going with Closer Charles, right? On this one.
Yeah.
Of course, Genozad Divine still with us for the final match. Before we talk about more of the team, we do have the video ready between the two teams. So let's hit that right away.
It's Kukubat, current leader of Team 5. EpicSeven 한국 서버 크리에이터 검비풍입니다.
Hi, I'm Boy.
I picked on my team Mr. Pong because he's strong, Ryu because he's strong and I know him, and Prof Boy because he looked strong, and they looked very satisfied with the current team.
Well, none of us are complaining, right?
팀장분들을 제외한 점수 중에서 가장 높았었는데 네 번째로 선택이 됐더라고요. 그래가지고 약간 의외였는데 좋다고 생각합니다. 결과적으로는 굉장히 자신이 있습니다. 이번 시즌은. I think in my opinion, LMH team.
I think LMH's team is arguably the scariest one on the roster. I'm fearing for my life right now.
이겠지만 저희 팀이라 생각합니다. 조커픽 같은 개념도 콜버 선수나 저나 약간 많이 쓰는 형식이기 때문에 조금 더 유리한 스타일이 아닐까. 고명미 팀. 이번 시즌 이제 팀장분이 실내나 판수를 많이 안 돌렸기 때문에 고명미 팀이 제일 만만해 보인다.
I'm going to make you proud, and you're going to watch me kick some butt.
제가 제대로 즐기고 우승까지 같이 만끽하는 모습 한번 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. We will see on the battle who will be the strongest.
Hello, I am Fart Pancakes, and I play EpicSeven on the global server.
Alright, what's up guys? My name is Mitchell Ordini.
I'm Sue, but feel free to call me Pat.
Tôi rất vui vì được ở trong đội vì KJ là một người chơi giỏi. 우리 팀장이 고명이니까 행복해요. 이 팀이 잘 됐으면 좋겠어요.
I won this tournament last year. I played one match, but hey, I'm in the tournament. Let's go back to back, win it 2 times in a row. That'd be cool.
I'm so pumped to be on Gomiyomi's team. He is one of, in my opinion, the most innovative and intelligent players in all of EpicSeven.
Estou confiante no Moroji Rodares pela experiência que consegui nas qualificatórias do torneio mundial.
So I was chosen to be the draft mode member for my team, and I can't think of anyone more suited to the task.
Safe pick every time, and or unless you want to go super high gamble, but I'm just going to try to play it safe so my team has a chance to win.
Ace Trainer's team, so I don't want to be caught off guard by him.
Light's team looks pretty strong.
私がこのチームにいるので、このチームが一番弱いかもしれません。それなので先にチームメイトに謝っておきますね。
I'll just say my team's the weakest because they have me.
To my competition out there, I have won more tournaments in my life than I can remember. So don't disappoint me.
Hopefully this year I don't have to do anything again. Last year I legit played one match and got first place. So let's try to have that happen again. I think I played first though.
All right, and we heard from both teams a little bit, a lot of different languages, by the way, from a lot of different tongues. But here's Hustling Baguette, leader by Kukrabat, Mr. Pong, Reroll You, and Prof Boy will be the roster for this team.
Kukrabat having a very strong photo. He looks powerful in it.
Intimidating,
he is the perfect team leader, I think, for this team, as I believe he has a wife, 2 kids, a full-time job, goes to the gym every day. He's living the dream, and I think he plays
he's a
RTA.
chef.
Yeah, and he's a chef, and I think he plays RTA mostly on the toilet, and he reaches legend every season, so he's got it made.
Lots of toilet time, I see.
I'm about to say the amount of match numbers might elucidate some problems there. He has too many. Maybe the chef needs some more fiber in his diet, but let's go.
And Mr. Pong also here. Lots of new, as you can see in the content creator battle. But of course, all of these members cannot be underestimated. And when we talk about teams, here's the opponent. Lost memory of Closer Charles, led by Gomyang-mi, the KJ Korean Jesus, T2 Far Pancakes, Didi, and also I'm Tsu.
Yeah, Gomyang-mi, he is pretty renowned as like the most popular and I guess famous Korean player, essentially. He comes up with so many interesting drafts and he innovates so many unique things that a lot of people really look up to him. Like Tsu on his team was saying that he's like really inspirational in like how he does his stuff.
Often gets thrown with the nickname KJ for Korean Jesus. Certainly somebody whose strength can carry forward to the rest of the team if they learn something from him. We actually did also learn something. Lost memory of Closer Charles, their team name actually referencing the awakening potential that he would have had. And the potential he would have had.
Never happened. Never ever even tried to. never ever even. Okay, let's just go on. Yeah, Gomyang-mi, also known on the YouTube, he's always trying some innovative things, so it does make sense. And Far Pancakes, Didi, and Suzumiya, they will be trying. And is that the star from Season 2 as the winner?
Yes, Deity was on the winning team last time. I think he won like his final match, and that was like the final one that his team needed.
I think so. That's what I remember.
Well, yeah.
I think he had some really incredible game and finishing off with that. And about half and half. I think this is the least amount of difference in predictions we've had so far.
46.
Aussie Baguette versus Closer Charles. Oh, let's see how this is going to be going down. Divine?
I feel bad once again. Yeah, I always feel like I'm coming in against the numbers, but I got to give my vote to Closer Charles team right now, right here. But a bit of bias. I do know there's some strong players there, and I do know that they have some dominating mentalities as well.
Okay.
Especially with Deity.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised it's actually so close because KJ has such a following, and so many Korean players like love the guy. I'm actually a little surprised that the vote is a little lower.
Yeah. Pretty sure, and also I think there's a slight favor in terms of who was selected pre-hand. Usually the first team on top. I think that might actually boost them up by a couple percentage, but let's move on. Here's the first set. T3 players, reroll you from Hustling Baguette, Didi from Lost Memory of Closer Charles.
We have finally found the 32nd number of matches. 15 matches the whole season, and he hit Masters. He's like, you know what? Give me the skin, and I'm out.
Well, it's also the first in terms of win rate, so he definitely made his climb as efficient as possible with those cleave units up there. But with such a low amount of games, I don't think it really tells us too much.
I know, guys. Remember with a 70% win rate yesterday, I believe it was Kizumi. With not that many matches,
we found the number one win rate of EpicSeven right here. 73% win rate, first place.
That's how you get first. And certainly we'll have the belly and skin on if you have it on her. What about Didi on the other side though?
Deity is what I like to call one of the people in this community who really rolls out the red carpet for players, especially new players to the game. He's done a lot of series on RTA itself, showing new players how to climb as efficiently as possible. So I think that leads them to have familiarity with units across the board that will be more than helpful in a draft mode situation like this.
And we go right into it. Savior out in round Valiant available for V-Roll U. And Conqueror Lilius last out of Crown.
Quickly. Goes to the last out of so fast. He wants to go for a full-on cleave. Says, miss me at those other units. I'm going all in. I think if they want to
go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick. I think if they want to continue the cleave, maybe pick Dien for the attack buff as well in the CR push.
Indeed. And Divine, did you want to say something?
I was going to say, reroll, treating it just like one of those 15 matches he had to climb in the Masters, immediately with the most aggressive option on the board.
Yes, I believe Ron is one of the fastest units available in draft mode right now. Oh, Destina going a little slower, having a secondary option for reroll.
Let's just slow it down a bit. We do see Specimen says on Wind Rider.
Oh, man.
But I wonder how it's built though in draft mode, because this is like pre-buff specimen.
Oh,
so I wonder what that is.
In terms of
Might go
stats,
for
right? Okay.
Something else though. I'm not. Yeah, you have to look over the stats. We can't see them here, but like some of these choices maybe are better or worse than we think they are, just based off of how they're actually built.
A deity in a position with all these units that sort of counter the AoE options coming out from the Ran. Elena cleaning up the debuffs. Infinite Horizon Acades reversing those debuffs. And hopefully stun if we get hit with one. Yeah.
Ooh. I think we might see a Celine pick come out of Deity's side, because the other two are a little bit awkward here. As for Reroll's side, we might see Urban Shadow Shoe, possibly? Because I'm not sure if you really want to champion Zerato into someone like Last Rider Crown. I don't know. Mort? Are we going to see Mort? I kind of doubt it.
The
I think
great
Shu
Mortalix. Why not?
Why not?
Let's see him.
I think I could name a few.
My only problem with the Celine pick, as you were talking about, Genizat, is that she's actually on the stealth EE out of all of them. So the targeting on specific units isn't going to work out. It's going to be random. So it's going to happen.
Still goes for Celine.
Oh wow! And goes to the champion Zerato.
Champsy's having the day of his life so far.
The final picks on both sides, though, looking really strong. We got Spectre Tenebria, we got Navy Captain Landy. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, really good options for reroll you. Deity.
I noticed you skipped over the Kayron again there, Genizat.
Sorry.
Demand some respect. Come on.
Doesn't exist in his
He's
brain,
almost winning.
Assessing Cartuza?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't use Kayron here. I feel like Navy Captain Landy is, a little bit better.
I don't think there's any world where you pick up Kayron over Navy Captain Landy. But
Well,
if you're
Landy-
dreaming, maybe.
Landy is more susceptible to someone like Carrot. They're really both thinking hard about this draft, though.
Oh, that is
Really
right.
weighing their
The
options.
burn
Or at
damage
least one
does
of them
kill
is.
Landy.
Oh,
we saw
Assassin Cartuja versus Navy Captain Landy. Really spicing it up. Oh my.
We just saw too much out of him in those last couple matches. The spirit of Rengar still living to this match.
Yeah, maybe that effect, maybe that game is affecting his choices a little bit. And the post bans, oh man, which one do we ban out? The most amount of damage, Spaz? Oh, Ran.
Horizon Acades and Ran. So probably banned the Acades expecting their Ran not to be banned, but well, didn't end up happening. So I think Duty's team, although strange having the Carrot and Celine, I think maybe with the Aureus and the Evasion, maybe they have a decent amount of survivability.
Spez goes first?
How fast is this
Oh my God.
Spez?
He only has 11,000 health. Wait, is Celine dead? No way, right?
Whenever you say no way, I do have to doubt myself.
We're gonna see
There
in a
it
couple
is.
seconds here. Is she?
Not
No, she's
not.
not.
That's a disaster because now he loses his evasion. He has 0% evasion because he's actually on Wind Rider as well.
Yeah, that's right. If the S3 is on cooldown, you do not get that evasion.
And now we've got this no stun, obviously, but the defense break on Landy does make her easy pickings.
And with the burn, it's going to do so much damage to her. I think Reroll, you may have seen those matches with Spez we just saw and said, hey, you know what? I can do that too with this Spez. And, well, not quite the same amount of damage.
Yeah, not quite the same stats as we see the crowd running. But the bite.
Ton of
Extra damage to counter with the Elbrus.
The Celine seems to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, and an extra help.
Hey, Champion Zerao just wants to be known he's here. He wants people to know. He's
Hey
trying,
guys, I'm
okay?
helping. I'm right here.
Beast of the West.
Give him like 3 minutes, he'll have the craziest defense break that doesn't land on anyone and gets cleansed by Carrot naturally.
He did make it so that Carrot didn't want to skill 3 there so that the Landy was surviving. So that is actually good.
Here's Assassin. Now, who do you want to turn tide and provide that stun?
It's a bit funny, it's called Assassin Cartuja despite doing almost 0 damage ever. He's like
Well,
anti-assassin.
Well, the history of assassins, they're really helpful, right? He's just helping everyone else do their thing.
Yeah, they're really nice job.
Counter?
Yeah.
Oh, we do
The
actually
burn.
see it hit the Assassin Cartuja, although he resisted. But it does pass it on to the Carrot. keep in mind that Caesarado, a lot of people probably don't know anything he does because he's not very good overall, but he actually has to pass the debuff over to the opponent. So if they have immunity and he tries to pass it over and he doesn't strip their immunity, then he keeps that debuff.
Yeah, pretty good unit for Labyrinth at least. And here is
The
that
champ getting that
S3.
skill 3. Haven't seen that S3 in years.
And he doesn't really do much.
Won't see it. That was
Well,
a
he
show.
has
The
defense
champ!
buff now. He's a little bulkier, and he did put attack down on Carrot, which is helpful. Landy, she has her skill 3 available, and she Elbrist.
Counter.
Pushing
Another.
herself up.
Oh, this Landy's kind of hot.
It's kind of a problem. She's kind of an issue. She's
Believe it.
inversely insanely good to how useless Caesarado is.
Yeah, he's really just getting carried by Big Sis right now, right? But it's making a showing nonetheless. He does get to say he won. It was just on a team with Navy
He
Captain
gets to
Land.
say, I was here. I existed once.
Champ.
I win again.
The champ should have the double dual attack chance or something. Needs a major buff. Here's resource for Carrot, providing detonate some more extra damage on Captain Landy.
Hiding too much. We do get another Last Star Crow S3, and it's going to do even more than last time. There is no mitigation on Reroll's side, but
The counter.
quite enough. And they do get the counterattack as well.
And the violin.
Oh, but this could be big because Assassin Cartusia can actually provoke the Navy Captain Landy at the perfect time.
Yeah, when
Mitigating and avoiding complete disaster. The ship needs to not set sail, or else I'm afraid we're going to fail. And indeed we do.
And are we going to see the warship?
Unfortunate. I think it's only a 75% chance at most. DD not looking too happy about that one. And we do see the blockade coming through with the big old ship.
The attack buff up, and it clears the board. The stun is there.
Almost.
LRK's
Actually
gone.
doesn't clear the board, interestingly enough. Surprisingly only kills one unit, but the problem is after skill 3, you have to pick up the pieces. Can't you? Is it even possible?
I think we were left side was in a position where surviving that right there pays off dividends because we get a much bigger heal off the Destina here.
Yeah, here's Destina's Grace. And bringing back Specimen
Spez is back.
Says. But S3 is on cooldown, but you can still provide some stuns.
Oh, does go for the soul. Oh man, double miss.
Double miss.
Spez having the least productive turn of the tournament right there, but he does take another.
He gets to take another one right here, and it does damage.
Yeah, it does damage, and he resisted. Oh, Caesarado carry? Oh, not quite. Almost did enough. Maybe not.
The guys on this team are really just
almost.
Yeah,
oh no,
Landy and Destina kind of doing everything on themselves.
But we get it here finally, the counter, and it finishes off both of them
Oh,
spectacularly.
the champion!
Ends the match.
To finish off the
Honorably dying
game.
to Caesarado. Caesarado carried.
Give him his
Caesarado
justice.
for the win.
Oh, we see the Last Rider crowd in
Noted.
the background there on that steel plate for reroll.
Oh, that's cool. And look, he almost did as much damage as Specimen Says did.
Celine, 4% contribution. Good job.
Hey, she was there. She was there. I saw her. She was certainly picked up and was on the board.
Yeah,
it turns out Emma Landy pretty strong in this game mode.
Oh, yes.
The thing about draft mode is you never really know what you or your opponent are going to get in the future, so you just have to grab the insanely strong units.
Look, she's
That's why
available
Did you
again.
say Navy Captain Landy was strong? Because I feel like we're somehow seeing her again.
I've heard
All
that
right.
before.
And there's no pre-ban here, so when she's available. But there are some good options there. Conqueror Lilius also a great starter if you want to consider. But
I think we see Lua and Navy Captain Landy. I think it makes the most sense. Really good opener.
oh,
and
Dady,
an
certainly
insanely
not
good
happy
DPS.
about Landy being picked up
Oh
again.
god, but the worst part is look at the next picks.
Oh,
What are
DJB,
these?
hello.
What are these picks?
And
Is
Green,
this a
you
Mort pick coming
fiend.
out? You might just Desert Joe Basar in advance as a support, but like, Mort? Are we gonna see?
You have to choose to
This is the
believe he
chance.
picks up Moon Bunny and reverse the barrier. Yeah.
Exactly, with the DJB.
Yeah, more than Moon
Oh,
Bunny.
did we
You
do
see,
have
he
the
had to
great
believe. He should have
Mortalix?
believed.
You see, the left side draft actually looks like a real draft right now in RTA so far. Meanwhile, right side, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at here. These are some interesting picks.
I think we've also once again ran into a deity is not getting great pick situation.
Crow versus
I mean-
Ken. Yeah, actually, it makes total sense that you'd pick kind of
Yep,
like
Blue
that.
Crow.
there. Ooh, Oh, but Charlotte, her critting is bad versus MO Ken, but it is good versus maybe Captain Landy.
At least one more solution available here. But do you
And
go all
there
in?
is no cleanse out of DoD side, so Pirate Captain Flan or Senya can kind of lock you down.
Yeah, Senya will be providing a lot of provokes if reroll you grabs her. But you can get the second captain if you want. 2 captains on the board.
Yeah, you could have the 2 sisters. They do hate each other, so maybe there's a small unlucky debuff right there. But
a little bit of reverse synergy. They both can't use their S3. Remember that was in the brawl mode.
Yeah,
brawl mode.
You can't pick up both of them.
We do see the Charlotte. Charlotte's really good against Senya here, actually. Really good versus Senya and the MO Landy.
Then it might have to be. No, go ahead.
You have to knock wall, right?
Does seem like the best choice. You already, Deity does already have the tank up. Ran, Adventure Ross.
Knockwall is actually really good. Well, what was that?
I was gonna say Bind would be very powerful, especially if we look to ban out their cleanser. And I gotta say, it's not the worst Apocalypse Ravi. It's not the worst time to anchor down with Apocalypse Ravi. It's what gets picked up after all.
As predicted from you guys, Ravi and Knockwall.
This is pretty hard out of Deity's side. I mean, Knockwall basically has to be banned because I think reroll has to assume Moon Bunny's getting banned, right? Like, you can't really take that chance, I feel. So assuming that Knockwall is getting banned and Deity looks at it that way, maybe he could ban something other than Moon Bunny? Like the ML Ken and Charlotte and Mort?
And the ban?
Does go for it too. Yeah. You see the little mind game of like your opponent has to assume that you're banning Moon Bunny, otherwise they instantly lose. So they have to ban that Knockwall. So then you kind of get pick of the litter of what you want to ban.
That's right. First appearance of Ravi.
He skill 3'd so fast right there.
Plan was already in motion. Didn't need any time to think.
Resist.
Did he just land nothing?
Man.
So there was the problem is having immunity with MO Landy makes it so you can't strip the immunity, but didn't even reset the Ravi.
Those double resist from Ravi.
Yeah, we see this skill 3 about to come out, and provoking the Mort's kind of a problem because Mort needs to put that injury on Apocalypse Ravi. It's the only way.
Senya the strike.
On a lot of units.
This is all around really unfortunate for Deity.
And there's the grace from the Senya. And
double counter attack coming out here.
Oh my.
And a follow-up. Oh,
what is next? His internet's gonna go out?
Oh,
like, what's going on here?
Deity's already... He lost his mind already.
He's getting so punished. What did he do? Oh my.
Oh, naturally another follow-up. Yep. I think Mort's at 1 HP. Charlotte's gonna try her best. How many counters does this
counter?
Get? Of
one
course,
more.
One out of the Senya, but a second one out of Landy.
Is she gonna salvo? Let me guess, she's gonna salvo.
Oh no, not that far. Not the maximum.
She was merciful this time.
But still, reroll has a huge advantage. Crow though.
Crow is gonna be able to take out the Landy, but the problem is it's just gonna come back. It's gonna get brought back right after.
Okay, that's some spicy damage.
Oh, say goodbye
Another
to
counter.
Yep, bye Lua.
And that Ravi is looking for the jump.
It's actually kind of a shame because this Charlotte almost could have brought the whole game back if it
Oh,
wasn't for
slept.
someone like Apocalypse Ravi. Charlotte actually very much had a chance.
Forever provoked.
Third miss.
Oh, the great
Mort didn't even
Mortalix.
get a chance. Yeah.
This Senya actually doing a lot of work.
Yeah, she
On the
kind of
left.
is actually. Ravi hasn't even done anything yet.
Well, she'll be pushed back so she can do even less with the defense buff going up on our queen. Will we get another sleep? No, resist it.
Back to crowd here. Yeah, does have the provoke, so can't bring Landy back yet. Might not even need her.
Charlotte versus the world, and I'm not so sure Charlotte can beat the world.
Here we go.
The burn, the attack buff, everything's the perfect situation for her.
It's
A lot
time.
of damage to Senya.
Oh, but Yeah, takes no one down.
Oh, it even got provoked.
As long as it doesn't get slept, we should be able to put down some additional damage, or we'll push up the whole team. So
Yeah, that Apocalypse Rocket at the end was just such a problem. The issue was really that Didi almost could have brought it back fully with Charlotte, even after everything that happened, but it just doesn't matter because you can't 1v1 the Apocalypse Rocket or Charlotte.
Jumping up.
And going
will be
down.
enough to kill. And that's a 2-0.
Navy Captain Landy coming back.
And he comes back to save the team. Not even needed. Reroll 2-0 over Dady. Yeah, that draft mode didn't really work out too well for Dady much.
Yeah, that second draft mode seemed really, really unfair. Just in my opinion.
Yeah, so in the future,
it
I
felt
think
like every time it's like one for me, one for me, one for me, one for me, and just none for Deity, pretty much, of like any of the like really good picks or things they needed. Like if he had Emo Ken, it could have beaten someone like Emo Landy too. Could have helped so much. He just didn't get any of those characters.
Yeah, I think we need to add some features in the future, like mulligan feature or some maybe
mulligan would
swapping some
definitely be
gears,
really
like
big.
few set gears, maybe having some EE options as well. That could be beneficial. Having some more options to twist few things before you actually go into game. That could be really great features. It might be added in the future. You never know. But I think it's always great to have these kind of feedbacks so they can upgrade all the time. But moving out of the draft mode now, let's put that aside. And here comes the T2 players. Mr. Pong. Mr. Pong from Hustling Baguette and Far Pancakes from Closer Charles.
So, they played almost the same amount of matches. Fart Pancakes is a full-on cleaver. That's how she plays the game, full cleave. I'm not sure if she plays any standard, really. I wonder if she's only going to be using cleave. Most likely going for the Flitica cleave or something like that. I mean, she seems to pick it a lot, judging by
I've seen some standard play out of Fart Pancakes every once in a while. Fairly adaptable player, but as you said, leaning towards the cleave, and that did earn her the Emperor bracket, as you can see.
Mr. Pong, I think he is a pretty strong player, but last season just didn't play as much as he might normally near the end of the season. But it seems like he's much more... I think he might be more of a flexible player that plays kind of aggressive.
From my notes, you know, he is a master of the bruiser category of characters. He's been a long-time OG player, from my opinion, as well. Been in there a lot, and one last thing I got is a note, a big Rylet believer, so that might actually come in through, especially if we're dealing with a lot of cleave on right side's end.
Oh, big Rylet believer, and we did not get to check out their beds, so we'll see how this goes as I believe the draft is ready for set number 2. Mr. Pong on the left from Hustling Baguette and Fart Pancakes on the right from Closer Charles. Waiting for pre-bans. We actually did not have much of a Lua pre-ban today, and we're going to stick with that.
A lot of people just have to prioritize so many other characters, they just can't afford to ban them. And we do see the Zeo pre-ban and the Flitica pre-ban taking out 2 cleave options for Fart Pancakes, and they are picking the Moon Bunny, which means you can still play so aggressively. A great pick into someone like Emily is very flexible in this situation.
We're seeing the playstyle, and more importantly, we're seeing a little bit of a closed card situation. Now, not wanting to reveal the whole hand, the AOL, pretty standardly great at ruining almost anyone's day, but getting a response back out of the Shuna, which I think is interesting.
Yes, Shuna means that maybe we'll see that Dragon King happening a little more.
Yeah, that's true. We actually see the portrait right there of Dragon Sharon on Fart Pancake's side, but with the Angel of Light, it probably has something like Book on it, so she could still go really aggressive if she wants to in this draft.
Along with Shuna. Mr. Pong not showing too much, but Ambitious Tywin leaving the damage for last.
Yeah, just really a wait-and-see approach, because...
There she is!
Since, yep, there is the Dragon Sharon. Not amazing into Ambitious Tywin now that I think about it, because he is able to just instantly cleanse the skill 3.
And now we're seeing the last Rider Crow. I think it's an interesting choice, but I think it leaves a lot lacking in the DPS department.
I actually fought Hui on the ladder before our matches, and he actually completely bodied me with a Dragon Sharon team that was full control and tank down. just killing me with the Cascade buff and just slowly over
with the
time.
Cascade fixed damage. Was it
Yeah,
about
it does lots of nice
2,500?
damage. Yeah, 2,500. And I think the Spectre Tenebria pick actually can get taken out by Fart Pancake's draft possibly. So I don't know. This is a really interesting draft right here. It is super low damage, as you were saying, but Last Rider Crowd plus Cascade does add a nice amount.
In my opinion, we're leaving a lot to our last two picks on right side, but I still believe, as you said before, in your experience and also in Fart Pancakes, that this might be more than a threat to Mr. Pong, as both players choose their bans right now. Going to be saying goodbye to the Bologna and, of course, the Lionheart Sirmia on right side as the game is underway.
All right.
Yes. See how this one goes.
Very low damage draft here.
Spectre Tennis survives. Yes, Jenna?
Yeah. Well, Spectre Tenebria is like a hyper carry, so you usually kind of have to take her out really quickly, but this is a really slow team. So if there's not enough damage on right side, the Spectre Tenebria is just going to roll over them.
Let's see how fast or how many cascades we see from the Dragon King Sharoon as we get into the game. Round 1.
Obey if you wish to live.
See, Lilius takes the first turn naturally, and she does indeed decide to walk, giving over flow control off to right side. Cleansing those debuffs, skill nullifiers all over the board.
Yeah, it is really worth it, but interestingly enough, the Vigor defense buff actually does basically nothing here because all the damage you're taking is pretty much defense piercing damage. Yeah.
This is it.
Well, so it's got to be for the attack on that option.
So going for that skill 3. Let's see how much it lands. Lands a pretty good amount. They want to try and land a ton of debuffs so that when Sharoon skill 3s also, they're not able to cleanse the defense break, I would assume.
That would be the natural follow-up. And speaking of follow-ups, we've got Moon Bunny pushing up her team with the attack buff, more importantly, giving an opportunity to get those defense breaks we were just talking about on the enemy team before Krau's bike comes running on through.
Yeah, it does go for the skill 3. They only actually have 2 AoEs total, which is a little bit of a problem. So you're not able to get that cascade damage later on if it actually works. See how much this does.
Okay, that bike. Ooh, that's quite a lot.
Of damage. But the thing is, you have to keep in mind, Sharoon, she equalizes the health between allies. The Spectre Tenebria, she's pretty safe.
She's safe, but she's also going to be taking a lot from the bank of ambitious Tywin up there, who's already defense broken and might not be able to handle much more.
Yeah, Shuna does have the Blooming Lotus to keep the HP up, but her S3 is locked up because of Sharoon, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, kind of all the burst out of Fart Pancake's side is gone. And once Shuna is able to just, oh, and we get the stun. Once Shuna is able to just equalize the health, it's like,
and the
how are you
silence.
actually gonna finish them off? Oh, the sun's coming out again. There is no more attack down on Spectre Tenebria either, so she's gonna start hitting a lot harder.
The Shuna silence can't really do much other than heals.
Does go for the skill 1, just the AoE heal, just healed by a bit.
Little bit,
it's a
not
touch,
too much.
but it might be enough. Yeah.
Last Rider Crow is just trying to wrap around. This basically comes down to, can you take out Last Rider Crow before he gets his next S3? That's the whole match. And so all of the other teammates are just trying to constantly stop this Shuna, stop this Emilius, stop this ambitious Tywin from ever being able to just like stun him, defense.
So much. There's silence, sleep, stun. So much control.
There's multiple dual attacks like we're on Unity set.
Oh, that's that.
Problem is, one of them is almost taken out. Once this Angel of Light goes out, they might not have enough control on right side to actually protect them.
Yes. So it's actually Mr. Pong controlling that cascade. And now Shuna not silenced.
She does get the skill too. Does give a bit of a barrier as well. Conqueror Lilius does have skill 2. So they could just provoke someone like the Sharoon possibly, so that she's not able to stun who she wants to. Goes for the skill 1 to just finish off the Angel of Light.
Yeah, enough damage to get 1 kill.
And Last Rider Crow's immunity has finally worn out. He has 3 turns on his S3, which is kind of a long time, so he's pretty vulnerable right now.
Turns remaining after that last turn. We've got some CR pushes on right side with the Moon Bunny S3, with the with the S1 out of our Sharoon, but I don't think it's going to be enough, even if he does have that speed buff on top of him. One more turn remaining.
And this Spectre 10 is still alive.
That actually means, so Last Star Crow has his skill 3 right now, but Shuna has her skill 3 right now.
Do you use it? Oh, just for the extra heals again.
She can't use it because of the Sharon. Her skill 3 is actually completely useless.
That's
it would've
right.
been good for buff strips earlier on, but now not so much. And also, if you notice Last Star Crow, he's going to take the turn before the Spectre Tenebra, and she still has that big shield, so I'm not sure she's getting taken out. Oh, wait. Never mind. Dragon King Sharon actually has her skill 3 up. It's been long enough.
Yeah.
But no defense break on the Spectre Tenebria.
Well, I don't know if the defense break would have mattered too much because of the it's all true damage coming your way, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't even strip that shield. I think they may have needed that little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, it's attack down. Defense break onto its class break. So we'll see.
Well, speed buff does increase the damage, and it's the second usage, so it increases the damage. And attack buff, is this enough damage to actually break through it?
It's nearly
just
enough
not enough.
damage.
The second bike.
It was so close. That 15% on the shield may have just completely determined the entire match.
And
If they had
Shuna
been
with
able-
227. That all those soul burn on S1 certainly did keep S10 alive. But that small amount of heal
was actually working really well. They just really needed that little extra push.
Mr. Pong's calculations.
Oh man.
Oh
We
man.
survived so narrowly. The left side, everyone is basically on their last legs, but that's 4 characters versing 2. A lot of damage is coming out now, and I don't know how much longer Fart Pancakes can sustain it.
Well, it's kind of crazy that it's Frenzy 5 and Spectre Tenebra still does so little damage because of that attack down and just how bulky the right side team is. This is the complete opposite of how she normally plays, but it actually was looking really good until that little bit of unluckiness on losing the shield.
We were saying it earlier when we were in draft mode, and it applies here too. The smallest things going out of order for your plan means everything starts to fall and crumble apart.
Yeah, it definitely can. Usually in slower matches, getting unlucky, like, little bits matter
26.
less, right? Because the match is so long. But in this case, it all came down to just a few things, I feel, in total.
Even with the attack down, still does a whole lot since it's Frenzy 6 now. With the Vigor
Dragon
buff.
King.
And now they could actually just use Ambitious Tywin skill 3. Yeah.
And knock him down. Still need 3 more turns for the crowd to have that bike.
Oh, and lands both debuffs. He's out for the count now.
Can't use S3 when you're stunned.
Pull up to Spectre Tenebra, and she'll finish this off real quick. In fact,
and GG.
Recognize it, and GG.
Yep. Even though Fart Pancake's team might not have won, I think it showed the viability of being able to just tank down that hard and potentially win, which is kind of crazy.
You also saw the strength of it coming out from the fact that we never even dared proc Cascade throughout that entire fight
There
on
was
left
no
side.
Ambitious Tywin skill 3, there was no Shuna skill 3, just 2 of the strongest abilities on their side unused.
That's the difference too, right? We were, Mr. Pong was willing to proc flow control and give over the barriers and the skill nullifiers, but wasn't willing to give over Cascade. Those are the difference between the buffs that both of those support units bring, and maybe that's kind of the key here on what the answer is for making that type of draft work in that situation.
Yeah, that's right. I think Fart Pancakes, she was expecting at least 1 Cascade to come out for the extra damage, which could have been enough to get Shuna and S10A from Mr. Pong. It was actually Mr. Pong controlling the flow of the game. Well played there. And we're going right into our second game. Mr. Pong leading 1-0. The pre-bans will stick. Sarmia gone, and Melona also pre-banned.
Okay, so are we going to see a cleave out of right side? We do see the Amulius gives a great lead, a great advantage in being able to take the first turn. There's not too many characters that could outspeed it.
Now we almost see Mr. Pong following Fart Pancake's lead with the Moon Bunny. followed
Yeah,
by
we're gonna
another support.
trade drafts real quick.
You take mine, I take yours.
Oh, yeah. We do see the Emil Kowarik, which is interesting. So she probably wants to pick a DPS here, unless she wants to be really patient and pick another just good support and just kind of lay in wait. Look at how many DPS are taken out by the ban phase, though. 4 really good DPS.
Yeah, bruisers would make an excellent choice here if you don't want to commit too much to getting picked out. But instead, we see once again the rise of Specimen Says. He's going to be dominating
Specimen
today.
Says. So the reason he's being picked here is he's just relatively safe. Like you could pick someone like Aiden as well here, honestly, too. They're just kind of safe, and if your opponent picks Death Dealer Ray, then you can pick someone like Emil Sharoon. There's 2 cleansers essentially in that case, and you also have the first turn advantage. And we see the Aiden on the other side.
All right.
They're kind of just the same thing in a lot of ways. Just being able to survive.
Mr. Pong responding with his own evasion potential unit against Spez.
And we can't forget how much of an advantage Savior Auden does have against dark units. Putting on the Sword of Judgment on Mediator Queric might put an end to his journey a lot quicker than he thought. Won't be seeing Vivian anytime soon either. Oh, especially if Rand comes out. They're just here to ruin his day. Speeding up a little bit, challenging Fart Pancakes on her cleave angle.
It does make it so that you have 2 units that are able to prevent you from getting debuffed by Emma Lilius, which is really good. The Moon Bunny and the Ran are able to protect you from her attack down completely, which is really good. And I guess it gives you some flexibility in that your last pick could be really aggressive too.
That's the Ray from Far Pancakes, leaving one more as an option.
Death Dealer Ray, once again, a great option for evasion units. We've already seen that play out today. In fact, it may also be picked out to protect Fart Pancakes from that option coming out against her as well.
Well, what's interesting is they're picking into Moon Bunny, which is generally considered not very good. But they already have another character that takes 2 turns, so if you're able to combo them, then Moon Bunny's kind of useless.
Green
takes the
Celine
at the end.
Celine, the Mean Bean Machine, Green Celine comes out at the end.
I'm not fully sure about this one. It is able to activate on the immunity from Rand, which is really good. And it is able to activate from Moon Bunny and the Angel of Light, but it's also kind of a squishy pick a lot of the time. It can die easily. We see Solitaria as the last pick. Try and just control their team. Does that mean they're banning Emil Kowarik?
More debuffs incoming. We'll see the postmans and see who makes it into game.
Fart Pancakes makes her selection almost immediately while we're waiting around just a little bit longer for Mr. Pong. Really thinking through the choice here as the timer starts to run down. It's interesting, I'll say that much.
Yeah, definitely not a draft I would have expected. We do see the Solitaria and Emil Kowarik getting taken out.
So, both sides deciding that this won't be a game factored around control. Instead, it's going to be a game factored around the supporting DPS and evasion.
And
Classic.
And let's see which exclusive equipment this Celine is going to be on. 5 seconds before the imprints.
She's either on the stealth one that randomly attacks or the highest attacking.
Yeah, on attacking on the highest attack. Here is round 2. Far Pancakes. She needs a win to keep her team alive. Hustling Baguette already having set 1 and another game in set 2.
Highest attack.
The Celine, yeah, highest attack E.
Highest attack E, and actually getting hit here by the Crow. Only Stigma. Ooh,
no
thank our
defense
stars.
break. That's, yeah, actually really unfortunate for Mr. Pong.
Yeah, that's a sign of relief for Far Pancakes, having a green unit against the blue.
The doctor is in.
Even getting some of those debuffs dealt with through the Wondrous Potion Vial.
Does actually push him and take the turn. It is a 14,000 health spez, so doesn't seem like one of those crazy damage ones that we've seen.
Oh.
Did you catch the Arty of Choice there, by the way, Jenna, on the spez?
No, I did not. What was it?
No, I didn't either. That's what I was asking you.
Oh, I thought that was a leading question.
Yeah, maybe you'll get to see
I was
that
too
soon
busy
enough.
looking for the Selene.
Yeah, me too. I would assume it's on an evasion artifact, and so probably one of 3 most popular evasion artifacts. So either Moonlight Dreamblade, Shepherd, or Decrescent. Most likely. If it was a full damage one, then it would probably be on Windrider, but it doesn't appear to have been built yet.
Oh, Shepherds of the Hollow. There, right there.
Oh, okay. Shepherd of the Hollow is just a really secure one, just overall more damage. It's a pretty solid one.
Solid choice, and the damage is what he's going to need if he wants to start finishing off and
Another miss.
doing the horror grass we were talking about earlier, where people just start disappearing one after another.
They're going for the Ran. This defense broken DDR is probably about to be taken out by the Aiden right here. Like, I'm pretty sure he's gone. So they're throwing everything they can at this Selene, desperately trying to take her out so they can actually use their non-attack skills.
Yeah, Saber out in less than 10k health. Goes for the salvation onto Death Dealer Ray.
That's a lot. 28,000. He's beyond gone. And the thing is, you still don't want to use non-attack skills, because the only one who's not invulnerable is your highest attack unit here.
And there's a sleep finally here, as Specimen says.
He does go for the skill 3, and it does take them out. They were pretty hurt already. If Ram skill 2's here... Oh, well, actually, he's going to lose the invulnerability, but if he's skill 2'd, he would get attack buff, so maybe he would have the highest attack for Selene while he's invulnerable, but it's a little late now.
Well, one of the interesting things you always have to watch out, especially with Conqueror and Lilius surviving this long, is we're getting actually a lot of heals out from our nostalgic music box. Lots of debuffs, a choice that could make things a lot more difficult for left side to truly finish off Fart Pancakes.
Yeah, the thing is here that Emma Lilius is actually just insanely good versus like basically everyone. If you can't cleanse, you're getting so disabled, and that's what's happening to this Aiden. So Specimen says he's just so far in the lead right here because he's like, well, I have Vigor, I have all this like free survivability, and so much damage right there.
Yeah, with Vigor.
So really disadvantageous for this Aiden.
And another dot, another miss. Triple misses.
And heal from Music Box. Music Box is just a solo support. It's like a full character helping us Spez.
That's a fourth on that 50-50.
Oh, goes to the skill 2. It does miss, but it takes out everybody else.
So it's Odin against the world.
Two-turn redirected provoke.
Invulnerable here. He hasn't been hit a single time.
Oh, speaking of getting hit, Odin takes one to the dome and she's out of commission.
She's gone in one hit.
You see that Fart Pancakes clapping? Good job, Spez, making another wonderful showing here. And more, I'm just telling you, every time he wins, that's 10 more people regearing.
Not sure what she's smelling right there, but she's very excited over that win.
I should talk about that. She was talking about, you know, stage fright, a little bit of anxiety, and she's just little sister helped her with some oils to help her cleanse herself down.
Exactly.
Yes, therapeutic scent therapy. Yeah.
Sometimes that's what you need to pull out your 100%, and certainly Fart Pancakes coming back strong with Spez. How many wins did we have with Spez today? Almost everything.
I think every time.
Almost every single game. I don't think so. Maybe
yeah, I think
one.
He's almost won all of them.
Kind of incredible.
I think Spez has won as many games today as Kayron has lost. That's what I'm going to go with.
Kayron plus Twisted Kayron.
It's probably about equal, actually.
Yeah, I'm about to say, people believed in Kayron, their belief was not rewarded. People believed in Spez, their belief was rewarded. I'm just saying the stonks are pointing to one clear direction.
And right? I will switch. I will change my trust on who to believe. And I think, I think Specimen is rising up higher in tier every single time he's being played on screen. And here we go, 1-1 tied. The winner will be taking the set, starting with Mr. Pong after that loss. See Lilius.
Is directly into Moon Bunny, classic.
Seems like both players really want to play it safe in the early positions here, and that's a big part of drafting, right? You don't want to always reveal your hand. You want to always show what you've got, especially if you don't have a concocted, pure, thought-out strategy. You didn't look this guy's entire EpicSeven GG account up and go, all right, I'm picking this for that, I'm picking this for that. Sometimes you just want to play it safe and really think about, really mull over your actions. Even these first two picks that are pretty standard, we've all fought first pick C. Lilius. Sometimes you really want to take the chance to look at the board and consider your options, especially when these many heroes are banned out.
Ooh.
Actually, gotta see Nickname?
Oh.
No, we see Lilius. I was thinking it's possible Pork Pancake still could go for a cleave. They have the Moon Bunny, characters like Ran are still up, they still could do that, but I think that they're opting for more a slower playstyle, which is really interesting. They're just completely going against the grain of what they normally want to do.
No, sometimes you got to switch it up, especially as we said. Sometimes your opponent might be preparing, they might be researching you. Throw them off a little bit. Show them your diversity. Show them how much strategy you've got cooked up in that brain of yours.
Yes, Divine in with the ambitious Tywin. Mr. Pong still prepping for the last 2 damage source.
We're seeing an all-light draft on left side once again, as we were highlighting earlier.
Yeah,
Light
she's
units
like,
are just
it worked
taking
last
the car.
time, let's do it again. But into this team, and very interesting. The thing is, there are still characters like Briar, which is Saria up, which can be really good into a character like him.
And also, what works
But-
great against Specimen Says? Are there a few good options?
Well, I mean, you could since left side has the first turn advantage, you could always Zahak or pick
Benimaru.
Okay. Or pick
And Rylan!
Belief!
Karen, but
He's a
Everyone,
believer.
we're going to church. We're
seeing
going to
this
church,
again,
boys.
Evasion versus evasion again?
I wanted to say it earlier when we were talking about belief. Mr. Pong, at the end of the day, when I was noting him, big believer in Rylet, and his faith might just see him through this match after all. Picking the Conqueror Lilius in the first position makes it a lot easier to pick out the Remnant Violet towards the end, and that's what appears.
Seaside Bellona to finish against all the fire units.
This is an interesting draft. We see Benimaru and SSB. Definitely unexpected.
A decent amount of AoEs on right side. Of course, you got the Conqueror Lilius S3. You've got 2 marks from her S1, actually. Spez has an AoE. Benimaru, of course, has plenty. And LRK is bringing another one to the board, although his AoE hurts a little bit different than the others, especially the third time.
I think part of the reason they're taking SSB is just because even on miss with something like Rengar's Drink, she's still putting out a decent amount of damage, I think.
Oh.
That might be why.
And most of them goes through the post ban.
Wow, we're actually going to see Benimaru. I'm really curious to see if he does anything.
Which is a great character against the extra
You keep
turns,
doubting
right?
these units. You keep doubting my man K-Rod. You keep doubting Champ Z. Now poor Benimaru, he's going to have his chance to shine. Watch this.
Well,
okay, well, we just
But
gotta
no
answer
vigor.
that. Okay, he's having
That's already
that's a lot
half
of
HP.
damage.
That's a nice pull from Mr. Pong.
But he is going to actually get a turn here, and since he's so squishy, he probably hits pretty hard.
Yeah, after
Maybe
Fire
more
Lilius.
damage. I
Benny
believe
Ma-
he gets extra hit chance, but only when he has a special buff on, which he gets when the opponent takes an extra turn, which they didn't on Emolus, they just went for the S1.
Yeah, I think it's the multi-barrier, multi-layer barrier.
Ooh, that
It's
actually did a
extra
lot
it's
of
extra penetration.
Wait.
Extra penetration.
That was an insane amount of damage to this ambitious Tywin. How squishy
Oh,
is he?
and that is
He's
another-
really squishy, and he's dead.
Benimaru.
Not squishy, he's gone.
Yeah, he is not built like a tank. He just died instantly.
And here is Show No Mercy. Doesn't kill
We don't have the
Good
punch.
job, Benny.
Hey, listen. He got damage on the board, right?
Yeah, there's no what's it called? I think it's Health Flare. Oh, but he's gonna be gone regardless.
He's going to be gone. But he did his job. He got some damage on the board that will get healed instantly. And, you know, Benimaru tried. Okay. I keep repping the wrong units.
And go to sleep.
Surprised that ambitious Tywin got taken out so quickly. That just seems kind of insane. Oh,
Land the defense break.
broken. He is an evasion character. It's RNG, but I mean, it doesn't really matter too much because you actually have the cleanse still. So
From the S3 of Lilius.
And the pushback as well.
it does actually hit the SSB, doing a lot of damage as well. S3 coming out. Let's see how much damage we get. Not on Rengar's special drink, it seems. Did not actually do extra damage at the end.
Going
It
to the
does hit
S2.
Revenant
Oh,
Oh
the
my
Revenant
God,
Violet
what?
is gone. And the stars.
Evasion
Mr.
failing.
Pong leaves.
Rylan, we
his
believed!
chair.
Why would you do this to us?
If Rylan
Specimen
had just
says.
evaded a little bit more, he actually could have taken it, but turns out it's just over.
Specimen says,
It gets
will
a double
be the
kill.
hero of the
Damage.
day.
So much
She shared
damage.
the damage too
Oh
much.
my God,
She's
Mr.
very
Paul.
excited about her win.
Oh, they're both smiling. They're both smiling. They understand. Put your faith in the wrong god. You see, Benny Maru. See, this is it. This is my MLM, right?
Okay.
Benny Maru got the bad RNG out so that we hit when it mattered. Right?
That's the karma.
That miss was important. I'm thinking, bro. I'm thinking.
Yeah, one going back to working for you, one not really working for your way. But that's a straight, really big win for Fart Pancakes against Mr. Pong. Now that's going to put us in 1-1 match set score, which makes it very, very interesting. At least we're getting into set 4 for sure. Now we're moving into our next match with Kookerbat versus Gomeang Mi, the leader match. Again, the round mode is going to be Kookerbat on the left from Hustling Baguette. Legend, win rate pretty high. Matches a little less than 1,000. And on the right, Gomeang Mi, KJ from Korea for Closer Charles. And Emperor, pretty high up there. And also the win rate, second on the win rate.
So the crazy thing is, he actually has second highest win rate, but he actually climbed really high too. Really clean, smooth way into
that's
Emperor.
incredible.
He played a lot less this season than it seems like he normally does, though. He normally plays a crazy amount of matches, and he plays so much aggressive types of teams that the matches go by quickly.
One of the things I want to highlight here is that I feel a little bit trepidatious, if I can say that right now, because we didn't see the best showing out of Rylet, and Kookerbat is currently repping him as his avatar. So I feel a little bit scared history might repeat itself, but I'm sure he's the team captain. He's built a stronger stuff, maybe a little bit more foundational faith. Although I do like to see those most picks kind of ranging a good variety of stuff, gives him options to play where he wants to. Could tank it down, could go standard, could go cleave even. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's been a day with Specimen Says overall winning a lot more. If
Yeah.
not 100%. So maybe we define a good answer against him. If there is one.
Well, like in the games we just saw, Moon Bunny actually blocks off some of the counters like Zahak and Last Piece Karn from being able to kill him. You don't see many of those characters because they have multiple answers right now. Briar Tesseria is really good against him, but it wasn't picked there because you kind of need like a DPS to go along with Briar Witch most of the time.
Great for setting up your other DPS, but not great for finishing things off.
Yeah, and the thing is, normally Death Dealer Ray and Shuna would be great to pick against these evasion characters too, but the problem is, now you have characters like Sharon that are able to block them off along with other cleansers.
Oh man, we have
It makes
so
it
many
evasion
counters.
is kind of stronger.
We have so many counters after one another. With so many heroes kicking into EpicSeven now. We have the draft ready. Round 1 between Kookerbat on the left, Gomeang Mi on the right. Let's see the pre-bans. Rimuru pre-ban. Oh, that's interesting with Angel of Light, DDR, and Lua.
Yeah, is that a targeted?
Oh, Specimen
Was that
says
a first pick? Specimen said
He doesn't
the
care
belief.
about
Okay.
anything
All right,
else.
Let me calm down. Let me calm down. I said believe in Specimen Says. I didn't say first pick believe in him. I didn't.
Well,
let me calm down a little bit.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's how I see it. So Kookerbat's clapping after that one. So after you pick that first, right? What I was just saying is like a lot of the characters that beat Svez, you can counter those characters, right? Evasion in general just now there's a lot of counters to the counters. So I guess it's relatively safe. And I think he also wants to have a good time.
All right.
Fair enough.
And the response, S10A and Conquer Lilius. If you want to break through, try it. And Gomeang Mi responds with Last Rider Crow, plus one more.
Let's just get this over
Very
with.
fast drafting.
I think this might have been planned. This all might have been planned.
Very interesting with the Leica. It makes me think that this must be a full damage spaz or something like that, and maybe goes with the skill 2 to do a ton of damage, stun somebody, and push them up or something.
Oh, similar to Valky style that we have seen previously.
Yeah, maybe something like that, because this is very odd. I haven't really seen a draft like this, but Gomeang Mi, he is a player that he innovates and makes interesting teams all the time. So he's definitely a type of person who might be able to create something interesting here with this team.
Absolutely. I think we can definitely see the immunity very valuable from the LRK as well. Possibly, these are all steps towards shielding out our king, who's the first pick because he is the fundamental cornerstone of our draft, and he gets responded to with the Shuna.
Yeah, we do see
aided
the
by
Shuna.
the ML. Yeah.
And Crimson Armin. So Kirkerbat is actually a player that his whole playstyle has been revolving around Spectre Tenebria for seasons now. And I believe he builds it on Warhorn, not Book, so that he can take it into Belian and not really care that much. He's been using this for like literally years at this point, I feel like.
Man, on top.
I got the same notes on my book, but a lot of strategy, as we said, a lot of strategy, a lot of thought goes pretty much wayward once you get hit with an entire boat. And that's exactly what Navy Captain Landy brings to the table.
When that's ready with stacks.
She's the highest attack, so if you use skill 2 on that Leica, you get an extra stack right there, ramping her up even faster.
Oh, that too. Great insight there, and finishing up with Solitaria with some more debuff from Cougarbat.
Yeah, and shutting down those stacks you were just talking about.
Well, it's just down the Luluka stacks, but not the Landy stacks. And
Not
she's not
both.
very good versus Lastrar Crow or Landy, to be honest.
Yeah, which also maybe hinting that Cougarbat's not banning Luluka, banning someone else. Maybe Spez? Is it time to ban him out?
Wow.
Oh no.
Takes out the Leica to guarantee the early turn, and that Shuna getting taken out. So it does make it so that this Luluka's skill 2 is never going to be able to use the truck, because Solitaria stops it.
Yep, no focus.
So Solitaria is gone, and I think there's somebody on the team who has a vested interest of just capturing it and getting his grubby little mitts on these guys and seeing them gone for good.
And starting with Lilius Gomyangmi. What's he got planned? There's Landy and also Spez.
Give all that you have.
Just a little bit of walking and talking out of the Conqueror Lilius, setting things up and also pushing the Luluka up, and only landing the attack break on the Crow.
It's really unlucky that you don't get the others, but it doesn't actually matter because it's gonna get cleansed anyway, so it's literally completely unimportant.
Yeah, it's just not great.
More
RNG.
surprising, right? It's like a bad start to the match, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we do also see the Warhorn you were talking about earlier, already taking a stack on the Spectre Tenebria.
Wait, is this a damage Solitaria? It crit and actually did 2,600 damage against a defense buff. This is DPS Solitaria. 0 stuns coming out.
Oh,
1
man.
resistance from a character that actually builds resist too. So it missed 3 60%, and then 15%, or well, actually normally resisted the 1 debuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not great. But we might actually get to see a stun after all. It just happens to be on Spectre Tenebria.
And it does stun. Does he not have effect resistance, or was that just a really lucky stun? Oh,
We'll
dual
see.
attack.
But at least
And
there's
gets
a
the
stun here on Lilius. Is it time?
Oh my God, she's gone.
On the perfect
That was
target.
So unfortunate. for
Nothing
Kirkerbat.
survives from that S3 when stunned.
You
And
can-
if
you can
that
see
had
the-
ha-
You see the cheeky little smile on his face as well. Right now, he knows that was some exceptional RNG happening there.
If
I
that
don't know
had
if you,
happened, Crimson Armor's about to put immunity on.
I don't know if you noticed it also, by the way, but that was a prophetic candlestick on the Sea Lilius.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting choice there on the artifact.
Oh,
He
that
does some
artifact.
Different stuff. He swaps all of his artifacts. He doesn't play by the rules.
That candlestick. A story for another time. Crimson Armin here.
Don't know what you're talking about. We've never had it.
No one does.
Oh, she does decide to actually use the skill 3. I thought she might hold off, but I think you need to maybe just bulk up your team right now. But I thought they might hold it until the MO Landy has skill 3 or something along those lines.
What if she also has prophetic candlestick? She might get it back.
Oh, that would be wild.
Invincible.
Flashbacks to Elvero pre-change.
Yeah, Warhorn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Warhorn getting some stacks. Solitaria still has some damage available, as you have pointed out. She will
That's a
continue
lot
to
of
deliver.
debuffs coming out. And
Yeah.
a lot of damage, honestly.
Couple thousands.
All these unbuffables making it so Lastrar Crow is one of his biggest assets. That shield against AoE is completely useless. And so this right here is kind of a problem with the fact that they took all their turns and lost the invulnerability.
You go for it.
Really
Maybe we need to believe S3. Yeah, if we'd done that, we might have said so long to the Solitaria. But the bike here might finish her off instead.
I think she's gone.
Siegfried?
Just barely, actually. It was really close.
Only Spectre 10 left. With Crimson Army.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. I think that Emo Lilius getting taken out early was really the biggest problem here. I think he needed that little extra edge. He needed another character to really chip in and help.
The Guardian Ice Crystal's healing the crowd above all else.
Oh,
Another
and-
dual attack we just didn't need.
Is he on Unity set? What's going on?
I'm
don't-
gonna be real. I think Spez is just feeling himself today.
Entire day showcasing himself as Specialist.
Can you confirm if is there a banner coming up for him or something? I think people are going to be very interested to hear when Specimen Says might be rolling back around.
Well, his banner just rolled by, but like
I know
it was pre-changed, so no one got to actually use him before that. Very unfortunate timing on that. Coincidental.
Maybe if you didn't finish your selector yet, right? If you're unlucky enough, like me.
Oh, well, see, that's one for Gomyang Mi now from the first game. Now, Kukubat, we did talk about his playstyle, but I think he needs to change it up big time. Gomyang Mi is just ready to go with another win if this continues.
Well, I think his overall setup was actually pretty good, but it just really didn't pan out.
That unfortunate dual attack was, as we just said, most unfortunate.
Yeah, that really sucked. That was super bad.
Is it meta? Is it meta to have first pick Specimen Says?
I don't want to say so just yet, but a couple more matches and I might be agreeing with you.
He's coming.
I don't think he, like maybe second, third pick, but I don't know about first pick. Usually you want to try and get a certain type of character, but.
And then we go back in game, round 2.
There certainly needs to be acknowledged. Specimen Says doing great things, but he's doing great things with the right heroes supporting him for the most part. We've seen Sharoon, we've seen Amelia, and all these heroes are basically fundamental in him getting into the position he wants. Usually those are what you'd see at the first or second pick, just because of how universal or strategic they are, so we'll have to go through.
Did you see the Spectre Tenebria classic Kirkerbat first pick?
She did do some good stuff last game.
Yeah, she was almost able to break through. If they had been able to, if things had worked out a little differently, like it might have totally worked. But what do you see the last star Crow? Amazing character versus Spectre Tenebria, as we saw in that match, does a lot of free damage to her.
All right,
a lot of free damage, but he was considerably controlled. The bite came out a lot longer than we were expecting, and I think that was the value we saw from Solitaria.
Emo Shu second pick. That's really interesting. The Angel of Light is pre-banned, so that is one of her hardest counters taken out, but she is able to do constant AoE damage to the Spectre Tenebria, just 2,000 at a time.
But we already saw the Solitaria coming out at a weird angle before. It might actually power up the possibility that she gets brought out. I do, however, love the speed buff she gives to the team, giving a lot of initiative towards a slower draft, which might just be what Gomyang Mi needs to break through here.
Yeah, I think she's a really solid character. She's not amazing, but she's just an overall really balanced unit in a lot of ways.
Yeah, her
brings
passive
a lot
making
to the 2-3 pick.
Her passive making her really powerful, and Onakwal sealing that passive potential.
Yeah, not usually an amazing pick versus Last Strider Crow overall, because she can't really reset him, but just a really insane pick in general. And Gomyang Mi's actually just completely shifting up gears, just going, I'm speedy now.
Yeah, trying to speed run this game into a 2-0, giving no time for Kukubat to think.
Yeah, picks those characters because they're pretty good into the second and third picks out of Kirkerbat's side. Moon Bunny obviously just really good into them, and the Rand able to put up immunity, so even if Emo Lilius takes the turn, you're not getting debuffed. Lots of immunity on right side. Oh, but then Kirkerbat says, I can do you one better. I'll outspeed your speed units with the ultimate speed unit.
Nothing faster than Zio.
Yep.
Nothing faster in this world than Zio. Gotta be afraid of little kids like that. They're just so speedy nowadays.
The younger generation.
Yeah, you can never catch up to them.
That's why they call them Zoomers, right?
And made Chloe. Ooh.
Last pick. Interesting.
I respect it. I respect it. And he
So
seems to
this
be
is-
confident with it as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a DPS Zeo, that's for sure. Otherwise, there would be no damage on Kurbat's side. What is the last pick?
And Komyang-mi thinking about T-Sorin, but
He decides to go for
Specimen
the
says
Spez.
No,
once
he was just
again.
scrolling through the wrong light thief there for a second. We still believe in our Spez.
He just decides to go for Spez, just because, you know, evasion survivability.
Well, what I've noticed a lot of these drafts, we talked about with the Amelia before, we really want to give Spez access to two things, right? We want to give him a CR boost, and we want to give him attack buff. We actually were able to land that with the Moon Bunny, who sees the ban as a result.
And Knockwall being
defense
banned.
break will do what attack break doesn't. I mean, attack buff
Another
doesn't.
benefit, theoretically, is also that Knockwall can seal a character like Aiden and she loses her stealth, or not stealth, evasion, but you can't steal Spez or remove it because I believe it's tied to his skill 3.
Yes.
You have to reset him to get rid of the evasion.
Yeah, you have to.
So it's a little bit different.
Yes, I think it's.
Does that
a
mean
little
we're in the
different.
Judge Kisei angle?
Oh, did not see her at all for the first 2 days, but she did go through a lot of changes. But let's stick to what's on the screen. There's Zio, the silence on Ran.
So one really big thing here is Chloe's not really all that useful here at all. There's going to be a lot of injury coming out onto left side, and then anytime you die from Specimen Says, you're gone for good. Makes it kind of difficult.
Some good attack downs.
Didn't land it on the Ran, but the Ran is very unfortunate fellow here, in that he just immediately lost the first turn and they wanted to put immunity up. Since they don't have a cleanser, they really wanted to put that immunity up, but they're not able to do so.
There's the first Zippity Zap from Shu, ML Shu.
Seeing those buffs. Yeah, we're seeing those buffs go up, but as you said earlier, if the kid gets grabbed, he's not coming back.
I don't know if you should say it like that, but do we see any stun?
Oh, that's big!
Stun on actually the best possible target. The only target they really needed to get it on, honestly.
Komyang-mi.
Now we get this action coming out of Ran.
Now Ran is back. He is indeed super fast.
Whether you win or lose.
And having the instant blade, that's 3.
And
how many debuffs?
How much is this gonna do?
Oh,
it does a lot, but
Estina
there's
survives.
still a bunch of buffs up. I think Specimen Says is gonna skill 3 the Zio. I think he's gone. Yep.
He's most definitely gone.
Actually, barely. It only did 3,000 damage there. Kind of surprising. But the big thing here is, I believe Spectre Chamber is actually gonna die from this next Shu turn. Oh, she did actually heal a good amount though. Maybe not. Just barely.
Extra damage.
Yeah. And little extra heal coming in. The lifesteal really just keeping her alive. Ooh, Moonlight Dreamblade coming out.
But here's a bike.
All right, let's roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
and
that's not great.
wait, and I don't
you
think
get
she
hit by
comes
a-
back with 2,000 health. I think she might be dead again.
Oh, she's barely alive.
Yeah, she got lapped. I think she might die. Is that 2,000?
No, let's see.
I think that's just above 2,000.
Yeah,
I think I was looking before.
Yeah, she might barely survive.
Oh,
Yes, barely indeed.
barely, but with nothing else on her.
Yeah, the Emerald Lily is gone, and I think it's just over.
Kurbata all had
Yes,
all
he's
the
gonna
trust
make
Anything they can
on
do.
Spectre Tene.
Oh,
He's throwing
no,
so
we-
much in Spez, but never able to take him out. The funny part is, Spez didn't even really do much this
No
round
crit.
as a whole. Oh, actually, that one stun was big, but
Oh, and that'll be it. GG.
it's over.
And Komyang-mi will be taking 2 wins in a row, setting Closer Charles up to 2 set score first. And Hustling
Yep.
Baguette, they need to come back big time now.
Well, as we've seen before, when these teams are pushed to a 0-2 situation, they usually find a way to dig deep and bite back. So I'm excited to see that kind of action hopefully repeating itself here.
And now all the hope for Hustling Baguette will be relying on Profboy, the T4 player who's going to be playing. We're switching gears, going back to draft mode. Let's see what happens. We get in, going to be going up against Sumiya, or I'm Tsu, who was also on the recent Orbis Overdrive just last week, or not too long ago. Let's see how that draft mode actually goes.
I'm proud to say I'm a good friend of both of these guys. You know, Suzumiya, we've talked about before. He's a big, as he talked about in his interview, he's a big winner. He's won plenty of card game tournaments. That might give him the edge in something like draft mode. Very familiar for that kind of situation. And then Prof Boy, really a fast learner. You know, they don't call him the professor for nothing. He learns, he executes, and he devises strategies faster than anyone else I've ever met. He used to be a detective, actually, so his ability to investigate and figure things out certainly puts his accurate acumen on a wholly different level from other people. Learned how to play, participate, and dominate RTA in his first 2 months in the game.
Oh, detective. Now I'm a little scared.
What, do you have something
You got
to
some
hide?
secrets?
Yeah, what are you hiding?
It's okay. I'm kind of far away from Prof Boy, I think.
Well, it looks like the two of them have played a similar amount of matches in total. 23rd and 24th most amount of matches.
Oh, let's see.
Stu actually ended Emperor, he like 500 points above Prof Boy, but I mean, they have a similar amount of experience total, and this is draft mode, so who knows what'll happen.
Yeah, detective, but 32nd on the win rate.
I wouldn't take that into too much consideration.
EpicSeven.
You gotta consider he's a newer player. His account, I think, only just hit a year old, and with something like that, yeah, with the amount of gear differences he's dealing with, the amount of unit differences, he doesn't even have access to something like a Karina, right? He's getting rolled over.
Yeah, that's
whenever,
right. No rocket punch. That's a big difference.
Makes a big difference indeed. So he's actually probably a lot stronger than we think in this scenario, where gear and units are equalized a lot, and that's what makes this mode exciting.
And the cameras
not equalized though is luck with picks. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens in draft. Both cameras ready. Prof Boy on the left, Suzumiya on the right. You see some good set of choices as a starter.
Oh man,
What's it
those
gonna
picks
be?
on Prof Boy's side are crazy actually. Just all three are good.
Yeah,
Ops with a knock wall, interestingly enough. Knock wall is a really good character. Aiden usually a little bit more popular in that situation, and poof.
Oh, the
you
other
see him
two
return.
themes, not the Bissell.
Yeah, maybe you just Death Dealer Ray, but then what would Prof Boy want to pick? Bit weird here. Do you just go Astromancer and you go for some sort of like aggressive cleavy kind of team?
You might just have to choose to believe in Assassin Cartusia.
Again, the believe.
I do like Su coming out very strong and early with one of his favorite knights. He calls Auden the premier mitigation knight for a reason. She'll be doing plenty.
Errol? Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, just like I called the Bruiser, Assassin Cartusia, we believe.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, if you want to
Definitely right.
continue believing, there is that green violet.
That might be a little bit too much belief.
Well, Violet with the extra 20% evasion?
No. Moon Bunny.
That's a shame.
Instead.
Moon Bunny is really good into Death Dealer Ray, though. Really good pick over
Oh,
there.
yes.
Choosing to protect ourselves instead, yeah.
I think you would
From
go with
the
the
Death Dealer
Urban
Ray.
Shadow Shoe here, probably? And as for
Good shot.
Sue's side, oh man, I don't know what you go. I guess just anti-debuff, so either Acades or Lilibet.
Yeah,
I'd say
one of the
Lilibet
two for
gives
sure.
you a more aggressive option in this position. You might value it over the Infinite Horizon Acades. But either option
right.
really does seem viable.
Both
Urban
sides
Shadow
kind of
Shoe, the
leading.
clear pick.
Oh, Arcades. They need some more damage. And Urban Shadow Shoe picked up.
Ooh.
Oh, there's the other violet this time.
I think we're going to probably see Remnant Violet and maybe... What's the other pick?
Lethe?
Lethe, I think?
A Remnant Violet into the DDR?
I mean, do you have a choice? You might have to just ban it. The problem is
just have to ban
Lethe into Shoe sucks.
And do we know how fast the Summertime Iseria is? Oh, Prage.
I was like
RNG,
oh,
please.
he's doing he's taking my move.
Oh, and
he's taking my move. He's taking my
Did
prayer.
you guys see the background? His bed was all made up perfectly.
He's pre-praying. Even before the match begins, he's already praying.
Yeah, Prof Boy just bought that house like 2 weeks ago, so he made the house and then he made his bed. Very orderly.
You bought a whole house? Jeez.
There we go, Remnant Violet. And Lethe.
He's doing well for a detective. He's doing well for a detective, let me tell you.
Let's see how this goes. There's some evasion units and some sleep potential for Suzumiya.
What are the bans that are going to be coming out here? This is interesting one.
Rat kind of ruins a lot of your game plan, but at the same time, so does the Moon Bunny with the cleanse.
Yeah, it's really difficult, honestly.
Oh, shoe ban.
The Acades and the shoe.
Over you go. We're going instantly into game. Here comes game 1 of set number 4, starting with Nagol.
We need to reset. I mean, Prop Boy needs to reset DDR as quickly as possible. That's clearly on the board.
If he can get
the
it.
bind is just a nice bonus.
And
just doesn't get it.
Oh, resistance!
Lethe actually got reset though. Interesting.
Oh, and a miss.
Wait, didn't get the seal either.
Oh.
That's really bad. That's a giant problem because that means Lethe's actually able to stack the Omen.
Yeah, free soul burn.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how much your character counters another one if they just get unlucky.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate there early. But if you can
got
get
another
stunned,
solution there, and it's simply to stun her.
And you could just take her out right now. Yep, and she's gone. Says, well, I didn't seal you, so I'll kill you.
Massacre. Nothing. Hooks hard, and Lethe's gone.
That was it.
And where's the damage?
So, what now? What's the game plan? Because Senya is not able to counterattack, which is a big problem. And Death Dealer Ray, if he skill 3s, well, that's also a giant problem because then Moon Bunny procs. So what is the play here? Just get lucky and hit.
Provoke forever with the Venom?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the Senya is also not on lifesteal set, so got some questions to ask for, and a lot of answers that don't seem applicable in this situation.
And
yeah, this seems like a very hard situation.
And over time, Prof Boy, that longsword will be sticking later on.
Well, if there's anything I know about Sue, he's never been one to put his cards down, no matter the situation. So we're gonna have to claw our way back and find some kind of opening. Yeah, we're going to Frenzy 9 essentially. I'm telling you, I've sat there, I've been like, listen, it's late, I want to go home. He's like, no, I still got an out. And he's found it.
Either. But since they didn't stun, able to land the sleep though, so that is actually really good. The Senya actually procced her S2, but it doesn't actually proc because she was bound and she can't use the ability not on her turn. And she's provoked. The reverse is happening. Normally she's supposed to be provoking everybody, but instead she is the one getting provoked. So big problem there too.
We talked about Spez making a showing today, but I think Assassin Cartouche is equally making a great showing, just in a weirder way.
I think we've shown that evasion is really annoying.
Especially when a lot of the answers to evasion characters are kind of shut down through, what was it, Sharoon, Moon Bunny, and a lot of these other powerful support characters.
Yeah, this recent patch added a bunch of characters that beat evasion as well. And there's been a lot of characters just coming out that beat characters that counter evasion, so I think they're starting to become a little more prevalent again.
Landing the seal on the Arrowell.
Yeah, now she doesn't ever put her escort buff up anymore, which really sucks.
Pick your poison.
Now she won't get that combat readiness increase either.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for this bad boy in the back to strike
bad
once.
boy. Yeah, it's kind of just the Remnant Violet show. He's just gonna ever so slowly work down Sue's team.
Yeah, just
even if
stack up.
he misses crits over and over on Senya, probably gonna eventually kill her. Slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely is the problem.
Alright, what's it gonna be? Does land the silence. Yeah, the Ray's just so useless because of this Moon Bunny though. And they can't really kill the Moon Bunny. Look how slowly they're taking her out. The Senya just does so little damage. Look at that.
You'll make an excellent
Even with that extra damage. Death Dealer Ray.
Show me your skill.
Fortunately missing today. Another set of provokes would also be bad here.
Oh, and
it's even worse if you get a follow-up attack.
Oh, both
but you know
players.
What? Rylet is like, I don't have all day. We gotta speed this up. This is too much for me.
Rylet's saying, I got places to be. Okay, guys?
Thank God. Yeah, he's like, oh my God, we're already at Frenzy 3. Okay, we gotta speed this up. Thank you, Violet, for helping everyone else.
Team Turtle already had its chance. I need to go.
And here's Moon Bunny with S3 once again.
Shape my own future.
Big attack up.
Speaking of S3s, we're about to see one out of Rylet here real quick.
Yep, we're gonna see S1 into S3 and
Senya.
no crit.
Senya hanging on for her team.
I smell cowards.
She still takes 6,800, but it seems like this is a low damage Senya that's just really tanky. And now she's basically a dead Senya. But as we can see with Knockwall, she just was taking a million turns in that match.
And that's GG.
Prof Boy with the pop off.
Yeah, he pops off.
Yeah.
Went to go unmake his bed. A little bit of
Yes.
disrespect, I see.
Settle down, Prop Boy. They're like, oh my god, only one win and he's already popping off.
It's the one. It's not one win. It's halfway to victory, right?
Yes, halfway to victory and keeping your team
let's chill
alive.
with the whole bed thing, all right? Let's settle down here.
What's wrong with the bed thing, Jenna?
Something you want to say, Jenna?
Yeah, yesterday you guys were saying like, oh, Jenna's really talking a lot. We were talking about my bed, and then you guys started talking about bed on the broadcast after, and I was like, why is everyone talking about my bed?
Sometimes it's a good thing to listen to our parents early on.
Time is supposed to be in frame. I blame small game.
You made your bed, Jenna, and I lied.
Yes,
Right?
I'm pretty sure it's perfectly clean.
Oh, is that's what's going on here? I wouldn't know.
I'm pretty sure it's perfectly clean today, Jenna, right? Let's go into game 2 draft. Oh, Abyssal Yufine finally popping off.
And Navy Captain Landy also on board. I was about to say, they just picked both of them, right? We just go with the two obvious bruisers.
No question.
We picked both of them. They're just
pick those characters I don't have, and I'm not mad about it all.
So, my biggest question is, what is Brig actually doing in the draft mode?
I think it's funny that the first picks were insane. The second picks are like trash. I think Senya is actually good here though, versus Emma Landy.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. That's it. That's all you can say for these picks. Yeah, sure. No, I just mean like, yeah, it's. I know. I just not very impressed with her build. I'm hoping we see some option to change that around.
Okay, no joke, Brig. Yes.
Oh!
He defense breaks. Oh, he's on counter pen set.
Yes.
He's on counter pen and he has the Elbrus. He's guaranteed the
Cartusia.
Picking Closer Charles against Closer Charles.
Assassin Cartusia. I was talking to Sue.
Lionheart.
He believes in Assassin Cartusia so much. This is the only time you go Assassin Cartusia over Kayron. Boys know, if you see Kayron, you pick Kayron. Stonks are up, right? But this time...
Real talk, Archdemon might go hard here, but I feel like Lionheart, yeah.
Yeah, Lionheart Stormia. And Cartusia picked up. Cartusia also having a really good Pyrenean today.
Dark Corvus is looking a little bit interesting, to say the least. As much as... as Sue's picks are looking questionable.
Dark Corvus actually works against Emma Landy, but not very good against the other two because they defense break. That's really bad.
But does he have the ER to make it through?
You just Solitaria? Because you have the Closer Charles. You already have like some speed, aggressive advantage.
Yeah, pushing up the Solitaire definitely, actually.
You know, I just realized Sue's icon is Lionheart Sermia, and in the background behind him is Lionheart Sermia, yet Prof Boy is the one with Lionheart Sermia. He stole his girl.
Yeah, maybe.
Fate can be a cruel mistress.
And we do see the Dark Chorus and DJ Vassar coming out. What's this last pick? Briar Witch Asaria would actually maybe be really big here.
Final set of
Briar Witch
choices.
Asaria looks like he can make a play. I don't want to ever see Green Violet in my games.
Are we gonna see it here? Are we gonna see
Summertime?
Totally Violet. Violet?
Let's go,
But
Violet.
He doesn't know that Sue has Briar Witch. That's the problem. Now,
Oh! And that will be the... And then Professor
like-
almost jumps
like,
out of his
why?
chair. Like, what?
For people spectating, we can see both sides, but they don't know.
Yeah,
what the
you only
opponent's
see get to
choices are, so-
your own choices.
Yeah, so he was like, "Oh God, I hope that he doesn't have anything really good." And then, oh no.
You could see
Now
a
he has no
wide.
choice.
You could see a smile as wide as the Grinch on Prof Boy right now. I swear.
I wonder what he banned.
And the bands,
Not very
Dark Corvus and Briar Witch.
Hey, that said, Violet could still pop off.
Let's see if he does.
You never know.
Game
Well,
number
what
2.
if the Assassin Cartuja pops off in return?
Closer Charles, indeed very fast.
Yeah, he can't proc a counterattack. He literally cannot be countered on this skill. So otherwise, it would be pretty nice to have Lionheart get countered and pop off right after, but not quite.
So at least a miss on the Brig. So Brig's already doing some fantastic work. Keep it up, buddy.
He's popping off.
I'll show you the end.
And looking for the second stun.
And defense. Yep. Defense break's pretty big. Brig S3 probably just kills her in one hit, maybe.
Oh, especially with the counter.
There's a counter.
This is really bad.
Rig.
Really bad because she cleanses.
No. He's gonna strip here. He's gonna put the barrier and he's gonna.
Okay.
It's true, but he could have just finished them off instantly in that case.
He's a showman, Genizad. He's a showman, all right? And this is his sport. This is his
This
moment.
is the slash. The eyebrows.
Briganding begins here.
Oh, and he didn't strip. I mean, he might be a showman, but I think he also wants to win while looking good.
Yeah, this is the beginning. I'm telling you. I can't.
The beginning.
I can't stress it. I can't stress it
His
enough.
origin story.
Here's the other perception.
Does land attack down. Landy's gonna be doing a bit less damage here.
A bit less. Still looks like a decent chunk, especially if it gets a follow-up like that.
It's the Violet. Now, you gotta think about it this way. Violet's been hit now, which means he's definitely gonna dodge the next important attack. Surely.
Now you're getting with the agenda. Now you're getting with the agenda, Genizad.
Yeah, it's gotta be one for me, one for you, right? Surely it'll be a fair 50-50 of
Stop.
hits to miss. Wait, this
Okay, it
dude
should
is
work
so tanky. Like,
He's a
he
big
got
boy.
hit there and he took no damage. Maybe he didn't even get crit. It's possible that because Closer Charles is often not built with a 100 crit chance.
And heals back
No
up.
stun coming out. Maybe a provoke though.
Assassin
Would be
Cartuza
nice.
going to try and provoke.
Does land a provoke. I think it's really funny that we have Abyssal Euphane versus Navy Captain Landy, who are both insanely good units, and then the other
Another
players-
counter?
Here
like,
comes
what am I looking at?
He does some
counter.
damage
It goes on
too.
Closer Charles.
It goes on close. I didn't even know it did that. It goes on a random unit, but that was some solid
No,
damage.
But it's a
I
miss.
think it goes on highest attack, I believe.
Sormia didn't do anything.
Sure, why not?
I'm pretty sure it's highest attack, so it always goes at the boss normally in PvE. Oh, gets the crit this time, does a little bit more damage. Closer Charles has still not procced his passive, which is an incredibly good ability that would make his S1s hit way harder here. He starts to use Demolition, which does a ton of nuke damage, but no damage has been dealt to Tsuya.
Counter attack.
Another counterattack with the attack break once again.
And the Euphane is online. The Landy's not online, but the Euphane definitely is.
That's
and
right.
Now,
honestly, Violet's still chilling.
yeah, he got hit there again, but not a lot of damage. As we said before, he's really stacking these goodwill cards. Oh, another
and
counterattack
+1.
with the proc there.
Yeah. Oh, another salvo. Does miss. But the Closer Charles, he can't actually proc his passive with his own S1. So that's why there it didn't actually happen.
That took long enough to bring the big boy in front down.
The big break down.
Now,
Actually kinda
I'm
strong.
wondering here, is our answer to the enraged, ever closer Abyssal Euphane just pray for dodge? Oh no, it might be just
Oh,
get
the
the kill
salvo.
here with the soul burn.
But this is the
gonna come
holy
back.
sack.
He's good.
Yeah, Holy Sacrifice, classic. She comes back. Violet's just been sitting here the whole time. He really hasn't done too much. He's not much of a team player kind of character. He's like Edward Elric in this game. But
He's
let's see what
biding
happens.
his time. He's waiting. He knows once Abyssal Euphane, an okay
Here
character,
comes
is
Prof
off the
Boy.
stage, he gets his chance.
Praying.
There's anti-crit and evasion.
Praying
He's praying.
for the
He's-
best chances.
He's praying to every god that exists.
Here's
Ever
Fancy
believed it.
Strike.
Or ever imagined.
Trauma
theoretical.
is on.
He gets
still
the
has the S1.
Trauma's on.
Soul Burns does land. It does
Oh my
And
god, that
Kang.
was so close.
Desert
But you
Soul
see the hero.
Bazaar.
You see the hero in the wings. Oh, that's not a
Oh,
great
it gets provoked.
Hold on.
Yo, I'm saying it right now.
Trauma's gone.
Assassin Cartuja is earning his paycheck.
No, but the thing is, Violet, he can take her out.
Oh yes.
I know that was really
He's
bad.
still
That was
there.
really
I
unlucky
forgot
for him.
that he was there.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably don't even realize that the grape head guy, he's still on the board.
The green guy.
Oh,
Okay.
man, that's a miss.
Increase attack.
It's actually going to
Oh,
close
Prop
it out. The
Boy.
lone hero.
You just had to
And he
believe. You
hits.
just had to believe.
He even
No.
hits. Wait, what?
Violet.
He's so excited.
Oh,
S3.
Oh,
my.
and a
And
crit to finish it off. The perception
my.
buff. The perception buff, my guy.
It almost was looking a little bad there if it wasn't for Violet, who has just been waiting in the wings so much. Another dual attack with the
Oh
Assassin.
man,
What is
what's
happening?
happening?
I don't know what they paid this guy. He's going in overtime.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a cleanse.
Crazy. He wants a promotion.
What
Man,
would
with
you
that.
promote an assassin to anyway?
That should be a 2-0 for
Bowser.
Prof Boy.
Respects the man.
There it
Even gives
is,
away.
GG. Tsuzumiya gave
Well,
his best, but Prof Boy with a 2-0
Damn, that-
win.
That was quite the match right there.
Yeah, pretty exciting moment.
Our
As
boy is very excited.
He's very hype.
yeah,
All the little profiteers over there are making a splash right now.
yeah, a lot of heroes that we don't see often in the meta or even in draft. Violet, Brig, Closer Charles also somewhat working against the team of Closer Charles. So with that 2-0, we will be going into set number 5. Yes, Jenna?
Oh, it's just always nice to see more underused characters being used. I know it came down to Landy versus Yufine in the end, but it's nice to see all the more unused characters like Brig in RTA. You never see that. A lot of Assassin Cartusia today. I was surprising about. Maybe some people actually want to use Assassin Cartusia more legitimately, potentially in some drafts.
You already talked about it earlier. We already spoke on how Specimen Says loves having these people to assist him, and Assassin Cartusia sending the likes of Evasion up to unholy numbers, I might say, in my own
100%.
opinion.
Prof Boy
I
saying
wouldn't go to Vegas with those odds.
Yeah, Prof Boy saying in chat, "I'm a changed man. Never doubt in Violet again."
Never doubt.
My God,
And some
Violet.
of us probably remember the Violet meta and how those were dark times, but Violet doesn't really see a lot of play anymore.
Yeah, not much. Not much, but there he was. And all you have to do is make your bed and believe sometimes. And with that, brings us to set number 5. Is it going to be either Kugerbat or Mr. Pong from Austin Baguette? And Gomyang Mi or Far Pancakes? By the way, both of them won for Closer Charles, so they only get to pick one out of the two Tier 1, Tier 2 player. Who do you think it's going to be? Jenna and Divine?
I think it's going to be the run back. I think we're going to see Gomyami versus Kirkerbat.
Oh,
Absolutely
really? The
agree
leader
with that.
match?
It's
Leader
gonna-
match? Okay.
It's going to have to be, and I'm more than excited for it. I think Kukerbat was definitely close to solutions that put Gomyomi down and out for the count, and this is the chance for him to realize that potential, waiting in the wings for just a perfect moment to spring that Stenage trap on him.
And will he still bring that Spectre Tenebris at first pick? And will that need to change? And it is going to be the leader match, rematch here. Kukerbat versus Gomyang Mi, set 5.
Well, there it is. I think that Kirkerbat, he definitely has a real chance against Gomyami. I know he lost, but like, the matches were a little closer than they really could have been. Like, I think if he switches things up a little bit, maybe changes pre-bans, who knows?
Okay.
It could really go his way. We'll have to see though.
How about starting with a Spez pre-ban from Kugerbat? I think that raises your chance of winning by at least 20%, right?
Oh, I mean, maybe. I mean, look at what's happened in this tournament. Violet, Remnant Violet, Spez have been winning a lot. Turns out Evasion is really dumb.
Hey,
It's
it's
pretty good.
key to
It's
be...
been a little bit of
Yeah.
a combo, yeah.
It was a key to win. Not all the time.
The most important quality in life is luck. It doesn't matter how smart you are, beautiful, skillful. If you're lucky, you can succeed more than all of that.
Well, it doesn't always work. That's why it's called luck.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's not a reliable strat, but, you know,
Can
I
happen
bet
to
my
anyone.
money on 90%.
Oh, we'll see what happens. I think we need to, maybe we need to have more solutions against all these evasion units, not just sleep.
It's what I said before, guys. It's what I said before. Stonks, right? It's about what you put your stalks into. You see 90%, 70%, 50% evasion on a unit who kills everybody. Where's your money going? That's what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, with the
Stonks
question.
aren't guaranteed either.
With the question.
But Spez hasn't lost yet, has he?
Yeah.
Nothing is guaranteed in this game, to be fair.
Okay, here comes the rematch. The final game
another
between the
pause
two.
at the beginning, like last time.
Kukerbat versus Gomyangmi, the leader. Rematch to decide who moves up to the semifinals. So do want to see in chat who's going to be the winner. Just type it in. And a similar type of ban here. Once again, Rimuru Aeola.
I wonder what's up with the Rimuru. I'm actually really curious about that. Is that something that Kukerbat's been like testing out and is really scary that Gomyangmi knows about, or?
Oh, I don't actually know. Oh, the only thing I can kind of think about is the old Elvira, but it's not there anymore.
So we see Last Rider Crow first pick. This is very different than what he usually does. I mean, he's normally a fully aggressive player. This is how he classically used to play, was just full aggression, run at you really fast, speedy units. Drafts characters like Closer Charles. That's why the team is named after Closer Charles, is because he used to use it a lot, is a huge fan of them. But he's opting for a way different playstyle now.
And is this crowd to put more pressure onto Spectre Tene with the bike?
It is a good pick, and that's why I think Kukerbat's really thinking. He's thinking, do I go for the same thing or do I mix it up? Because it didn't work last time what I was doing.
Oh, Divine, he still goes for it.
Ooh.
He's still going for it indeed. And I think that's the big thing, right? One, it's because it's effective against Spectre Tenebria. But the second is they have such great synergy. As I said, long-lost star-crossed lovers, really. You don't want to give that utilization up to a Spec Tenny specialist like Kukerbat.
This is an insanely tanky team out of right side, and they're just biding their time saying, I already have damage on the board for Spectre Tenebria, and I have 2 more characters in the way, so just 2 characters that can fight Spectre, and I can take it out. So if you try to go for a protection team, you might get countered. Now, what I will say is, it might seem a little weird here, but you could potentially pick somebody like ML Sharoon in this situation. The reason being that ML Sharoon actually, if you have enough effectiveness, can push back and defense break the whole team on right side for a Spectre Tenebria S3 into an instant kill. Just an idea I'm throwing out there, because I do think that that is a really powerful combo.
Yeah, Abyssal Yufin, and Landy's still available too.
Yeah, the ML Landy. And I think that's part of the reason why the Yufin's here, is it's a lower damage
there she
team
is.
on right side. And yeah, also she can potentially fight the Landy.
Gomyangmi seems ready to go with all these picks.
All these picks and all these cleanse, and I think the cleanse is an important option, because as we were seeing before, Landy can do a great job of flushing out Spec. Yeah, he just won't stop coming out.
A lot of last pick Specimen says. Well,
I'm not even going to say last pick, because we've seen him first pick, third picked, and fifth picked. I think he's just all over the board.
I'd say first pick is a little ambitious, but I think it is probably a pretty good pick here, because overall just relatively safe, can deal with the MLU Fiend, which is great. Also high chance of not getting defense broken by Ambitious Taiwan.
And then a ML Bellona, 5th pick from Kukerbat to go against Landy.
Bez is getting banned. I think with that last pick, we're going to see a Specimen Says ban after all this time.
If he's banned here, there's nothing to fear for the next 2 rounds.
Kukerbat
he's
thinking.
gone for good.
Yeah.
He's gone, and Ambitious Taiwan. So, there is no mitigation for Kukerbat's side, which means this Spectre Tenebria is on a precarious slope.
She dangles on the edge.
And
I was going to say, that's the perfect position for somebody like Kukerbat, entering the game with the speed that he needs to initiate and start things rolling off great.
Final set to decide the winning team of this last quarterfinals that we have for second day. Only one team can move up to the semifinals to go up against Attack on Titan. Here is Conqueror Lilius starting from Kukerbat's side. Vigor up.
Just wants that vigor. It's always really good to get. Gets a really
already a
good
counter.
damage. Oh wait, but the anti-crit.
Oh wait, but we did activate the prophetic candlestick already.
Oh, Oh, so much damage already being done to that Spectre. We do see the counterattack, but the thing is, yeah, the shield comes up and everything too. Doesn't really do that much. I think that's not a very good trade.
It's not a great trade, but we got our AoE options out before the LRK got to take a turn, so we do get the chance to stop that from being a massive
debuffs too, though. You see, this is the thing about Emma Landy is even if she didn't have a skill 3 and didn't have any focus, like Elvira is permanently on the field, her skill 1 is so much damage. Skill 1 of the salvo is crazy powerful. And now we see 30,000 HP LRK.
Oh, and here is the bike. Oh, and this time it goes down.
There goes Spectre Tenebria.
Oh boy.
Vehicular manslaughter, like that. I'm gonna call that first degree. Honestly, that was intentional, and she just got immediately blown up.
Yeah,
Like,
call
no
the detective. That's
I don't think there's any chance the insurance lets him get away with that claim.
No, there's
they
way
haven't let him get away so far.
way too much damage available from Gomeang Mi. Is there any way of coming back here? Abyssal Yufine also very low in HP.
I think I might. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say my major fear about coming back into this is.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're supercharging crowd. We're already done with it.
Yeah.
Supercharged up bike can destroy a lot of things.
Pretty much, right?
Oh yes, and Gomeang Mi will take a game. Kukubat certainly until now, no wins against this really strong player from Korea. And that's all he wrote. Last Strider crowd just doing a lot of work every single time against the Spectre. Maybe now it's time to switch off of that Spectre, guys.
Yeah, I think his reliance on it is really hurting him here because you saw what Gomeang Mi did. He's like, I'm just going to pick a tank that almost one-shots your Spectre Tenebria from the start, so you're already at a disadvantage. Then he picked 2 characters that counter the Amulius and are just really defensive, where he picked 2 characters at the end to counter whatever Kukubat picks. So he's like, all right, I can just sit here and wait, and you're going to basically walk into my trap.
At least there's no more spez available for Gomeang Mi. And this is match point for the team Closer Charles if Kukubat is not able to bring this one for the team. Let's see what he starts with.
You want to try me?
Spectre, he still believes. That's what I was gonna say. I
Respect.
don't think a man like this changes his ways.
His unwavering belief. I mean, think about it this way. He's been picking Spectre Tenebria first pick on Warhorn for literally years. And he gets legend like every season with it. So, I mean, he has good reason to be stuck in his ways. But in a tournament setting, it is a little bit different. And as we can see from Gomeang Mi, he has the constant damage from the ML Shu coming out, constant injury being dealt with the zap, and I mean, we saw last Strider crowd a lot.
Yeah. How many times in that previous match were we afraid that the zap from Shu was going to be enough to put away the Spectre Tenebria for good? I'm afraid we're going to see a repeat in just a couple minutes here of that same incident.
This time, Kukubat opting to pick the Moon Bunny is like, not again. If you pick Summer Lilica and Moon Bunny, I'm done. So going for this, and actually, this sets up a possible Solitaria pick for Kukubat as well. We saw it before that it was a damaged Solitaria, and it does disable the Shu's skill 3 from coming back so soon by removing focus and stopping the Summer Lilica. Yep.
Yeah, the Summer Luca, we both saw that once again. However, give a little bit of charge to the crowd, but as we saw as a key in one of his first matches from the previous set, if he's able to keep him under control, keep him constantly debuffed and controlled, might not be the thing we have to worry about, although that might indicate a ban on Dilibet over there, or at least one of the cleansers.
Yeah, by picking the Amulius and Moon Bunny, it really makes
Arya
want to pick
first appearance in the tournament.
Arya. That's really interesting.
Out of draft mode.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
We see too much variety in draft mode. It's ruining a little bit of the fun. Sitting here, making a prof boy, trying to pray with Edward Elric.
Elvira, Solitaria, there are some options.
Just for Athletica.
So what is this all about now?
I think they're using this to be able to reset the designer Lullabat or something. Or
and Closer Charles from Gomeang Mi, a signature pick.
Actually, the Athletica is mainly just so that the Spectre Tenebria does not get hit by that last Strider Crow. I think that's kind of the main point. Really need to just protect her in some way, and that does give a lot of mitigation, essentially. A skill null, like, blocking, like, 7,000 damage is pretty amazing. And we see the last I mean, the closer Charles getting taken out along with the Moon Bunny.
Yeah, he's losing a lot more memory now. Let's see if Kukerbat can come
from
back.
mine as we speak.
I don't feel so good.
Oh man, I don't feel so good. Exactly. Oh, Gobyungmi on a match point though. If he wins, the team moves up. Kukerbat needs 2 wins in a row.
Spotting an Azure Comet up on the Dilibet up there. Might be interesting. Oh, but also
actually
blind
did some damage. Is this a damage Faithless Litikov? Or something?
Oh, okay, a
Doesn't
couple
she do
thousand.
A little bit of damage. Maybe built with just a small amount of damage, but mainly effectiveness.
We'll see in a couple seconds. Here comes the test, really.
Are you gonna reset the designer Lilibet?
Yeah, who do you really go on?
Shu or the Crow? They're really thinking. I feel like
Time's
designer
up.
Lilibet. Oh, okay, wow.
On the Crow.
I'm assuming it does reset.
It
No.
does. We're in a bad place. Emergency! Emergency!
Oh boy, I was thinking they were gonna use it on the designer Lilibet because that makes it so that she can't S3, so your skill nodes are gonna get broken by the last starter Crow, which protects you.
Oh my.
Oh, no.
Kukerbat.
We're thinking, but I'm a...
though.
Here's Arya with those stealth.
Yeah, but the issue is Ocean Breeze Lilica just gets to S3, which strips your buffs.
Full stack?
I mean, it's not a good situation. I think Kukerbat acknowledges it. He's literally sitting hand over mouth, hand on head, just thinking, oh golly gee, wherever I be, this is not good for me.
And even worse with designer Lilibet. Here's S3.
Oh man.
That turn increase already going up.
Counterattack. It's up to Arya. This is Arya's show. The problem here is
that's a massive damage.
yeah, she's gone. Okay, so wait, something that's actually really good here is Spectre Tenebria stealthed. And I know a lot of people are saying, okay, who cares? When you are stealthed, you take half damage from AoE.
Oh, so less damage.
Spectre Tenebria does not normally have that. She doesn't have stealth buff. But so she's going to take half damage from the last round Crow S3, which is kind of nice.
You ready? Yeah, we saw the difference earlier. I believe there was a point where Spectre Tenebria got blown out without having that stealth debuff.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, the characters remain strong, and we're going to have to remain strong. We don't have a lot of health right now
Arya popping
on our Arya.
Let's see the damage here.
Probably a nice amount here, but is it enough?
Oh, doesn't seem enough to me.
Only 2,000. That defense buff. Such a bulky team on right side. So tanky. And we saw the previous match too. It's just a giant wall you can't break through.
Oh, at least pulls S10A here.
S10A is a nice pull, but we're going to need a lot more than that to bring it back.
And looking
Oh
for,
man.
And this crowd looking for a second bike in next turn.
You fool. So she did lose the defense buff there, which is nice. Able to get a little more damage on board, but this Arya is in a pretty precarious situation. She's not actually that tanky.
And also decreased hit chance.
Misses as well. That's really unfortunate.
I was going to say, Jenna, not just the Arya. Kukerbat has been in a precarious situation for just a while, but does the prophetic candlestick proc get him out of it? Does bring us back to S3, S2 range.
The problem is, if he uses it, which he kind of feels forced to, is this Lilica. She's about to proc again.
Oh, again?
That means more mischance again.
Her passive was available.
Well, I guess she has one more turn before it. Oh, and the Spectre Chamber actually putting out quite a lot of damage. This is a little bit close.
She did heal up.
Choosing to burn to push up the entire team with the S1 there.
Last Star Crow not quite at S3, but now he does. We see another candlestick proc. This designer a little bit probably finishing her off finally.
Enough damage
and now
there?
they are forced to attack Arya. And this could actually really help him. This could be a big deal. She's probably going to die after the skill 3, but she gets one counter in.
There's Operation Cream buff. Still not. Ooh.
Barely not surviving too.
It's a lot of injury.
It's time to shine. This is it.
This is it. Whatever you have, you just got to put out everything. Can you hit the right units? If you can. Is there still a chance?
The Shu and the Lilica, think he probably wins.
It's all coming up to this moment. The time is
the
clicking
50-50.
down. No, it doesn't.
Oh, she survives.
Actually,
But
it
everyone
kills.
else is dead.
Hold
Still
on.
enough?
I think she wins anyways.
Wait.
I don't think she can do
Increased
enough
damage through the soul burn. We need to come back. I think our S3 is available, right? S3 is up and available. Oh god.
Cougar bed.
Oh god. I told you this belief in the Spectre Teamer. Look at his face right now.
The Spectre Teamer Warhorn pushing
Look
up.
at his face right now. Look
Cougar
at his
bad.
face. That is a man whose
Rubbing his
belief
hands
was
together.
paid off. In spades.
After all
That
those
was
tries, finally a win. And this might be the comeback that he needed to bring his team up to the semifinals.
You guys didn't see the full plan from our chef here. A master cook has had a full course meal with his absolute perfect unit accompanying it. It's like one of those restaurants where you can't pick what you eat with everything, right?
I
They
know.
tell you what the set is. It's the same exact thing with the Spectre Tenebra. You don't understand it, but he sees the beauty, the genius.
Divine.
And what do you think's gonna happen next match? I'll do it again.
Oh,
He's
I
gonna
know.
pick it again.
We might have been disappointed with the appetizers, but the main dish looks pretty tasty, and we might be tasting that dessert soon enough.
Now,
It's really bad, but it was such a nail biter, so close.
Now, here's the thing, right? We saw earlier, right? We said, I'm not dealing with this Bez nonsense, right? Do we see the utter disrespect from Gomyomni and seeing the ban on the Spectre Tenebria? Do you take away from your opponent the most valuable thing in the world as was taken from you?
He could pick it. Yeah, he could pick Spectre right here. The ultimate disrespect.
Yeah.
But I think if anyone knows how to beat Spectre, it's probably Kirkerbat.
Pretty sure.
And we see the Last Rider Crow again. The Last Rider Crow has been putting in a lot of work in all of these matches. And how much you want to bet we're going to see a Spectre Tenebria here?
Always
Maybe
first pick.
even an Emma Lilius Spectre Tenebria.
I'd bet money. I bet every dollar I have in my account right now.
It's an even better pick right here because Moon Bunny is now pre-banned, so he doesn't have to pick it.
That's
and
right.
He can't fight it. So there's still the Summer Lilica, which we'll probably see again because there's not a ton of answers. We might even see the Designer Lullaby again. It's possible we see kind of a run back because those are characters that are relatively safe versus the Summer Lilius.
So now less
And Jenna
options
said
and
it
less
was-
counter. Yes, Divine.
I was gonna say it was such a narrow field between both of the contenders last time. Like I want to give a lot to Kukerbat, but it was a nail biter to the end. What are these players looking for to tip the scales in their favor this time, this late into the draft? What do you think?
Oh. Now, going me, I think he has to really pull out his cards, not just the Crow. There's a Luluka. Well, with what else to pair up?
They could go Designer and then kind of sit and wait.
Fire Lilius?
So that's really interesting. So Fire Lilius here, after Emma Lilius S3s, you actually just provoke her, so she's forced to attack. So something like Lionheart Surmia could be a really good pick out of right side here.
And on top, Fire Lilius does damage.
You could also see Kukerbat really mulling through and thinking over the options presented to him right now. It's I think this is my favorite match of the night.
Knockwall, pretty good character, is able to disable the Lilius's S2 from happening after she seals her. Also can just reset the whole team. We see the main Chloe again. I'm not sure how I feel about this exactly. I think we're going to see a Lionheart possibly, but it's not very good into Knockwall.
Does seem like it's a comfort pick for Kukerbat. And Divine, what are we going to see in the future here? 2 more slots for Gomyangmi.
We've got to see some stronger DPS options to flush out the Spectre Tenebria from her hiding hole. Now, we can rely on the addition of the C Lilius S3, borrowing the attack from another unit, but that's precisely what we need. Somebody who brings that attack we can borrow from. Lionheart Surmia certainly bringing that massive AoE damage and forcing that situation Genozad was talking about earlier, but it's really the last unit here. You want something that forces your opponent to be uncomfortable, and it's Roy Mustang that gets the job done. This unit comes packing that attack I was talking about.
I don't know how I feel about this one.
I know, Jenna, you're a big fan of Roy, right?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Roy, but the problem is, there's a lot of characters that can kind of fight him right now.
Karina!
I think Knockwall has to be banned, but yeah, how do you deal with Karina then?
Oh
this
man,
is rough.
Lots
This
of
is a
questions
rough
for Gomyangmi. Nakwall banned and ML Surumia
Is
banned
there
out.
a trick we don't realize? Because this is not easy. How are you going to deal with the Karina?
I don't know. It wasn't post-banned. It had to be Nakwall. Let's see how Gomyang-mi deals the captain match, the decider match of who goes up to the semifinals. Here it is, round 3.
I'm a
You can't
huge
forget-
fan of Roy, but
I was going to say, you can't forget that both teams have their hopes and dreams relying right now on their captains to see them through. As we get into the game, Conquer Lily is easily taking away with her speed for the first turn, and now this interaction you talked about has to be questioned. He does go for the S3. The buffs are just too important for getting our team into a stable position. We get the follow-up, Ancient Dragon's Legacy, and an S1 from Spectre Tenebria starts us off. A great one, if I could say so.
yeah, pretty good duel.
Indeed.
We are going to see the skill 3 coming out, and that is all going to get cleansed by Maid Chloe when she takes her turn.
Yeah, but I think it's actually important. It cleanses the attack break on the Roy, and we might be borrowing that attack here in a couple seconds through the Lilius.
That's true. If he gets a duel, that could actually be really big with Roy. Does not get it though.
Pulls Crow.
It would be really helpful just because he needs to build up that S3 as fast as possible. It's already an uphill match fighting someone like Karina.
There's the VIP treatment from Maid Chloe.
All right. And here's the thing, we could bike here, but I'm afraid our Spectre Tenebria being so squishy might actually help us here, because that'll push up the Karina with the defense buff here.
Oh, there's a barrier.
Defense buff. Attack buff, vigor, defense buff.
All the
versus
things you
one
need.
Roy boy. I don't know.
Oh, Roy, our
He
boy!
has a giant shield, but
in
this
between
is
the
gonna hit
buildings.
really hard.
Ooh, that was a chunk and a half, guys.
Oh,
that
boy.
was a chunk and a half.
He's still alive, but hold on. Does he survive this hit?
We'll see
With
in
the
just
defense
a
buff?
couple seconds. No, he does not. He
No,
goes
doesn't.
down
Okay,
immediately.
yeah.
Way too strong. Attack buff,
Even
vigor.
with the Aureus. Kirkerbat, he's flexing, he's hyped.
Oh, Gomyang-mi calls GG!
That was what he
Taps
needed.
out! And Kuka
I'm
back.
telling you, it's the agenda, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
We saw it with
adrenaline.
Kukerbat. We saw it with a Rengar. We saw if you just believe in your units, in the spirit of EpicSeven, they'll carry you through. I'm building Troublemaker Crozet and Blue Crozet right now. I just had to believe it was that simple.
Yeah.
Why didn't I see that?
I mean, I'm just really surprised that he picked Roy.
Wow.
I feel like he had other options, like, I don't know, maybe Landy, because you're against Spectre Tenebria and the Maid Chloe, but there still was the last pick, so you weren't sure what your opponent's going to take. I mean, maybe he just felt a little pressured in the draft, and he just couldn't really think of what he wanted, and then after he was like, oh crap, Karina, that counters me. So.
Man, Kukerbat, what a cook. And S10, there's a reason why, and you guys were saying there's a reason why he's still climbing up super high. And that's one of the reasons. And this is the fun part of the round. The pre-bans, they actually stick. And over time, the IQ, the big brain game, you can actually have the big picture and win a game off of all of those factors. And now with that, Hustling Baguette will be moving up, going up against Attack on Titan. Oh man, Closer Charles, they did lose a lot of memory, and they won't be getting any more memories from now on.
No more memory.
Again.
I mean, it was a good fight, but I think what really came down to is that Kukerbat took that initial L and came back and learned from it. That time in between when his teammates were playing, that was time to cook. That was time to think. And that's the difference between fighting someone on ladder and in a tournament setting like this. You're engaged and you're ready to come back with fantastic strategies. And our top players, our top content creators are always more than ready to serve that up.
That's right.
He brought it back. They've won the first match, then lost 2. It wasn't looking as good, and then they actually came back and just won both in a row back to back.
Yeah, that's right. We had Prof Boy kicking it hot on draft mode, and then Kukerbat to finish. Now Closer Charles, they're dropped out, but make sure to go check them out. Deity, Fart Pancakes, Gomyang-mi, Suzumiya. They're also great content creators of EpicSeven. Make sure to go check them out at least. Of course, they'll be dropping out from this tournament, but check them out. And that's Hustling Baguette moving up, going up against Attack on Titans. Now we have the matchups for next week, the semifinals. Going to be a very exciting one here for sure. Can we have the predictions from both of you, Jenna and Divine? who are you, because we will be having that prediction event for the extra energy next weekend.
You know, totally unbiased. Pretty sure WinFast has got this. You know,
yeah,
no big
right.
deal.
I've heard they
Totally
got some
unbiased.
strong players, actually. I heard WinFast got some strong players.
Handsome
though.
too. I've heard.
Handsome, beautiful, absolutely.
No, but on the real,
I got a crush on one of them. No, what?
I can't exactly comment on the first one, but the second match, I'm not really sure who's gonna win. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'd maybe give the edge to Attack on Titan because Hassan Baguette, it was like really close.
It was really close.
Really close. And Attack on Titan looked a little more secure, but
I think Attack on Titan definitely has some great showings. Once again, my bias is also showing, but I really do believe you have to go back to that first match and think about something we actually saw in our World Cup through Marguerite. Marguerite, an excellent planner, an excellent person at dissecting other people's strategies and taking advantage of that. I think we saw a lot of that through Volk, and the less players there are in the tournament, the easier it is to plan for fighting opponents. So you're going to see that engaged a little bit more. That sense of strategy was important this week, and it's more important next week. And I think Attack on Titan brings that to the forefront.
Yes, and the four teams that are already gone from the first weekend, make sure to go back and check them out. And also our E7 YouTube channel, make sure to subscribe and press like on Content Creator Battle for more of your algorithm.
Don't forget to press like. Don't forget to press subscribe.
You don't want to miss
subscribe
anything from
code.
E7 YouTube for sure.
yeah, password's E7 subscribe. Next week it'll be E7
Like.
download. Yeah, like and hit the bell notification.
E7 pick specimen says easy to remember.
I
Buy
mean,
Mystic Pack.
yeah, it has been Spaz Gaming and a lot of Assassin Cartuza who might be a little warmer or getting hot into next set of matches unless there are any sort of changes in the middle of the week, which I don't think is happening at least.
Well, the characters just came out, so people are still trying to figure stuff out, kind of.
Yeah, and as we said before, when you get to draft mode, like when you can't control things, you also can't control getting 15%ed. It's another beautiful thing, and that's what Assassin Cartuja makes nice.
Yeah, and for any final thoughts from you guys? Let's start with Janazad, as you will be, of course, playing next week. What do you think is going to happen, and how do you think about day number 2?
I think that we had some pretty good matches. I think we had an interesting upset at the end there, too, which was pretty fun. All around, pretty good. I think it's actually a good time to have this tournament right after balance changes and new characters. Because it's just chaos.
Lots of interesting.
People haven't figured everything out yet. People are trying stuff out. It's more and more interesting. And hope I win the next match.
Yeah, good luck next week.
Good luck to you.
And Divine, any thoughts?
I guess I'd close it out by saying, you know, just happy to be here, happy to commentate over my friends' matches. I was really sweating. I was excited to see the way Kukurbad came back. I was excited to see Rengar, Sue versus Prof Boy. A lot of amazing matches from my friends, from these content creators. And I think more than that, I think it was a great cast with the both of you. G-Clef, you're facilitating us just perfectly. And Janazad, any moment with you is a pleasure, especially with how handsome you are.
Well, thank you. Wow. Thank you for commentating with me as well. I always enjoy commentating with, anyone that I have, and it's great hanging out with you guys here.
Yeah, of course, go follow Jenna and Divine. Also, always available on our E7 great content creators on your own. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you, everyone, for watching day number 2. We will continue into next week with more semifinals and into the grand finals. Thanks for the love, everyone. And continue to watch more Content Creator Battle continues next week. And see you all next time. Have an epic day.
Bye-bye.
There's a speed here on Kenny. I said it. What the? It is over.
Falling.
Show me one more. The 1-2. 초비상. 끝내야 할 때 마무리가 안 되고 나니까 이거 넘어가는 일만 있고.